Hello, happy Sunday. So I haven't pulled the blind today. Let me know if it gets to the point where it's a bit annoying, but I was hoping because it's a bit overcast and dull out there that we'd get away with it not being pulled down. So yes, I'm wearing the scuba dress in the middle of May. Need to turn that off. Yeah, because it's chilly, and a cardigan. I mean, to be fair, it's actually 23 degrees in here, but it was a bit chilly. So I have warming cup of tea, rock cake, and 2 projects ready for today. So the flamingo skirt that I want to repair, and then the bewitched, you can just see it there, fabric that I want to turn into a skirt for that bodice, which I know is not going to fit me right off. But cake and tea notwithstanding, I am getting there slowly and surely. Mum's very kindly agreed to completely reschedule her day, and we're going to go for walks when I come down at like 10:30 in the morning. So I'm going to be getting more activity into my life. I have started exercising up at mine, but I absolutely hate it. I really do not enjoy it. So I thought if Mum was willing to go for walks with me, which she said she was, then that would be a way of kind of, it would be more fun, and it will be somebody to chat to. And yeah, the test will come when it's raining, and it'll see if I want to go then. I will behave, I will go. But Mum usually goes for her walk after her lunch with the dog, and go for the walk with the dog, not for lunch with the dog. Sentence structure, I have it. But yeah, so it's kind of right in the middle of when I've started my day, because as you guys know, I kind of start my work day at midday and then work through the evening so that I can upload at night. And that would, if I went for a walk with Mum at her usual time, it would be right in the middle of my working day. So she's agreed to reschedule, although she did say something about 2 walks a day. So, you know, who knows? That dog, the poor dog is just going to be like, no more. She is getting old now, isn't she? Yeah, she's curled up in her little bed. Hang on, let me show you. She has joined us in the sewing room. I think you can just about see her down there. She's not got any of her toys in there. She was nesting with her toys yesterday, wasn't she?
Yes.
So, yes. Yeah.
Even though she's an old lady, she's lactating.
Yeah, because she's another one that, because I know you guys were saying last time I talked about it, that cats can be spayed at any time. My vets told me that it has to be three months between seasons, and I know you have to do that for dogs, and Susie just manages to every single time come into, she doesn't want, but the trouble is that she's gonna be 11 in August, and then obviously you don't want to sedate, and so yeah,
it's too late now. Yeah.
Anyway, I haven't said hello to everybody, so hello. You've all been having a little bit of a chat earlier on. So we've got Julie, Nancy, Leslie, Michelle, Andy, where did I get to? Caroline, Claire, Anna, Jane, Nightmare Bugs, Sandra, Duvalet is here.
Nightmare Bugs.
Ooh. Yeah, that's the thing. Like some people use their real name on, and some people have their screen name, and some of them I know what the real name is, but Nightmare Bugs, I can't remember what your real name is. I know you've messaged me and told me what your real name is, but it's going to take me a little while to get that one into my head. Viholdwick, Melanie is here. Crafting Bev from Boise, Idaho. I always like Boise. I think it's a nice way to say. Alex, Sarah, Patricia, Nicola, Chrissy. Nightmare Bugs is Chrissy. Let's see if I can remember that for more than 5 seconds, Chrissy. Kathy's here. Louise is here. Hello, everybody. Lots of people are saying Happy Mother's Day, because apparently it's Mother's Day elsewhere in the world today.
Oh, great!
And Michelle said that you should get it today as well.
Absolutely.
I've been trying to. I was trying to work out what Mum would like for her birthday present, and I've kind of come up with an idea, and I was trying to tell her about it, and then she's looking at her stash and saying, yeah, but I don't have the fabric to do that. And it's like, no, Mum, I'm offering to buy you fabric. Oh. Oh, and V Holdwick is Vicky in Wexford, Ireland. Hello. Gin and Pins is here. Susan from Newcastle upon Tyne. Cold, wet, and windy up there. It's pretty much the same down here as well.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to have come this far south this quickly.
No, but it's pretty cold and wet and windy down here as well, which is why I'm wearing a scuba dress today, even though it's 23 degrees in here. I'm probably going to end up regretting this a little bit later on. We shall see. I'm going to finish my rock cake and my tea, and then we'll get on with some sewing. Oh, so we've got Canaholic from Armadale in Scotland. Hello. Carla's here from Kansas. Lottie's here. Patricia says, love the sweater. Thank you. Isn't it lovely? It's a narrow wool that we got from the knitting and stitching show. And it's a hortensia. And it's just so bright. But it goes perfectly with this dress. Mum was saying I should have worn the new cardigan that she's just finished for me with this dress, which would also work. But I wanted really bright and in your face today because it is just a bit miserable outside. So I was like going for a cheery uppy vibe. Stitch, rip, repeat. Morning from Plymouth. Hello. Jane says it's a beautiful day in sunny Essex. Lol. It's all right for some, Jane. It's all right for some.
You wait.
We're gonna send it your way. Oh, Anna, I've seen you've put your show us your stash video up. It's just come up on my phone to notify me that you've done it. But we'll say that you need to add the 2020 to the hashtag, because if you just put in show us your stash, a whole bunch of makeup videos come up. So yeah, add the 2020, because Danny and I, well, Danny did all the hard work. Danny checked it to see if the hashtag was available, and show us your stash 2020 is the one that you need to use. Just to let you know, Anna, because I don't want to miss any videos, because I'm adding them all to a playlist on my channel. And so I'm searching for that. And then there's a few people that aren't using the 2020 bit, so they're getting lost. So just saying, just saying. Goblin Fruit, evening from Perth, Australia, where it's freezing. No way. Oh, I watched your video the other day as well. It was lovely. I'm so enjoying looking through people's fabric stashes and hearing their stories behind them. Like, I knew I wanted to go and do this like in real life and actually just you know, insert myself into people's houses and say, hello, show me your fabric. But this is the next best thing. And it doesn't mean that I have to, it does mean that I don't have to have an invite.
Where do you put them? Because I'd like to see them too.
They're in a playlist on my channel.
Okay.
The Show Us Your Stash 2020 playlist.
Okay.
So that's why you need to add the 2020 to your hashtags if you do use it, just so that I can find it and make sure that it goes in. And I'm finding new channels as well, which is awesome. We'll have to film yours, Mum.
Yeah. Not much there.
No, but you've got some, you can answer the questions.
Disappearing stash.
She keeps making things with it.
I know.
Which is kind of the point. Where did I get to? Nicholas says, putting PDFs together, cutting them out. New machine has arrived, but I'm scared of it. Lol. We had snow in the morning in Inverness. Oh, wow. Snow is not allowed. I'm kind of liking, look, this is Mum's haircut. If we didn't live together,
it suits you.
It does, but I would miss being able to put my hair up. I'm kind of regretting that I haven't put my hair up now. I'm actually getting a little bit warm as well. The trouble is, if I get any warmer, there's not a lot I can do about it because I am basically wearing a scuba suit. So
you have to make something.
I'll have to open the window. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Just so that I don't overheat, because I can see my cheeks getting red already. Dad will come in and have a heart attack. He'll be like, got the window open voluntarily. Yes, Papa. It is warm. Nicola, don't be scared of your machine. I was scared of this thing for ages.
Me and
Absolutely petrified.
Yeah.
And you had reason because yours misbehaved when you got it. So, oh,
Dad.
Susie's growling at something.
She fell down the bottom of the stairs this morning.
Oh, bless her.
I know. The last few, she went splat. Made a lot of noise.
Oh, poor little thing. Michelle says it's cold, wet, and windy here in Missouri. Also, but built a fire in the wood stove last night. Dad turned the Aga off.
Yeah. Gone.
We did say the minute he turned the Aga off that the weather would change and get colder.
It did.
And it has.
Well, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
But I was right.
I mean, I live in the real world.
The sad.
Look.
Papa's here.
Sardo's doing it.
See? Now, I'm wearing a shirt that was made for me.
Are you?
Yes, this was made for me.
Oh, in Saudi.
No, I think in the Philippines or
Philippines,
somewhere like that. You see, but it's very plain. It's very nice. It fits and all the rest of it.
Mm.
But all my colourful ones, I just don't have enough.
And I've darned it.
Yes, you see, this one has had to be darned because I now do gardening and stuff in this, so I don't have enough. You've got to open, have a middle, and the conclusion. The conclusion is I don't have enough.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
What?
Don't think we're listening.
No, we're not.
There's a shirt for it. Blimey.
No, that's going to Lithuania.
Yeah.
Duvalet's already claimed that one.
Yeah.
How would you feel about a shirt with?
Oh, I like that.
I thought you might.
What's
Yeah.
that?
The Lady McElroy safari fabric.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that'd be fun, wouldn't
Yeah, I actually want some of that. It's a cotton lawn, so it would be nice as well because you've got a couple of.
The
Lady
thing about
McElroy
that
shirts.
is, if I wear that when I'm gardening, no one will see me.
it? No, you're not going to wear it when you're gardening. Cotton lawn, McElroy.
No.
Things are for wearing.
Yes, but not for certain events.
I'm glad to see you're wearing some of your
Only because it's chilly today.
Well, that's a warm dress.
Yes, it's my scuba dress.
What's a scuba? Is it?
Yeah.
A winter dress.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Although
It's cold today, and you're sitting there with the window open,
We just
and it's only 23 degrees in
I
here.
know. Well, this
Get
is,
away!
No, I had this on as well. This was the thing. I was cold this morning, so I got dressed like this, and then I suddenly started getting warm, and I was just like, oh god, I can only take this off. I can't take any more off. And I was like, make yourself something. Oh dear.
Well, that's like having the Aga on, wearing a fur coat, and complaining it's cold. Come on. You've got the window wide open.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
because
We were hot.
We were and we were hot. So what is the fresh air
Right,
coming in?
okay.
Everyone's saying hi to you, by the way.
Yeah, confused as leaving the room.
Oh, dear. Where did I get to?
And yes, hi.
That's helpful.
Oh, dear. Anyway, where did I get to? Patricia says, yes, handmade. Wow, amazing. Is this? Yes, this is a sweater. Isn't it lovely? Mum made this for me. Mum makes all my sweaters. There's very few that I have now that are shop bought. So, Kenaholic says, rock cakes. Ooh, I love them. I'm going to make some today from the Barrow book. Ooh, nice. Mum has promised to do a tutorial on how to make the rock cakes that we make. Although Wilson doesn't like dried fruit, so we've decided that we're going to try chocolate chips in them if I can get them at the shop tomorrow, because then he'll eat them. I mean, obviously he's not here, but we will test them for him to see, you know, if they're worthy of his attention. Alex says, remember to like the video. Yes, please, everybody. There's 58 of us now, and if you could all like the video, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. And as ever, if you wouldn't mind at the end of the stream just going back and putting in a little comment in the like an emoji in the comments, that would be amazing as well, because that would really help me out. So thank you very much, Alex, for reminding me. Heartland Knit says, Happy Mother's Day to Sean's mum from Vicky in Wisconsin.
Thank you. I like this.
She has had her Mother's Day present from me, although it is that fabric that I made the last 2 things, the hunter tank and those wrap trousers out of, and Dad's kind of eyeing it up and now coming in and complaining that he doesn't have enough shirts.
You'll have to wait. This is for his brother, so
Yes, no, you've got to wait for the quilt to be done. By the way, just to let you know, the textile centre has reopened. And
is it shut?
Yeah, they'd shut down for a while, and they reopened on Friday, but they hadn't announced it because they hadn't put any new fabrics up on the shop. But they just in their Instagram, they had just listed a whole bunch of absolutely beautiful viscoses, which I clearly need. I mean, I obviously don't, but yes. And I put it in. I've commented on their comeback post, and I said, I've missed you guys so much. I need all the viscose. And they've said, oh, bless you. Sorry about that, but my team had to isolate, and I'm pregnant, so couldn't handle it on my own. But we have found a way so that we can all work separately and have new fabric, so it's not silly to open again. I'm photographing today, and we'll start listing tomorrow morning. We have fairly large rolls, so don't panic. Plenty to go around. We're very glad to be back. Oh, I love that place. I really do. My bank balance does not. But yeah, so you all know there's going to be new fabrics listed on the textile centre as of tomorrow, and the leafy print viscoses are mine. Keep your hands off.
Yeah.
Julie says, okay, time to start the button down now. Good luck, Julie. Stitch Rich. I've been going for 16 minutes and I'm already fumbling my words. Fabulous. Stitch Rip Repeat says, videoing my Show Us Your Stash 2020 later today. Goblin Fruit. Do you want me to call you Goblin Fruit, or can you let me know your real name? Having said that, Chrissy, it was Chrissy. Chrissy was Nightmare Bugs.
Oh, right.
Did I get that right? I think you just told me. Memory like a sieve.
That's great.
But Goblin Fruit says, oh yeah, so glad you saw it. I've been enjoying everyone else's too. Yes. And Alex says, I'll try to record mine this week, the Show Me Your Stash video. Yes, please, Alex, because I'm really interested to see what you're going to come up with.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much French terry is going to be in there. Oh, Alex, by the way, yes, the which it was a couple of videos ago, but yeah, you introduced me to a new Polish shop, and I have ordered more fabric from them. So I have, and they've sent me a shipping thing, so it's on its way. It's on its way, and it is French terry, so I blame you. I blame you for my French terry habit. Oh, he's Mum made those. For your dad was Long John Silver in a panto.
He's photo bombing.
Yes, we can see you. He's very pleased with himself.
You can't see me. I've got a tree in front of me.
Oh God!
This is what we live with on a daily basis. It's no wonder that I've come out weird. I was dragged up by these two. What do you expect? Oh, I'm doing so badly at catching up on the chat. Anna said, that was so funny. I'm glad you said that. Teenage Earthling just amended it, and as you saw, thank you. Awesome. Oh, the parrots have arrived.
What I didn't realise, it's raining.
Yeah, he's got wet. That's dedication, isn't it? Yeah, Mum made these for Dad when he was Long John Silver. And they started off smaller at the beginning of the panto.
Even smaller than that.
Yeah, and this was the biggest one, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, was there a bigger one?
Yeah.
Oh,
There was a tiny one.
yeah.
This one, and then a very big one.
And as the pantomime went along, the parrot got bigger on the shoulder. They got a bit damp.
Poor parrots.
But they live in our kitchen. I think you might have seen them in our kitchen. And then obviously get taken out every now and again for comedy effect.
Really?
Do you know what they sound like?
What?
What parrots sound like?
They talk.
Yeah. You are.
Okay.
This one.
Next week I'm closing the door and
This
banning
one.
all parrots.
Heave ho!
Oh, Pa, could you pass me a tissue? I think, yeah, they're there. Thank you.
Well, they used to be ones here.
Yes, so I don't have to move. This is why I'm becoming very sedentary. Oh, dear. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to catch up on the chat and then we're going to start doing some sewing. Ken Holic says, I love your outfit today. You really suit those colours. Thank you very much. Diane says, hello. Hello, Diane. Anna says, yesterday I was cooking in the heat when filming. It was supposed to be cooler today. No, it's still hot. I am boiling.
She's lucky.
Yes, it's not boiling here. Julie says, hi, Mum and Dad. Andy says, hint, hint, lol. A subtle hint there, Danny. You're talking about the shirts.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sorry. I'm really behind with the chat.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Michelle says, oh, well, we might just have to fix that. Melanie says, hi, Danny, looking flash in that shirt. Gin and Pin says, how big a hint was that? Nightmare. Chrissy says, subtle hint there. Leslie Stanford says, finally downloaded the Eve dress. Just start cutting out and then to join it together. Hi, Danny. Ooh, let me know how you get on, Leslie. Michelle says, oh, yeah, that is a great fabric. Sandra says, subtle as a sledgehammer.
That's about Danny.
Yeah, yeah. Sal's here. Good day, Shine and Peeps. Anna says, gardening in Lady Mac fabric must be prestige gardening. Yeah, I don't think Mum would let him do that, to be fair.
Yeah.
I do like that Botswana. I think it's called Botswana Safari, the one with the giraffes on it.
Yeah, it's lovely.
But the giraffes are in stripes, and then there's a kind of a plain stripe, and then there's another stripe. So it could be quite interesting to cut it out.
Quite fun.
Yeah, but I kind of somebody said that it was challenging to work with, and that's kind of just piqued my interest and made me want to get some. So it's on my wish list. My very, very long wish list, which was something like 1,880 quid for I think it was 290 meters. No, it wasn't that much, but it was a lot of fabric on the wish list. I wouldn't have anywhere to store it.
No.
If I could afford it, which I can't. So okay, finish the tea. Let's see, where do we get to? Debbie Bosworth says, love the fabric, goodbye, confused. Okay. Nicola says, I keep putting that Lady McElroy giraffe fabric in my basket. It's just stunning. I fancy an Eve dress in it. I've never made an Eve dress in a cotton lawn, and I don't know how successful the floaty one would be, but if you were doing the one with the straight sleeves, I think it might be more successful. I have seen some people do it, and it is a little sticky outy, just a little bit though. So yeah, but I think it would be really pretty in that giraffe print. But it would be you'd have some interesting challenges cutting that out, I think. Julie says, Paul Wilson, he'll be on FaceTime watching you eat his cakes. And I was planning on sending him some if they worked. I'm not that mean, although I bought him a box of wine last week, just because there was a deal, and I've also bought him a long bendy straw to drink the wine from. So I sent that to him, and we were chatting on FaceTime last night. We were playing chess, and he was like, oh, I'm going to have a glass of wine. I was like, that's not fair. I haven't got any. And he went, and I was like, great. So I came down and stole a beer from Dad. So we had a drink together. But he finished an entire bottle of red to himself over the evening. He texted me at midnight and went, I drank the entire bottle. Does that make me a bad person? I said, no, it makes you a tipsy person. It was like years. But he enjoyed it. So that was good. It was a Rioja. It was from Naked Wines. It was 30 quid for 6 bottles, which I thought was a bargain. So
you didn't have a headache this morning.
He hasn't replied to my text so far. So
he probably has.
Yeah, he didn't have very much sleep yesterday. He went to sleep at 4 and woke up at 7 and then couldn't have a disco nap. He just couldn't make himself sleep. So fingers crossed he's having a lie-in today. So yes. Anyway, let's try and catch up with the chat. Caroline says, Textile Centre, woohoo. Ken Holic says, anyone else buy some fabric from Sherwood's this weekend, or was it just me? I actually didn't take advantage of their 20% offer for VE Day weekend because I have such a giant order coming from them for my birthday fabrics. And yeah, my bank balance would not allow it. Gin and Pin says, Fabworks have also reopened online only. Oh, awesome. Goblin Fruit says, oops, yes, I'm Simone. Right, Goblin Fruit is Simone. Nightmare Bugs is Chrissy. Have I got that right, people? I know somebody was Susan. I can't remember which one of you it was. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need a little cheat sheet. I need to write it down.
Yeah.
Oh, where did I get to? Julie says, oh, Alex has all the French terry. Joanne Hepworth, good afternoon from rainy West Yorkshire. Me and the cats are having a cuddle and watching you. Hello, kitties. And hello, Joanne. Welcome. Michelle said they're all laughing at the parrots. Patricia says your dad needs his own channel. No, he doesn't.
No,
he does not. He does vlog on Instagram.
Yeah.
But no, he doesn't need his own channel because I would be the one doing all the work. Oh no. Also, he just doesn't need that kind of attention. Sandra says, my husband thinks I've lost the plot. I'm laughing so much. Oh dear.
Did you see the Liberties at the weekend? For the weekend?
They've got sale.
But you got to spend.
Yeah, you got 50 quid off if you spend 150 quid. So, and then a lot.
30% off the fabric.
Yeah, there's a lot of, there was a lot of fabrics that had offers on them.
Yeah.
I did look. There were a couple that I liked, but there weren't any that there was one that I loved, but it was one of their slightly more designer Tana ones. So it was 30 quid a meter instead of 25. So the reduced price was still £19 per meter. And it's one of those ones that I'd want to make a giant dress out of. So it'd been really expensive. Although I would have been able to spend 150 quid, I think, very easily. There was a couple of silks as well that were £134 a meter. It's like, oh yes, I'll have all of that. So yeah. Anna says, at least the parrots are not from the scene. Unlucky Alf. Haha. I don't know what that is.
No.
Caroline says, I've just unpicked the waistband of PJ bottoms to take out the elastic and add a drawstring. That's a yeah. I think that would probably be nicer for PJs.
It's a good idea.
Maybe both. Bit loose elastic. But then that, I don't know. And then Michelle says, putting on the last 2 border strips on this baby quilt, then going to start making knitting project bags for my booth. Oh, awesome. Maevie says, hi, Sean and all the peeps. I'm here cutting out the Megan Nielsen Tana culottes. I love those. I've only made 1 pair, though, and I actually attached it to an Anna bodice to make it into a play suit. But because I made the shorter version, I just never wore it, ever, because I just don't like my legs like that. So I want to make some more Tana culottes, and I've bought the PDF pattern, and I've also bought the reissued paper pattern because I like the paper patterns. And though she's redone it so that because when she originally released it, it was only the shorts because of the width of paper that she could print onto, I think. But she's redesigned it and re-released it so that you can have it in 3 lengths. So I want to make the longer version because I really like those. Let us know how you get on, maybe. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Rachel Lynn says, good morning all. Hello, Rachel.
Hi.
And Julie says, who is Polly Dolly? Polly Dolly is Nancy from Canada. Also known as my pattern mule.
Your what?
My pattern mule. Her boyfriend lives in Washington State. And when she goes over to visit him, they went and got all those patterns for me. You know, I had all those ones sent. Yeah.
It's her.
That was Nancy and her boyfriend. Which was very nice of her. Yes. Gin and Pins. Susan, my cats are Ptolemy and Calpurnia. That's right. I remember from last time. I knew one of you was Susan. Gin and Pins is Susan. Right. Okay. Chrissy is Nightmare Bugs. Oh gosh. Goblin Fruit. Simone. It's all going to go out of the other ear any minute now. You'll have to remind me a couple of times. When Danny was coming into chats the last couple of months, it took me about three or four hangouts to actually get Danny lodged into my head as Pocket or Two. So yeah. Elizabeth says, all of your makes fit so beautifully on the bust. Do you have to do a full bust adjustment on all your patterns? Could you do a session on how you fit and alter patterns? I don't do very many full bust adjustments. In fact, I think I've done one on the By Hand London Anna bodice following their tutorial. It's getting chilly again. I'm going to put my jumper back on. I don't think I've done any other full bust adjustments ever, in all honesty. So I'm not an expert. And there are lots of resources out there telling you how to do those things. A really good one is the By Hand London By Hand London bodice book, ebook that they've done. That's really good. I bought that. It tells you how to do full and small bust adjustments, lengthen and shorten, all the kind of alterations that you need to do to it. But it tells you how to do it on 4 different bodice types. So one with darts, one with princess themes. I think it's one with no darts. I can't remember. But yeah, I tend to buy a lot of the patterns that have the cup adjustments done for you already. So the big 4 ones that I tend to sew with already have the full bust adjustments in them. I know the big 4 patterns are drafted for a B cup, so technically I should be doing full bust adjustments for everything, but I do seem to get away with not having to do them. And what they usually say is that you should go by your high bust, and that will give you a shoulder region that fits, and then do a full bust adjustment from there. But I tend to go by the pattern measurements, and I've just been really lucky and they work for me. So I'm not the one to ask about that, Elizabeth. Sorry, that's not helpful. Whenever I do a sew along, I always show you guys any alterations that I make. The standard one that I have to make all the time is to lengthen the bodice. So yeah, I genuinely don't think I've done a full bust adjustment on anything except the Anna bodice, which there was a brilliant tutorial for already. So yeah, sorry, that's not helpful. Polly Dolly says to Julie, I'm the lovely Nancy from Toronto, Canada. Chrissy says, what's your dad's name on Instagram? He's not overly active. He does have fits and starts of it. So just so you're aware. But he is, I want to make sure I get it right. Danny, aka Fabric Washing Fairy. That is Papa. So, got 295 followers at the moment. Let's see how many he has at the end of this session.
Well, that would please me. You might do some more then.
Yeah. Where did I get to? Stitch Rip Repeat says, I'm Helen. Okay. We're up to 4 names for me to learn this. I'm going to try. I am going to try, but please don't be upset with me if I do forget, because memory like a sieve. Lottie says, maybe the snag tights will help all the colours. I'm actually wearing a pair of the snag tights now, and I have had to pull them up a couple of times. So I'm wondering if I have, but only at the waist, not at the kind of the legs. Haven't, I haven't got my crotch of my tights running around my knees like I usually do. So I'm wondering if I have bought the wrong size. But very comfortable other than that. But I have just found myself kind of hoiking this up a little bit, but then maybe I did pull it up quite high, so maybe I have just got the wrong size. We shall see. Julie says, rethreading the overlocker after the thread breaking. Oh no. The Dahlia Society is here. Love your channel. Hi from Australia. I really like your channel as well. I cannot remember your real name either. I'm sorry. Please don't tell me though, because there's going to be 5 names that I need to learn, and it's not going to happen. Got her. Simone says, "Ha! I'll just sign every comment off as Simone from Simone." Thank you, Simone. That will help, because that will go in eventually then as well. Maybe says, "I have the old paper pattern, but it's got the longer version. Not sure I have enough fabric washed now. I've laid it out. Maeve rhymes with wave. Ah, okay. So it's Maeve, But you can call me Evie Shan. Thank you. I'm so sorry. It's Maeve Vinci, the author.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking. That's why I was thinking your name was pronounced. It's something like that, isn't it? Yeah. But Maeve. Okay. Okay. It's a beautiful Gaelic name, just like mine. I mean, mine actually, having seen some Gaelic names, mine is really easy in comparison. Like I think I told you before, I was nearly called Mifanwi. That would have been hilarious growing up. So, the Dahlia Society says, I'm Kristen. I'm absolutely hopeless at remembering anyone's names. No stress. Thank you, Kristen. Noelia says, hello. Susan, gin and pins. And being an adult and doing housework, then free to sew later. All the things I cut out last week. Nice. Oh, gosh. Deb says, my daughter is called, and it's Niamh.
Naomi, isn't it?
Hmm?
Isn't that Naomi?
Naomi. Is that Naomi? Deb, let us know.
Yeah.
Naomi. That's a pretty name.
Yeah. What is it, N?
No. Deb says it's pronounced naive.
Oh, right.
Nice. Julie says name pronunciations again. Yes, Julie, because we've got some more classics. Yeah. Josephina's here. Hello. Caroline says that's naive. Naive. One of my best friends is called Siobhan, and I remember reading a book before I'd ever met a Siobhan in real life, and the entire book, the person in my head was Siobhan.
Yes. I've done that too.
Yeah, everyone else is getting it right. They're all saying Neve.
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 It's a pretty name.
Very pretty name. Yep, no one gets it right, not even the Irish. Oh dear. Yeah. Right. 37 minutes in. Shall I try and do some sewing? Okay, I've set up white thread, so I'm going to do the skirt. Okay. So I actually ended up trimming quite a lot off of the front panel. So I'm hoping I've not made it too small for me, because that would just be sad. But there is a little bit of stretch in this fabric, so fingers crossed. Right. Now, it should be fairly easy because I've just got to sew this front panel back in, attach the waistband, put the lining back in, and hem it again. So technically this should be fairly easy. Famous last words, right? So I'm going to pull this thread out. Concentration face again. But I'm excited to get this one done because I've now got t-shirts that match it, so I know I can wear it, and I've got enough of the fabric left that I want to make a little top out of the flamingo fabric as well. And I'm thinking a tie front shirt, because a sleeveless tie front shirt, because I think that would look really nice. And again, kind of make it look like a dress. Okay. So that's all the thread out of the seam that I want to sew. So let's start pinning it together. So of course I'm going to be French seaming this, so I'm pinning it together wrong sides together. And this was my very long awaited 5-panel circle skirt tutorial, and I use 5 panels for circle skirts when the fabric's directional, like these flamingos are, so that you don't end up with, you can still have a circle skirt but without having your flamingos kind of like sideways at the very edges of your skirt. And even though this skirt came out a little bit too big for me, the tutorial is valid and does work, because when I was editing it, I edited it in such a way that I added 2 seam allowances to one side by accident, so I've edited that out of the sew along, so the sew along's still good. And it's also my love letter to Spoonflower, because it was sponsored by Spoonflower, so they gave me this fabric for free and they paid me to make that video. I think that was one of the most exciting videos I've ever made, because it was just like, I love them so much. This is the cotton sateen, and it's Flamingo Splash is the name of the fabric, and it's just stunning. I love it because it's got turquoise flamingos and pink flamingos. So yes, very happy. Was totally over the moon when they wanted to work with me. And I know Marie bought exactly the same fabric and actually made herself one of these as well. So there's definitely at least 2 of these skirts in existence, which I love. Elizabeth says, thank you. That was interesting to find out that you use big 4 patterns with different cup sizes included. Could you expand on what you mean by using pattern sizes to fit? Thank you. So the big 4 build a lot of wearing ease into their patterns, and a lot more than I would personally like. And so for some of their form-fitting dresses, they've still got 4 inches of ease at the bust, and I think that's ridiculous. So the trouble is the pattern measurements for the finished garment are printed on the tissue paper. So usually the bust measurements are printed on the front bodice. The waist measurements will be printed at the bottom of the front bodice if it's a one piece, or if there's a midriff like this one, they'll be printed on there. And then the hip measurement will be printed on the skirt pieces or the trouser pieces. So I now buy the smaller size bundle, even though my measurements put me in the larger size bundle, because of the amount of ease that the patterns build, the big 4 build into the patterns. And then when I take my patterns out, I iron the tissue paper, and then I look for the finished garment measurements, which, as I say, are printed on the various different tissue pieces. And then I compare those to the back of the envelope, where they have the size chart on the back of the envelope, and that will allow you to work out how much ease they've built in to the pattern themselves, and that will then give you an idea of because you get a feel for how you like things to fit. I like things to be quite closely fitted. There are very few garments that I make that unless they're meant to be oversized, there are very few garments that I want to be as oversized as the big 4 would build in. So yeah, you check your finished garment measurements against your body measurements, and that way you can work out what size pattern pieces you need to trace. I hope that makes sense. Julie says, my most important name though is Moore, which is mum in Danish. Is that right, Julie? Let us know. Kathy says, Kristen from Dahlia Society has a nice YouTube channel too. She does, Kathy, and she is here. I like her. I like, because she always has such bright fabrics. Hang on, just need to pin this a little bit flatter. Duvalier says, now you're on the big computer screen instead of my phone, so that I could do some housework. I have a person coming tomorrow to measure the new front door to my flat. And Rachel Lynn says, I love that fabric. Yeah, I love this fabric too. It's Carrie Smith, I think, is the designer. But it is beautiful. They do this. Spoonflower, I think you probably know, also do kind of duvet sets and things like that. And she's got another one that's like this, but it's got, I think it's got a black background on it as well. And it looks absolutely beautiful as a duvet set. I was very tempted. But now that my bed is kind of like a fold-away bed, you can't see my bed linen all the time. So I have beautiful bed linen already. I don't need any more. But when I get a bedroom again, I'm going to have a proper bed in. Totally buying myself some pretty bed linen. Right, so the first of my French seam. Have I sewn a woven garment on a live stream yet? I think they've all been knit ones, haven't they? For some reason in my head I've got knit as being more forgiving and in need of less concentration, or at least the t-shirts. Rachel's doing another live hangout on Friday at 7:30. I don't think she's put it up on her channel as yet, but just so you guys know.
She did mention it.
She put it on the Peeps group. Yeah, she did ask if she could first, which was very nice of her, but I don't think she's scheduled one yet. Because if you schedule one, you can set a reminder so that YouTube reminds you when the live stream starts. Although I had a panic attack yesterday and I was just like, aren't you meant to be doing a live stream now? No, that was yesterday. Did I miss it? She's like, it's next week. I was like, oh. Yeah, I was having a bit of a moment.
Where is it Mother's Day? It's not Mother's Day here, is it?
No. Everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, we're just different.
I know it's Holland and America.
Did we start it?
I've no idea.
I don't know.
I think Mothering Sunday was slightly religious, and I think Mother's Day everywhere else is just about
Oh,
mothers.
right.
I think, but I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, my friend is Dutch, and so I know it's definitely Mother's Day in Holland, and it's definitely Mother's Day in America, and clearly quite a few other places as well. One side in. Let's put the other side in, and then we can trim, press, and finish. I'm going to have to pick out the thread from this one because I haven't done that yet either. Where did we get to with the chats? Oh, where did we come to? There we go. Susan says, I'm an E-cup and generally get away with my high bust measurement without having to do a full bust adjustment. Glad it's not just me, because yeah, I'm a F, which is fun. But I do have quite a small back in comparison. So yeah, buying pretty bras is always a problem, which is one of the reasons I want to start making my own. And then finding comfortable ones that fit that aren't just so deadly dull is also another issue. But yeah, I'm saying a lot today, aren't I? I get to edit it out of the vlogs. It's a bit different when it's live. There's no editing. Right. There we go. I've had to do a little bit of tweaking with some patterns around the bust area. And then the Vogue 9357, I actually came up as a C-cup with their measurement system, because like I say, they do the different full bust adjustments for you, and they go by difference from high bust to low bust as to what cup you should do. But I ended up tracing the D cup pattern piece because the finished measurement fit me better. And as you've seen, the 9357 fits me really well. It's the lemon print dress. So again, it's kind of, you kind of end up with, it's sort of a reasonable guesstimate And once you've made a few patterns, you tend to get better at estimating which sizes you should make. I do say you should always make a muslin, or at least a wearable toile. You know, don't use your super precious fabric on a brand new pattern for the very first time, as I keep telling Mum. And then the 9357 didn't come out perfect initially because there was the midriff band that I hated. And Mum's immediate response was, "You should have made a muslin." And she's not wrong, but that wasn't helpful. But I made that pattern work because it was the bodice with a little bit of tweaking fit fine. It was just that midriff band that just didn't suit me. And now I know that because I've got quite a few patterns that have that kind of fittedness over the hips that then go into full skirts. And I either will tweak them or just put completely different bottoms or skirts onto them because I just know that that midriff panel is not for me. And you know, it's not that it looks bad, it's just that it wasn't my aesthetic. It wasn't something that I was pleased by visually, so I wanted to exclude it, which is one of the beautiful things about sewing. It's like a lot of you are commenting on the video from yesterday and saying that you would like a full tutorial on how to fully line the hunter tank, which I will do because I'm gonna make more of them because they're awesome. And somebody mentioned in the comments that it was nice to see people kind of deviating from the pattern in a way because it just gives other people confidence to kind of think, okay, well, yeah, that I like this aspect of it, but I want to change that bit, and that's totally fine. And it is totally fine. That's, you know, again, the beauty of sewing. You can do what you want and make the things your own. So yeah. That was a lot of waffle, wasn't it? Sorry. Jacqueline Jones says, good morning. It's cold and snowy Mother's Day here, so I figure I should be able to sew all day without any guilt at all. Gorgeous fabric, and you look great in lime green, by the way. Thank you, and welcome. And yes, completely guilt-free sewing, especially as it's Mother's Day. Louise says, hi Peeps, hi Sean. I'm new to stretch fabric. Tried to find out, but can't. What patterns do I use for a cotton 95% and elastane 5%? Please, do I use any I want? Okay, hang on a second. Right, so the big four, and I believe some of the indie patterns as well, they have this guide on the back, so they'll have the suggested fabrics for two-way stretch, 50% cross grain, jersey cotton, interlock. So they have suggested fabrics down there, but you see this little chart up here with the arrows? It says 4 inches crosswise folded knit must stretch from here to here. So you've got to fold it in half, and then you've got to stretch 4 inches, and the 4 inches has got to easily stretch to that point there. And if it does, that means you can use that fabric for this pattern. So cotton jersey from what you're describing, it really depends. They're not all created equal. That's one of the things about knit fabrics, is you end up with a kind of, again, instinct about which fabrics are going to work for which patterns, but the majority of them will have this stretch guide on it. This is another reason that I suggest bringing pattern envelopes with you when you go fabric shopping to places like the Gold Hawk Road. Necessarily just the knit ones, you could get away with taking photographs of your woven patterns because obviously this is not needed. But if you have got a pattern like this, a stretch pattern, then taking it with you to shop for fabric is a really good idea, because that way you can make sure that the fabric you want to buy will actually accommodate to the pattern that you're going to use. So yeah, Louise, maybe send me a link to the fabric that you've got and I can have a look and see, because 95% cotton and 5% elastane sounds like it should stretch a decent amount, but not loads. But then it depends what type of fabric it is as well, if that makes sense. Hope that was helpful. Jacqueline is in Canada. Yes. Yes, if it's cold and snowy, then you should definitely stay inside. Sandra says, and Mother's Day in Australia as well. Patricia says, you are correct. Was that for Holland? Julie says, okay, I had to go away for a while. What have I missed? Noelia says, in May, in Spain, Mother's Day is on the first Sunday in May. So it was last week. Oh, wow. Okay.
So we could have 3.
Oh, good grief. Okay, well, I'm having a half birthday and an unbirthday. Sal says it's Mother's Day in Australia, here in Australia as well. Duvalier says in Lithuania, Mother's Day is on the first Sunday in May, so hers is last Sunday as well. Okay, this is really cool. Caroline says, is it cold on the island today? Island, it is still sunny but cool breeze. Yes, it is a bit chilly today. Actually, we'd be having, if all the world hadn't done what it's doing, we'd be having our third day of sewing on the first retreat today.
I sent Ruth a message today saying, wish we were with you.
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
Yeah.
And she said, oh, we wish you were here too, but we'll see you in October.
Yes, they had a beautiful V-Day picnic spread. Did you see all the photos they put up from theirs? So yeah, if you guys don't follow Lalcoon on Facebook, you really should, because it is just absolutely beautiful, and they put up some really pretty pictures. So Julie says, and in Denmark, happy Mother's Day to all. Melanie says you should definitely make your own bras. Yes, I've seen that you have been, Melanie. Very impressive. I want to, but again, I'm losing weight, so I don't want to make them for now. I want to make them for when I'm a bit smaller. That's my reason for not making them as yet, and I'm sticking to it. Judy says, hello, been here since the start. Finally, I stopped to say hello. Can I hear the parents too? Yes, Mum is sewing and Dad is pottering around, so they are both here as well. And Caroline says, it's sunny but cooler in Guildford, just windy. Julia Goodwill says, hello. Hi, Julia. Dugale says, it's sunny, blue skies and 20 plus degrees here in Lithuania, so it feels like summer. Ooh, nice. It was like that yesterday, it's just not today.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. Lovely day.
James says, I don't know where I am or why I'm here, but this channel is adorable. Thank you, James. It's got nothing to do with cats. It's a sewing channel. Just so you know. Susan says, my problem is wrapovers. I'm short in the upper body and even shorter in the upper body. I think I end up by shortening the bodice, and I may have to take a wedge out the front next project. Ooh. Elisa Lex from By Hand London has just done a tutorial on how to stop any gaping on a wrap bodice. She shows you how to pinch the gape out and then rotate it into a dart. So have a look at that. And I also highly, highly recommend the Eve method of using twill tape, which is the size of the paper pattern, not the bodice, because it will have stretched, and stabilizing the front neckline with twill tape or stay tape. Or if you haven't got either of those things, you can use the selvage of the fabric that you're using as well, because that usually doesn't have any give in it. So there you go. Louise says, thank you. Yeah, hopefully that was helpful, Louise, about the stretchy fabrics. But yeah, that was something I hadn't known about patterns for the longest time until someone pointed it out to me, and it was just like, oh, right. So yes. Sal says, my online gaming clan once a year camping trip just got cancelled due to you know what. Oh, I'm sorry, Sal. Hopefully you guys can reschedule. We used to have guild meetups as well at my uncle's house, which just involved a lot of red coffee. So yeah. Christine Owen says, cold and grey in my part of Wales. Melanie says, make them now. The first few will be wearable toiles. Took me about 8 bras to get to the level of finish that was professional enough. See, that's not my problem, Melanie. I know my bust is 2 inches bigger than it usually is, and I don't want to fit for and do all the toiles for this current size when I know I'm going to shrink a little bit when I lose some weight. So that's why I'm waiting. Although maybe some bralettes. But I don't think I'd wear those very often. I prefer underwired bras for the support, but yeah. And Susan says, it's so useful, thank you. No worries, Susan. Right, let's get this other. We're nearly an hour in and I've sewn one seam. I was worried I wasn't going to have enough to do today. I forgot about my ability to chat. I don't know how, I do it every day. I could not speak in yesterday's video though. I was having real issues getting the words that I wanted that were in my head out of my mouth. I think I was a bit tired because I was yawning at Wilson when he was ringing me on FaceTime as well. So I
haven't seen that one.
No, Mum prioritised the Archers over me.
Yeah, I did this morning, I'm afraid.
Jane,
yeah.
What time are you having your lunch?
Any minute now.
I put my soup in the fridge.
Sorry?
I put my soup in the fridge.
I know. What time do you want your... lunch?
I'm actually not massively hungry at the moment. Can I have mine the same time as Mum, please?
Well, that'll be about 20 minutes.
Okay.
With toast?
Yes, please. And Marmite, if we've got any.
Yeah.
Did you manage to get a bigger thing than the tiny little
No.
display
I
case
got,
they gave us?
I didn't.
How much bread is there left
Oh, you need to make one.
for tomorrow?
Oh, have you tried that yeast yet?
No.
Do you
Scared
dare?
of it.
What
Waste flour.
kind of loaf are you going to make?
Well, the sourdough I can't start till tomorrow.
All right. We're going to make a loaf.
Right.
By the time you've had
Okay.
I've stopped talking again because I'm sewing. James is asking Sal what game he plays. I play World of Warcraft, just to let you know, although I haven't for ages. That was the guild meets that we used to go for. Sandra says, I should have been in Wales today and been shopping in Goldhawk Road on Thursday. There will be another time. There will indeed, Sandra. There will. There will. Because you're in Australia, aren't you, darling? And you come over every year, I think. Because you sent me fabric last year, didn't you? That you let me order fabric from Spotlight. Actually, that's one of the ones I want to use this month. No, not this month. Next month. The sew along. So I think I'm going to pick a fabric this time, and then I'm going to let you guys pick the pattern that I use with it. I think. I'm not sure. Is that right? Yes. And then Sandra says Vegemite. So yes, you are an Australian. Melanie says, stop talking about food and making me snacky. You need a little snacky snack. Yeah, it's Melanie's in New Zealand, so it's nearly bedtime for her.
Oh,
so
right.
definitely not time to eat. I'm sorry, Melanie.
Disaster.
Anna says, I was just going to suggest Marmite. Yep. Simone says, try to avoid confusion by adding another Simone, but it's quite pleasant having you guys in the background while I play in my pattern stash. That's nice. Oh, Simone. Yeah, I need to play in my pattern stash. I need to, because I need to put it on my website. I need to do that. It means I need to photograph all of those. And then I also need to go through my old pattern haul videos and make a note of the numbers that I have got so that I can show you the new ones that I've got since then, because they were 2 years ago. So I've doubled the size of my pattern stash since then. Christine Owen says, I was meant to be having my annual birthday visit to Chester Zoo today, and I've played my stash to console myself. Isn't fabric the nicest thing? You can get it out and play with it and touch it and stuff, and it does make you feel better. Christine says, oh, I've read that one. Melanie, I've read that one. Sean Stonk Scott. Oh, yeah, well, you can go. Someone was rude. So they're blocked. Power of the wrench.
Oh.
Sue says, hi from Australia, sticking PDFs together. Oh, no! I've done the wrong person. It's the trouble with this chat. Melanie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to block you. I meant to block this person.
How do we get her back?
I've just unblocked her.
Oh, good.
Let's see if I've done it right this time. Because the chat's really long on this screen. Yeah. Oh no, I've done the wrong person again.
Oh no.
Done the one above and the one underneath. There we go. You can go. Well, he's apologised, but never mind. Bye-bye.
Who was he?
I'm not reading it out. There we go. Finally got the right one. Sue, can you let me know if you've been reinstated? Yes, I have reinstated you as well. Awesome. Sorry. And then Caroline he probably was talking about a bird, but you know what? No. Sal says, James, whilst we do play games online, we're mostly a social gaming clan. Oh, cool. And Rachel Lynn says, I'm waiting for my kid to wake up. She's supposed to be making me breakfast in bed. Vicky's here. Hi, Vicky.
I love that.
Oh yeah, Melanie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to block you. And I didn't mean to block you either, Sue. Oh,
Are they
dear.
back?
Yes, well, it says they're both back.
Oh, good.
Now, the other person may well have been talking about birds, but it was quite a provocative way to start a conversation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They were asking about shags. That is a type of bird, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Guillemot.
And
shag.
the name was Sean Stonk Scott. No, yeah, there's. I thought it said something about no, but no, you can go away. Don't need that. Thanks.
Good thing you can get the ones you want back.
Yes. Well, that's the power of the wrench.
Yeah. Is that what it's called?
Well, no, so you're an administrator or a moderator, but you just get a little wrench next to your name.
Oh, yeah.
So if you ever did actually, you have the power of the wrench. That's why I have your computer here, so that I can, because I can do it on this one, but it's further away. So that's why. So yeah, your account's been made a moderator, Mum.
Oh, right. Okay.
There you go. That's why I said you could keep it last week if you wanted to. You just had to. You had to do some work.
Oh, I see.
Right. So, same with French seams. I'm going to trim them down. Then I can go and press them. And then I can finish them.
Susie, stop. What's she doing? Good girl. Milking herself.
Right, where did we get to? Sue says, I'm here, no problem. Awesome. Michelle says, what did I miss? Nothing, Michelle, don't worry. Nothing to see here. James says, a fellow New Zealander and gamer. Maybe I'm in the right place after all. I really like WoW shorts, mainly Sylvanas, who have the same in INTJ cognitive function as me.
Oh,
What's that?
Myers-Briggs.
Oh,
I'm an ENPJ, I think.
that's quite a long
ENTJ.
questionnaire to work out what you are, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we do have fun here, James. We do.
So he's an introvert.
Well, my mum's trying to work it out now. I haven't played WoW for ages, actually. I keep trying to talk Wilson into joining. He's got a gaming laptop now, so he can.
Yeah, I think he should.
But he's playing Skyrim at the moment, which is giant. You were saying last night that it's a good job he hadn't tried to start Skyrim at any other time because it's just giant. Because he bought a special edition one, he's got all the side missions and extra quests and stuff, and he didn't realise there were side missions and extra quests, so he kind of wandered off onto an island last night and spent a couple of hours there. So, oh, okay. Right, one, and trim this other one. Need to zip there. They need interfacing. Where did we get to? Lauren says, I'm also waiting for my daughter to wake up. She's supposed to be making breakfast in bed too. The one time that you want your kids to wake up early and they don't, they lie in. And James says that's cool to sell. I mainly solo on Overwatch. I haven't played Overwatch yet. I want to. Caro says, wasn't it just? Andy, or carpet? Yes, carpet is another option for that. But again, I think it was quite a provocative leading statement to start in a Sorry, I'm just really behind on the chat. So like things happen, and then about 5 minutes later, I catch up with the comments. I can't sew and talk at the same time, which is another reason that I'd be crap on the Great British Sewing Bee.
Oh, but like that bunch of grapes.
That was a good bunch of grapes. I did get an email from them just saying that they are still looking for contestants for season 7. So if anybody wants to apply, the applications are open till a date in June, and that I was to spread the word. So I have spread the word. If anyone wants to apply, I'm not eligible because I sew for a living, so I'd be crap at it, and I wouldn't want to do it anyway. Because I would probably get annoyed with people critiquing me right to my face like that, especially when you have not enough time to make the things that they're asking you to make perfectly. I think the time restraints are ridiculous. But yes, I'm not eligible because I sew professionally, so that's why I am not applying. Well, one of the many reasons why I'm not applying, but they are taking applications, and they were very adamant about saying that they are doing it in a safe way, so that it is possible to, for interviews and stuff like that would be done, taking everything that's going on at the moment into account and making sure that everybody was safe, and it was done in a safe way for everybody. Right, okay, so I've sewn 2 seams and trimmed them in 1 hour and 11 minutes. Doing well. So I'm going to catch up on the chat, and then I'm going to do some ironing. Right. Christine says, Hub's home from supermarket, so we'll have to go. We'll try and pop back later. I hope you do, Christine. Nice to see you, though. Cecilia is here. Hey, peeps. Hi, Cecilia. Simone says, I love how the 80s and 90s styles are coming back in fashion, so my older battle patterns are back on trend. Yes. Yes, me too. Tracy B says, hi, I love your outfit, Sean. Thank you, Tracy. Very bright. I want it to be bright and cheerful today. Goblin Fruit, Simone says, oh, Simone, maybe we are the same person. I love my 80s and 90s patterns too, from Simone. Carol says, good morning, and I see you in a bit. I'm off to do Mum's food shop and give her Mother's Day present. Okay, nice to see you, Carol. See you soon. Anna says, could I please ask what is Jane sewing? Geese, still geese, never-ending geese, never ending geese.
The last border of geese. So there's going to be little geese then.
Yeah, so she's decided to do more geese. She can't get enough of the geese.
Baby geese, circular geese.
Let's see. Cecilia says, Simone, to not Goblin Fruit, Simone. I'm with you on the 80s and 90s coming back, but mostly because I like 80s does 50s and 90s does 70s. Yeah. Chrissy says, oh no, Susan, Gin and Pins, Susan says, bed change, bath cleaned, clothes away, now starting lunch, halloumi with tomato salad. Ooh, apart from the tomato, I like grilled halloumi. Squeaky cheese. Squeaky cheese. I'm having chicken soup and Marmite on toast. I'm very excited. Lauren Glitter says, I'm going to see the British Sewing Bee, but can't find it available and streaming in America. There is a website called TV Mucho, and you can have 1 hour free TV a day, and it is apparently completely legal and above board, and you can stream the Great British Sewing Bee on that. It's TV Mucho. I think I have that right. If I don't, I know there's a lot of people in here who've been doing that, so let us know what the name of the site is. And Stacey Grady says, same. I love this. This is great. Sewing is amazing. I've been watching from the start. Very welcome, Stacey. It's nice to have you. And then Lottie says, is your mum allowed to apply again? Yes, you can apply as many times as you want. And I know people have applied to every single season. I don't know if mum is going to apply again. She's kind of been making noises that she might. She's just giggling over there.
How do they know?
Because you told them last year that you applied.
Did I?
You did.
Oh.
You did. But as I've said, once you've applied, the whole application process is completely private.
Yes.
So you're not allowed to talk about it once you've applied.
Did invite me to apply again.
Oh, they have
last
invited.
year. No.
Oh
Last
yes,
year.
when you had your, because you had a phone interview.
Yeah, I
didn't
didn't
you?
do the interview very well.
I don't know. You were talking to the guy for ages.
Yeah, no, we had a lovely chat.
Yeah, she even came in at one point. She said, "Those things that I do on your father's sleeves, what are they?" "Tower plackets, Mum. Tower plackets. That's what I do." I remember that. Alex says goslings. The QQ is making goslings. You got your flying geese and your flying goslings.
Yeah, that's right. Actually.
I love that, Alex. Well done.
Yeah, good one.
Oh dear.
Good one.
And then Lottie said if she still wants to, of course. I think she's thinking about it. Ali says the weather looks better there than here in Yorkshire. It looks bright. It's quite overcast, which is why the blind isn't down, because it's not blinding light. But it's a bit wet and windy, although it has just stopped raining.
Up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a walk in that.
And then Simone says, yes, most Simones have excellent taste. Cecilia, I love the vintage sewing styles. They've been so much more interesting. They have so much more interesting techniques. You guys are actually sat on top of my vintage sewing pattern collection, and I had a look through it the other day, and there's so many in there that I want to make, but the measurements are off, and because they've got so many interesting panels and techniques of putting it together, grading it will be an absolute nightmare. Anna says, when your mama has finished, could we see, please? Thank you. Yeah, I've been showing you guys this as it goes along, but yes, quite happy to carry on. Michelle says, now to figure out which fabric to use. Lol. Maybe some Tula Pink to start out with. Ooh, Tula Pink. I like Tula Pink. I have a kitty one somewhere. It's in my bag stash. So yes. Oh, Kathy. Kathy, it says she's going to be back soon. She needs to put some flowers on her mum's grave. Oh, sending you much love, Kathy. And do come back and join us for the rest of it if you'd like to. Julie says, giant hole in shirt. Oh no, that's not good. Una says, hello, I ended up having a lion this morning, extremely rare, so now doing housework instead of sewing, but at least can listen to entertain me. This is good, Una. Lions are allowed as well. Lauren says, ooh, thank you. Ooh, Lauren, what did I? Oh, TV Macho. Yes, let us know if it works, because I think that's the right name of the name of the website. I think you can. I think you get it's a free account. You can get an hour a day. If you sign up for a paid for account, there's you get more time allotted to you. Alex says, I like all the small animals. Yes. Una says, when will the Great British Sewing Bee season 7 film? Do you know? Towards the end of the year, I think. The application date for the written application closes in the middle of June, I believe. And yes, it is a bit later this year because of what's going on. And then I think it will film autumn time.
Yeah. Well, that was last year.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Una says, I'm pretty newbie sewer, so I'm not sure that I'd be good enough. Started raining here in Lancashire.
I'm sure I'm not.
I think it's one of those things that they're not taking people just based on experience. They're taking people based on personality as well. So you don't have to be the most experienced sewer ever. But I think for stress levels, you would want to have a certain amount of sewing under your belt for sure. Danny's here. Hello, Danny. Welcome. Lottie says, the sewing machine has given up. Have changed needle, bobbin, and now off to look up what to try next. Have you tried turning it on and off again?
What machine is it?
Yes, what machine is it? Does anyone else here have the same machine? Can anyone else help? Una says, I'll give it a miss this time then, lol. I think when Mum decided she wanted to apply last year, she decided to tackle things that she'd never done before, like a fly zip and men's long sleeve shirts, tower plackets, and things like that. Things that do come up in the bee and quite frequently. And it was just kind of gaps in your sewing knowledge, wasn't it?
Lots.
But it was good because you then try stuff that you hadn't necessarily not maybe been kind of like super confident to try before. So I think you can kind of prep yourself for it, Una. So yeah. She says, exactly, I need to speed up my sewing, which will come with more experience. It's taken me a week to make the Gertie Rita top, and only made 2 dresses and 1 top and some handbags so far. Yeah, I think spend this year practicing and trying new techniques. There's a blogger called, oh god, her name's Fiona. What's her blog called? Oh, this is going to really bug me. What is her blog called? It's really annoying. But she actually wrote herself a list of techniques that she wanted to attempt, like it was a really long list, from very simple things to kind of more complex and involved tasks. And she ticked it off as she went through. She'd done these different techniques, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to just make samples of these techniques. Like, pick a pattern that has a technique that you want to learn involved in it. So that was quite a good way. Oh, what is her name? Where's my phone?
Has she been on it?
No. She actually did some, I think she did some sewing for it, for the samples. Because you know they have samples and stuff on it, and then for the book as well. And now I've just seen her put a blog up. It's going to probably be like ages ago. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I thought that was kind of making yourself an actual list of things that you want to try and learn. I thought was quite an interesting approach to it. Here we go. Diary of a Chain Stitcher. There we go.
I hate lists.
I know you hate lists, but not everybody does. They work for some people. So yeah, Diary of a Chain Stitcher. I think she still has her technique list on her blog, but that's kind of a way of giving you something to aim for, having challenges, and then, as I say, don't just make samples of them, although you can do that, and especially some of the harder techniques, you might want to make a sample of it before you put it into a garment. But that way you can kind of go through and look at the things that you want to tick off, and pick patterns that have that technique inbuilt into it. So yeah. Cecilia says, Michelle, mine too. It seems to be a catch-all for everything that hubby doesn't know what to do with. Very thankful it at least has a door to hide the mess. Oh, Michelle said, my sewing room could stand a minor clean up and rearrange and clean. Yeah, this is actually, my side's looking pretty good. Mum's side's looking good as well, because Mum's side's never really very messy because she cleans as she goes, but I don't. Every now and again it kind of looks like a bomb's hit it in here for me, but I have tidied and rejigged and things, which I feel much better about. Nimaway is here. Hi everyone, I made it after a late-ish lunch. Hello my lovely, how are you? See, Nimaway is actually Stephanie, but I always call her Nimaway because that's just how I know her. But then Polly Dolly, who is Nancy, I know is Nancy, so I call her Nancy. Yeah. I think Nimaway was meant to be coming to the retreat at the end of May. And I think the entire time she would have been Nimaway as well. I don't know if you would have been Stephanie in real life.
Is she coming back in October?
Yes.
Oh,
I
really want to meet her.
Yeah, I haven't released the October dates as yet. I will be, I promise. I do promise. They are booked.
I did a pattern swap with her.
Nimaway in Germany?
Yeah, ages ago. Yeah.
Una says, oh, that sounds like a good list. Alex says, Diary of a Chain Stitcher. Thank you, Alex. I should have just looked at it. Yeah. Nimura says, I'm actually going to sew some garments today. Haven't made anything to wear out and about since December. Andy says that's a really good idea. Lottie says, a third needle, second bobbin. It seems to be at least sewing again. Oh, that's good. Jojo's here. Afternoon, lovelies. Hello, Jojo. How are you? Oh, can I just give you a gentle reminder as well? Could everyone like the video? There's 102 of you and 27 likes. Just saying. Ruth Ann, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Louise Fee, back from walking the dog. It was very windy. Off to sew some face masks. Nice to have you, Louise. Nimue says, yes, I'm hoping for October, and I'm perfectly happy answering to either name. That's good, because I do think you would be Nimue. Una says, thank you. Found her and that list and saved to Evernote. Awesome, Una. Let us know how you get on with the list. Jojo says, my sewing room, aka the Temple of Doom, is back to being a storage space. Oh, Jillykins gave up, didn't she? And you can't get her fixed until the quarantine is over. Right, I need to do some ironing. So let's turn you around.
She'll have to do some English paper piecing.
No, her sewing machine's not
No,
working.
that's hand sewing.
Oh, God.
Hexagons.
Do you want to do some English paper piecing, Jojo? Are you that bored?
No,
I don't mind hand sewing.
I like hand sewing.
Right, let's interface my waistband so that I've got that done. And let's interface the right one. No, they're both the right one. Did I cut them out upside down? No, I did not. Did I do that?
What you done?
I cut my flamingos upside down.
No, not you. I don't believe it.
Can you notice?
No.
I think I'm going to have upside down flamingos on
Their
my...
heads are poking up,
Yeah.
which is
This
fine.
Can't believe I did that. Oh, no. Never mind. Oh, no, I haven't.
Yeah.
Have I? Oh, I haven't sewn this for so long. I can't remember which way the waistband goes. That's... Oh, dear. Oh, well, never
We'll find
mind.
out then.
This is definitely my lining one, so that can go over there. If I turn the iron on, don't think I did. I need to put some water in it as well. I filled up the water bottle this morning.
Oh, well done. It might be small.
There we go.
Wash it. Well, I did it yesterday actually, so it's using quite a lot then.
Right. And my interfacing is very creased, but you obviously can't iron interfacing before you put it on. So kind of just hoping it's going to fit. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Ruth says, I like to refer to my sewing room as the room of good intentions. Maggie says, good morning from Tennessee. Hello, Maggie. Welcome. Jojo says, all good at Casa Flattery Lovely. Eileen is here. Eileen, hi all. Just in from the weekly grocery shop ordeal. Queue's not as bad as usual, but supplies of hand wash still very low. Hey ho, I won't have to do it again till next Sunday. Alex says, Fiona works with the Great British Sewing Bee, or used to work with them at least. She was their fabric buying. That's why I thought about her, and she's lovely. Oh, awesome. And Michelle says, I also need to start making fabric I purchased for a certain project, lol, just because it looks like I mass cut out and I'm not sure what it is, and certain cuts of fabric I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, you have to label everything really carefully if you mass cut out, don't you? Because otherwise it just gets all very confusing. Joanne says, I do English paper piecing from the bits of fabric aren't worth saving for another project. It's good as the project late at night when using the rule, don't sew a buttonhole after 8 p.m. That sounds like a good rule. Right.
I'm going to get my lunch.
Oh, does that mean my lunch is coming?
It could do.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, I think I think I just assumed that this fabric was the right way up when I was cutting it out yesterday. Oh well, never mind. I'm not going to cut it out again because I'm probably going to wear it.
The rest of it's all right.
Oh no, the rest of it I'd cut out ages ago, so that's fine. I just yeah, never mind. I'm gonna wear a belt with this skirt most of the time anyway, so it's not like anyone's going to see it except for you guys. Shh, don't tell anyone. Right. How funny. But I don't want to cut the waistbands out again, so I'm going to persevere with upside down flamingos. And I think by the time I've sewn the seam allowances in, you're not really going to be able to see. It's not going to, like, I think I'm going to get away with it. They're quite abstract. That's what I'm telling myself, and don't tell me any different if you don't agree. Just agree with me, right? Cecilia says, I keep switching from sewing studio to therapy room. Jojo says, haha, Jane is on to a winner. I'm sat watching hand stitching. I'm sat watching and hand stitching a quilt topper. Ah, awesome. Ooh, I want to ask you guys, pick your guys' brain. I want to make a t-shirt quilt, but some of the, I know I have to stabilize the t-shirts, that's fine, but some of the images on the t-shirts are quite large and I don't want to quilt over them. But obviously you need to kind of stabilize the upper fabric to the quilting batting and back layer. And yeah, I was going to ask for some advice on how to do that on sort of larger things that you don't want to have thread running through. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, I suppose like one of them is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's the equation that ends up with 42 is the answer for everything. And did you guys know that's actually from computer language? I can't remember which exact language, but one of the prompts in a computer language is if you don't know what it is, you put 42 in because that can mean anything. I loved that. I didn't know that. I got told that. Anyway, sorry. Lynn says, I'm learning how to make bias binding and finishing off the Gaia top. Oh, nice. Eileen says, imagine buying fabric for the Great British Sewing Bee. That would be a fun job. Yes, it would be. And she obviously has excellent taste because we've all been going gaga over the fabric that they've been using. Michelle says, Ruth Ann, it is usually well organized until I get in here and start making things. Then it looks like a tornado has hit it. I think that's the same for everyone, isn't it? Okay. Andy says, just finished my first hortensia. Can I ask Jane if she blocks hers, please? She presses, steams them. So she presses them with an iron. I'm not sure if she actually, because she has got like foam blocks that she puts together to block things too. I think she does. I'll ask her when she comes back in because she's making herself some lunch currently. And there we go, last little bit of that one. Alex says to Eileen, my dream job. Chrissy, nightmare bugs, did I get that right? There is a lady in Winchester who advises machine problems over the videos. She's on Instagram as the thread guide, one word. Oh, awesome. Karen is here. Hello, Karen. How are you, my lovely? Izzy Joy, is it okay to ask a question, please? What width bias binding do you use on the Eve dress? I think I used 25 millimeters. It's quite a wide one. When I go back round, I'll show you the width. Okay, let's just press this other seam. All I had to do was insert the center panel, put the waistband and zip back on, and put the lining back in and hem it. This is going to be like the longest skirt make ever. Crafting Bev says, I save all my fabric scraps for making crumb quilts. Mum does that with confetti quilting as well onto like a washable stabilizer. I think it's a washable one. Julie says, okay, an almost invisible patch sewn on. Awesome. And Ruth says to Michelle that her sewing room is the same. Simone says, Oshan watched the Eve dress review the other day Was the white dress for your friend's wedding an Eve or another pattern? I rather loved how it turned out. Yes, you guys were right. I'd completely forgotten that I'd sewn that white Eve dress, and it was an Eve dress, and I have donated it. I couldn't dye it because it was polyester, and that was another reason I donated it, because I wore it in Ibiza in the sun and it was hot. It was nice in the evening, but during the actual ceremony, it was very warm. So yes, you are correct. I have made 10 Eve dresses, but one has been donated, and it was the white one that I wore to my friend's wedding. And before anyone says that I'm awful for wearing white to a wedding, we were asked to wear white to a wedding. In fact, everybody wore white. The groom, the bride, everybody, the bridesmaids, everyone was in white, and it was actually really effective. And it was on the white aisle, so you know they had method to their madness. And there were a few people who wore colour, and they looked awful because they really stood out. Because out of like the nearly 200 people there was, I think, 2 or 3 people in colour, and they really did stand out. Right, I'm actually time lapsing at the same time as I'm live streaming, so just remember to turn the camera back on. I'm going to turn you around again in a second. Oh, not too much window, because otherwise we get too much background light. That's better. Oh, look, lots of you have liked the video. We're up to 49 likes now. Thank you very much. Right, where did we get to? Alex says hi to Karen. Jacqueline, give you a like now. I'm off to get dressed, make tea, and tackle sewing room tidy up. Good luck, Jacqueline. Crafting Bev says, my kids call my craft room the black hole of Calcutta. Izzy says, thank you. Oh, right, yes, thank you for reminding me, Izzy. Okay, so, yeah, 19 millimeters wide. 19 millimeters wide. I do have some slightly thicker ones. 20 millimeters wide. So yeah, 20 millimeters wide. That is just a standard width that I buy, and that I clearly have all of my different colors in. Do actually need some of that, so let's put that there. Right, I need to, mustn't lose this pattern piece. Yeah, the wider bit is meant to be at the bottom. I can't believe I cut my waistbands out upside down. I don't think I even checked that the fabric was the right way up. It just fit on a particular scrap, so I was like, and we're using that. So that needs to go back into its envelope, which is, yeah, it's up there. So we can put that over there for now. Hopefully I won't forget about that later, because I do not want to lose that. Right, let's finish these French seams. Oh, it's like organized chaos in here. Vicky says, another random question. What comes first, the fabric or the pattern? I'm guessing the fabric for your good self, as you love your print so much. Yeah. I tend to, I think I said this in the Show Us Your Stash video. I tend to, it's about 80-20, 80% of the time I buy stuff, it's with a specific pattern in mind. And then the rest of the time it's just because I love the fabric. But then I buy a lot of patterns because I love them without any idea of what fabric I'm going to use on them. So yeah, but I think fabric comes first, because it is, like you say, it's I love a print, so I will go for that print, and then kind of work out what I'm going to do with it afterwards. That's also another reason that I buy 5 meters a lot, because there are very few patterns that I have that need more than that, apart from that beautiful Simplicity one that I desperately want to make. And I do have the fabric for that as well. So yeah, tends to be fabric first, I think. What about you guys? Fabric first? Finishing off my French seams with a stable fabric like this. I tend to not pin the second part of the French seam. I do that with viscoses as well. The ones that the second part of the French seam that I will always pin is if I'm doing a sleeve, setting a sleeve in. Number one done. Need to just keep picking out little bits of thread. Oh, itchy nose. Olivia says fabric first. Alex says fabric first. Danny says I see the fabric and then decide what I'm going to make it with it before I buy it. That's why your stash is as restrained as it is, Danny. I remember I watched your video and it was just like, oh, that's so well organized. I love the Dolce & Gabbana fabric. No, it was Vivienne Westwood. Sorry, the Vivienne Westwood fabric. It was beautiful. And also the dress that you were wearing. I absolutely love that fabric. Simone says fabric first, mostly because I have no self-control whatsoever. Jojo says I'm a fabric first girl too. Vicky says for me I would say fabric also, but I'm always stumped for what to make. At least you have an idea. I don't know. I think fabrics, when I see them, they kind of sort of shout at me what they want to be. That's why I'm bummed at myself that I didn't buy more of that viscose from Croatia. I wish I'd bought more of it to make an Eve dress. I think I was wearing an Eve dress when I bought it as well, but I think I was trying to be sensible and buy more fabric for tops because I don't have enough tops. Because it wasn't cheap, but it wasn't prohibitively expensive like the silk was. Like not the I mean, I bought some of the silk, but the silk was expensive. Silk is really pretty though. Okay. So they need pressing, and I need to pick out all of this excess thread that I've left in my skirt from when I unpicked it a couple of weeks ago, probably a couple of months ago actually. Because I need to go around the bottom of the circle skirt and pick all that out. Right, let's actually start. Not that that makes much of a difference, but let's start at one end because it's not attached to each other at the moment. Right. Oh, my tummy's rumbling. Hungry. Hungry. Danny says, thanks, Shan. It's a Rita made from an ex-designer fabric from Fabric Godmother. I'm never quick enough on the Fabric Godmother ex-designer fabrics. I always miss out. They've had some amazing ones. There was one with like giant, I think it was a Vivienne Westwood fabric, giant urns of flowers, and it was just it was stunning. And I think I was sitting there thinking about what I would make with it, and it sold out in front of me. Okay, so let's. Oh, someone's making toast. Always sets our fire alarm off. Okay. This is thrilling, isn't it? Watching me pick thread out of the hem of a skirt. I'm suddenly starving. Una says mainly fabric first. Caroline says mostly fabric first for me. Lottie says I buy fabric, I buy patterns, then I try to match them up. I think that's pretty accurate for all of us, Lottie. Rachel Lynn says most of the time it's fabric first, but every once in a while I see a pattern, then I have to find the fabric to match. Yeah, that's happened a few times to me as well, I think. There are some patterns that I've bought that I have zero clue what I'm going to make, what fabric I'm going to use with them. Like my 7892 that I did in that dark floral, I was so stumped with what fabric to use for that pattern. And I really like how it came out. So I'm glad I used the fabric I did, but it was a sew along waiting sew along for the longest time because I really couldn't work out what fabric to use. That's another reason that I've been enjoying putting the for the Patreon peeps, putting the fabrics up for vote, because that way picking a pattern and then you guys helping me pick the fabric for it. Because when I did the 7892 up for a vote, like I say, I had zero clue about what kind of fabric I wanted to use for it, and it took me the longest time to kind of pick one. So I've been enjoying having you guys help me with that.
There you go, love.
Thank you very much. Let's put this over here so I don't end up with tomato soup on it. Oh no, it's chicken soup today.
I was going to say, what, you won't get tomato soup on it today.
No, I won't, because it's chicken soup.
I think they use a lot of colouring in their soups. The red
They
and
taste
the
yummy.
yellow. Good, that's fine.
Yay. Yay, food. I'm sorry to anyone that's not in the mood for a snacky snack. You might be at the end of this. Louise says, I just buy fabric with hardly any idea what to make with it, and I buy patterns just because I like them. Yeah. Michelle says, I see something I love and I buy it. If it will not work for a project I would like to make and it would make a great dress, I purchase the fabric for someone else. Lol. That's nice. I have seen fabrics every now and again that it's just been like, that is absolutely perfect for X, Y, or Z. And I have done that every now and again, but not very many of my friends sew, although lots more of my friends sew now because I have a lot more friends now. So yeah, but that's a nice, yeah, I like that, Michelle. Elizabeth says, as you make so many things, how big is your wardrobe? It's 4 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. So IKEA packs wardrobes, 4 of them. Yeah, they are full. Although one of them is full of fabric. Happy food dance. Alex says, I only ever regret not buying fabric when I see something and don't buy it, that is. When I see something I like and don't buy it. There have been a few fabrics that have haunted me, like that Westwood giant urn print. Nimue says, about half and half. Sometimes I fall for a fabric and decide what it should be. Sometimes I want a specific garment and hunt down a fabric for it. Simone says, also fabric. I have another hobby that involves making plans for said fabric, which I may spend more time on than actually sewing the aforementioned fabric. Have you seen my merch? So, Simone, fabric buying, pattern shopping, and sewing are all completely separate hobbies. Danny says she's terrible for the design of fabrics. She has 2 in her stash ready to sew besides the Vivian Westwood. Jojo says, oh lol, our fire alarms must be related. I made poached eggs on toast for tea last night and it sang the song of its people to mark the occasion. Yeah. Sal says, I'm fabric first because I know what I'm going to do with it. Except that silk recently, I bought that without knowing what to do with it. Laurie says, mostly fabric first. I have an idea what the fabric will be. And then it decides to be something else. Yeah, some fabrics have a mind of their own, don't they? And they refuse to be the thing that you want them to be. Eileen says, love to see your dad back on Instagram. Always enjoy seeing the garden and watching him cooking. He is a star. Yeah, he takes it up now and then. Melanie says, damn, I want bread now. I'm sorry, Melanie. Simone says, I have seen the merch. Yeah, I need to get myself a sweatshirt with that one on because it's true. It is true. When we did the last Goldhawk Road meetup, Jojo and Caroline came in their kittenish behaviour merch. Nightmare Bugs. I think it's Chrissy. Please tell me if I got that wrong. Says, I've just used fabric I've had since about 1973 with no plans at the time. Nice. I think that's the other thing. They eventually reveal themselves to be what they want to be, don't they? It may take some time. It's like those Dior silks I've got. I kind of think I'm going to make half circle skirts with them, which sounds really boring, but it will be something that I wear. Because if I make a dress out of them, it will just be one of those ones that every now and again gets reached for. And because I don't have enough to make a full skirted dress, I do think that it would end up being something that just gets taken out and looked at in a dress form rather than in fabric form. So I think circle skirts are the way forward with that. And then hopefully I have enough of the upper parts of the fabric left to kind of make a top with. Michelle says, try to talk the hubby into letting me go to town and get breakfast instead of me cooking. Farmer Brown says, what would I want to do that for? I said, guess Pop-Tarts for you today. Laugh my ass off. Oh, Susie's still in here and she can hear toast and she's not begging. Suze, what's this? I've got a bit that's not cremated. What's this? Hey? You coming? Oh, sit. Poor little blind beast. You just about hear her crunching down there. Oh yeah, she's making a right mess of it. Excellent. Yeah, don't leave the crumbs on the floor. Hoover it up. There's a good girl. I think I ended up with Marmite on my chin then. Una says there's also the hobbies of scrolling through Facebook groups, Insta to see what others have made and looking up YouTube tutorials on how to do the stuff. Yeah, that's also a very good hobby. Well, big stretch. You want more? You can't have more. No. Oh, I got a crumb. Went down the wrong way. Julie says, I buy fabric with the mindset of, oh, that's pretty, I want it. Me too. Nimway says, amazing fabric doesn't need a fancy pattern to shine. Simple is often more effective. Agreed. Did you just bang your head, Suze? Oh, poor little puppy. Laurie says to Nightmare Bugs, you win. The oldest in my stash is 1991. Oh yeah, that's another thing that's been really interesting about watching people do the show us your stash tag. Is seeing the kind of like the oldest fabrics. The fabrics have been in stash for ages. Melanie says, there's no bread in the house. I'm lying in bed. It's nearly 1 a.m. The struggle is real. Stop it with the crunchy goodness. I'm sorry. I'm nearly finished. Danny says, oh, I love Susie. And Chrissy says, I made a garment cover for my posh long dress with the 70s fabric. Oh, cool. Izzy, you're such a naughty influence when it comes to fabric. I can't resist when I see your purchases. I don't know what you're talking about. I blame Rachel. Lene is here. Hello. Oh, am I ignoring you? That's mean of me. Caroline says, I've just signed up to the diploma in embroidery techniques. Includes going through historic techniques. Looking forward to it. That sounds amazing. My soup's only lukewarm. Have I been talking that much? Oh dear. You can just see the little head. Are you hungry? Okay. Mum and Dad have a ritual in the morning. Mum has a slice of Mama on toast in bed. And the dog always gets a crust. So, yeah, clearly used to it. Oh. Izzy says, I'm following you on 6696 tutorial with Lady McElroy foliage canopy, I think it's called. It's delicious. Ooh, that would be pretty. See, she knows the food's gone, so she's gone back to bed. Sal says, she's the gateway drug into sewing. Una says, where are we supposed to post the show us your stash? If you don't have a YouTube channel, you can either put it on your Instagram or you can put it up in the Peeps group. Whichever you like, Una. I've got to eat this quickly because it is only just lukewarm. Danny says, yes, I'm enjoying seeing the oldest fabrics. I've only been sewing, well, dressmaking about 3 years, so mine wasn't that old. This is the thing. Oh, hello, Suze. You want to come back? Hi. I haven't got any more toast. No, no more toast. There's just a bit hopeful little face. Yeah, my oldest fabric is, I think, nearly 20 years old, but I wasn't really sewing back then. Mum just used to kind of bring me fabric back from places that she went to in the hopes that I would sew. She clearly was prophetic and knew that I was going to be ending up doing this. Simone says, heading off now. Have a lovely night, day, time, whatever you guys are. I have to get ready for my night shift. Thank you for joining us, Simone. It was lovely to have you. Oh. You're having the worst day ever. Are you? This is so yummy. It's chicken and vegetable soup from Cully and Sally. So talk amongst yourselves. I've got a vat of soup to try and eat. With the bewitched fabric, because I've literally just cut rectangles, obviously the selvages are still there, and I used to cut those off and French seam them, but I'm kind of tempted to leave the selvages on because it has the name of the fabric on it and the little dots of colour. I'll show you when we get to it, because I mean you guys know what I'm talking about, but I am tempted to just leave those on, and it would make sewing it quicker. Izzy says, how is the perfect Chiana? You have spelled her name correctly. She is good. She's much better. She's not been sick for well over a week now. And back to her usual self. I've started letting her out in the mornings whilst I stay up there, because I usually, like I say, come down at about midday. So I started opening the window so she could come in and out for the sort of like 9 o'clock to about midday. But it was raining this morning, and so she was very angry with me when I wouldn't open the window for her. But she gets muddy little paw prints over everything. So I was like, no, not today. So she just sat on the windowsill and screamed at me. Oh, I think the dog's been shut out. You'll have to wait, Susie. Barbara's here. Hi, very late today, but I'm here now. Welcome, Barbara. Thank you for joining us. It's lunchtime. Jojo says, I've only been a dressmaker since 2014, but my earliest fabric is from the 1950s. I have some vintage fabric in my stash that's actually older than I am. My friend bought it for me for a birthday a couple of years ago. It's like an acetate. It's beautiful. Mum's let the dog through. She was on the wrong side of the door. Teresa says, I've got fabric in my stash from 1978 when I started to work. Oh, wow. Yeah, I have got fabric that is older, i.e. as in vintage fabric. I've got quite a few of those in my stash. Caroline says, so is mine. It's a real heritage piece. I'll put a story into the Peeps group. Oh, yes, please. Sarah Hunt says, just placed my first ever Lady McElroy order. Totally blame you and Rachel. Also ordered some Livity Tana lawns on their sale. Week after next, I have a week off work, so getting myself organised. Ooh, nice. What prints did you go for? Let's see, damage him. I'm not usually a messy eater, only with an audience. Yeah, Sarah, what print did you go for? Nimue says, I have a UFO I'm going to take apart that's over 20 years old. My actual stash started maybe 6 years ago. That's the worrying thing. My stash started about 6 years ago. Like, in earnest. I hate to think how much money is actually tied up in my stash. Lots is the answer. I work, I think, says, I can't keep fabric I love for long. Sometimes the results won't be good and I'll be sad about it for a while, but then more beautiful fabrics will come along as we can't stop buying, can we? That's actually very good. I do struggle with that. There are some fabrics I'm just so scared to cut into because they are just so beautiful and I'm worried about making the wrong thing. Laurie says, just imagine also having a yarn stash. I actually do, but mine is fairly restrained. I'm not a yarnaholic, so yeah. I need to add that to the list, don't I? Yarn buying, fabric buying, pattern buying, and sewing and knitting are all completely separate hobbies. Ooh. Sarah says, Visco's Charlie Gardenia and all the pink in Tropics, plus cotton remnant of Dotty about dots, plus some plain black linen. That was yummy. Noms. Right. Lottie says, and planning is my other hobby. Yeah. Nimue says, I'm so glad you're reading out the comments. The chat always gets stuck on my ancient laptop, so without it, I'd have no idea what everybody else is saying. I always try and read out the comments as well, because I had somebody watch one of these back once and they were just like, I don't know what you're talking about, because they hadn't worked out how to see the comments at the same time. So it kind of makes sense. And then also it helps me kind of try and work out what I'm answering. Vicky says, some fabrics are a work of art. You just buy a piece and have it framed. Ooh. Actually, have you seen the Textile Express, their Instagram feed? They've framed a lot of their beautiful velvets. Yeah. Eileen says, good morning from Chicago. Good morning. Julie is eating rye bread with cheese. Linnea says, need to come around and make my fabric stash video. When is the deadline? There's no deadline, just whenever you can. That's the beauty of the tag. It's one of those ones that will just go on forever. Well, until the end of 2020. And then we'll have to think up some new questions for 2021. Show us your stash. Right, I'm going to take my tray back to the kitchen so that I don't end up putting my food in it. It's actually a dress, Eileen. Dress and a sweater. Very bright and cheerful on our slightly grey day. Right. I'm going to take this and put this back. Don't move my mannequin. Behave yourselves whilst you are unsupervised. If you can. I'll be back. Thank you very much. Did you behave yourselves? I'm going to put this pattern piece back in its envelope whilst I remember, because otherwise it just will get lost. And we don't want that. Okay. Oh, ironing. Needed to finish ironing my French seams, didn't I? So let's go do that. Where did we get to? Where did we get to? Michelle says, I have fabric from the 70s, then I have several feed sacks and feed sack prints that Mama gave me. I am supposed to make more quilt blocks than quilt blocks, then hand sewed over ones, and the ones I make together. Oh, battery's dead. Terry says, sorry I'm late, had to queue up to rope drop the grocery store this morning. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms and moms of fur babies. Oh, thank you. Alex says, I need to buy some fabric as a present for me, but I might wait because I got some strange illness, can't be bothered. I know, I saw that the other day, Alex. What's going on? What is going on? Alex says, I like the fact that you read out the comments too. Vicky says, what are we making, by the way? I am doing some repairs today, Vicky. So this is my 5-panel circle skirt with my beautiful flamingo fabric from Spoonflower. And when I made it 2 years ago now, I made it too big. I erred on the side of caution because I was so terrified that it was not going to fit me and it was going to be too tight. So I made it way too big. And then I've just never worn it because it is too big. Although I'm slightly worried that it actually would fit me now because I have put on weight. And now that I'm making it smaller, it's going to be too tight. It'll be fine. It will be fine. So I'm repairing that. And then I have a by hand London and a bodice that I am going to put a gathered skirt onto, because I had originally made the dress with a 17-inch circle skirt on it, which is way too short for me to wear now. And so I just never wore it. So I've taken the skirt off. I bought some extra fabric and I'm going to put a longer gathered skirt on. Although, I made that one definitely 6 years ago. And I made it in Saudi Arabia. And I don't think that one's going to fit me very well either, because I made it with a 26-inch waist. And that's not me at the moment. Right. Okay, so that's all pressed. So now I need to trim off the excess interfacing from the interfaced waistband, which I have cut upside down. Oh, it happens to the best of us. Not that I'm saying that I'm the best of us, you know what I mean. It's one of those things. But I think I'm going to get away with it. It'll be fine. My interfacing is overhanging a little bit because the interfacing was super creased because it was the end of the bolt. But as you know, you can't pre-iron interfacing. So I kind of flattened it and smooshed it as best I could, but some of it was ever so slightly creased, which is why I've got overhang, which I am now chopping off. Eileen says, only this morning I discovered the store of London fabrics and I am in love. There are so many beautiful designs on there. I don't know where to start. Ooh, I've never heard of them. Oh dear. Eileen, we're going to blame you. Sorry, that was Eileen Moore as well. We've got more than one Eileen. Michelle says, when you read the comments, it's more engaging, like having a group conversation. Yeah, I'd like to kind of have a look at doing ones where you guys could actually come on and chat for a little bit. But the trouble with those is that I wouldn't end up doing any sewing because I'd be trying to manage it. And obviously I don't have anyone that could do that for me here. And then the other side of things is the ones that I know about, like Crowdcast and things like that, are paid for subscriptions, which I can't afford to do at the moment because of my fabric buying addiction. So I kind of like this though, that you guys get to come on and chat. And I know some of those other platforms also have a limit on how many people can actually be on at the same time. And obviously YouTube doesn't have a limit. Not that, I mean, well, if it does have a limit, not that I would get anywhere near to hitting that ever. Right. Got my center point. Let's put that over there. And my center point of my skirt. And here's this bit. Oh, there's the center. Let's pin this together. Right sides together. I mean, you know, I'm in love with the fabric when I am spending time to do an alteration to a garment that I've already made with it. Because you know how I feel about alterations. They are not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite. Michelle says, when you read, oh, I've read that one, sorry. Alex says, Rachel said she had bought lots, so I'm waiting for her haul. I always want something she has. Yeah. Me too. Me too. Let's just turn this around a little bit. I know I'm kind of like off in the corner, but I don't want to end up with it just being this bright window and kind of dark background. Okay. What did we get to? Vicky says, the beauty of sewing your own clothes means you can make all these alterations. Fantastic. Yes. This is very true, Vicky. Laurie says, a knitting podcast I watch are doing clothing conservation month. They're making repairs to lots of knitted garments. That's nice. I like that. I don't know what it is about me and alterations, but I just really would rather make something new from scratch. But as I say, I love this fabric. It was expensive. I mean, it's not like it's not a major alteration because I've had to kind of unpick everything and recut the waistband because the waistband was the right size. It was the skirt panels that were too big. But when I was unpicking everything, because I'd stitched and understitched the waistband, it just got to the point where it was like, you know what, I'd rather cut a new one than unpick all the understitching and then unpick the, so yeah. Okay, so one side in. Michelle says, I need to figure out where to get Lady McElroy fabric, probably not spelt correctly here in the States. If not, find a fabric shipper to the States. Lol, I would like to have some flowering pants. I think Mood Fabrics stocks Lady McElroy. I don't know what the size of their print range is, but I think they stock Lady McElroy. I don't know what the cost is though, but that's one of the things about fabric, you know, fabric that's printed in one country and then shipped over to another. It usually is a little bit more expensive, but because they can usually buy it wholesale and then they pay for the shipping and taxes, that way it does end up a little bit more expensive, but it usually is cheaper than you can buy it yourself in a smaller batch. But yeah, I think Mood, I know somebody's bought some from Mood. I don't know if they still do it, if they found that there was enough demand for it. Barbara says, what about Zoom? I've been doing it for knitting, so much fun. They don't have a limit during COVID-19. Possibly. I think my problem with that is trying to manage it. But then I suppose if you guys were on screen at the same time, it would be a different experience. It wouldn't be kind of a sit and sew with me. It would be like a sit and chat, wouldn't it? So haven't even looked at Zoom yet, because I've heard that whilst it's brilliant, there have also been some big issues with it with regards to privacy and like the data and stuff that it collects. Right, waistband is pinned in. Let us get it sewn into place. Una says, hey Sean, I can do that. I have paid subscription to Zoom and Ecamm Live, so we could be on Zoom and could stream it to YouTube at the same time. I have all of this for my business. My Zoom account lets me have at least 100 people live, maybe more. Ooh, okay. Maybe. Una says there's no issue with Zoom if your settings are set up right as well. That's good, because I know there was something they've been addressing the problems that they've been experiencing, because obviously loads and loads of people are using it way more suddenly. So Michelle says, I've seen where there are 9 people chosen for a group conversation while sewing, and they each can chime in into the conversation. So Sweetness has done this a couple of times. I guess you could draw names of who would like to join in, and then just have several different ones to include those who would like to join in, like a live with guests. Yeah, I'll have to start looking into that. The thing is, I am a stubborn creature of habit, so I know how to do this and make this work. And the idea of trying something new does scare me, because yeah. But I'll have to talk to you guys and have a look into it. Thank you for all the info. That's really cool. Caroline says to Laurie, which podcast is that? I also knit, although they're more in the winter than during the summer. Carla's here and says, if I have the live chat on my bedroom, living room, and phone, does that count as 3 or just 1 account? I think it's just if you're signed into the same account on all devices, it counts as just the one person. I've got 2 because I'm signed in as me, and then I'm signed in as mum, so that counts as 2 people. But if I signed into this on my own account, then it would just be the 1. Nimue says, I'm waiting for at least a 25% off on Sherwood to fulfill my Lady McElroy dream. I'll end up with 2 lengths for sure, so international shipping will be worth it. Una says, the free account only lets you have 40 minutes free, which is why you need to use a paid account. I helped out the ladies network I go to by taking their meetings online. I've managed it in the background so the host can focus on what they're doing. That sounds really cool, Una. And that's the other thing, is because I stream for 6, 7, sometimes 8 hours, I wouldn't want to impose on somebody to sit and manage it for me for that long. But I suppose if you were doing one where there's people coming in and out, then it would be you might not go for as long. It'd be a different kind of thing, wouldn't it? Definitely worth thinking about. I will have a look into it and try to stop being such a scaredy cat and stuck in my ways kind of thing. Right, let's get this waistband on. Just a quick tip for you guys, I'm sewing the waistband with the skirt side up, because the skirt has more volume than the waistband. The waistband's going to behave itself, but the skirt has got lots of volume in it, so I'm going to need to make sure that I'm not getting any tucks and puckers. I always say that carefully just in case in it while I'm sewing. And you can do that better when you can see the bit that's going to misbehave. Thought I picked all the thread out of the waistband, but I haven't. There's just little bits left. Let's get those out of the way as well. Right. So I have got like a little bit of fullness that I'm trying to just gently ease in. Right. Proper concentration phase there. Where did I get to? Nicole says Zoom needs to be password protected, or else you leave yourself wide open to Zoom bombing, usually porn, unfortunately. Work in the sector, so I know. P.S. Not the porn side. Password protected means it's my invite only. I love that, Nicola. That's brilliant. Laurie says to Caroline, it's the knit girls with 3 L's, Leslie and Laura. Una says we could allocate other co-hosts and do it in shifts, lol. On a weekend, I don't mind my account being used. Thank you, Una. Julie says, my husband tells me that we should use Zoom instead of live streaming on YouTube. I'm stuck in my ways. I know how this works. Caroline says to Laurie, that fab, thanks, I'll look them up. And Chrissy says, I enjoy the way you stream at the moment. You chat what you're doing and then also interact with the written chat, and we chat amongst ourselves too. As they say, don't break what's not broken. Thank you. So this skirt is just a little bit bigger than the waistband still, so I'm kind of having to ease it in, but that bodes well because I was worried that I'd made it too small. So I've definitely not done that, which is good. And as long as you take your time, this kind of thing, you can totally ease stuff like that in. And again, that's why I'm sewing it with the skirt side up, so that I can control any fullness that there is. Properly concentration face now. Oh, is she eyeball as well? It's not good. Right, coming towards the end. Concentration tongue coming out there. Okay. Just knocked something on the floor. I think it might have been my zip. It's right, I need to press this next, so. I think I'm going to get away with my flamingos being upside down. Right, so I need to press all of the seam allowance up towards the waistband. Words are hard. Get there eventually. Where did I get to? Duvalier says, in our group, we do weekly live hangouts also, but we do it through Microsoft Teams instead of Zoom, which it's always a fun night for us. So that sounds fun. Una says, I'd love to see what others are working on too, though. I do agree. I do get that. That's why I mentioned something like that. I think it would be fun. It's just, yeah, the actual learning curve of doing it. Yeah, well, I'll look into it and see. I will look into it and see where we go, because I'm planning on doing another one of these next Sunday if you guys are interested. So yeah. Lottie says, with the circle skirt, there is an easy way to level the hem. I have a shop bought one and they obviously didn't leave it to drop, and there are several inches difference in height. There's a couple of ways to do it. I personally like putting mine on a mannequin and kind of measuring the shortest point and then putting pins all the way around it and cutting that off. You can also lie it flat and use a tape measure to mark the points, the length from the waistband as well. I don't think there's an easy way of doing it though, but how annoying that they hadn't let it drop. I mean, maybe that's why we don't see circle skirts very often in ready-to-wear clothing, because yeah, leveling the hem, once letting things drop and then having to level the hem, I can't imagine that there's a machine that does that. I mean, there probably is, and Alex will know. But yeah, that's annoying, Lottie. I'm sorry that you're having to do that. Faye is here. Hello, Faye. Alex says the porn thing made me laugh so much. Thank you for this. I love that Nicola qualified that she doesn't do porn. I think that's awesome. Mary says, good morning from Arizona. It's Sunday and it's getting hot, 6:30 in the morning now. Anessa says, good morning, Sean and Peeps. Hello, both of you. Eileen says, I think live streams format works well here. Zoom would be hard to manage with 100+ people. It works great for smaller groups. See, yeah. Maybe, I mean, no, I can't work out a way of kind of having a smaller Zoom group that would work. Because, I mean, at the moment, it's 131 of you, which is lovely. 130. Somebody left. Noelia says, morning to Mary and Anessa. It's colder here in Suffolk today. And Noelia says to Alex, I thought the porn comment was funny too. Sal says, remember the porn that Sean showed when she showed us when we saw her iron bottom? We're going to see it again in a minute. I'm going back around there. Brace yourselves. Anessa says, Noelia, cold here in Ontario, Canada too, but at least it hasn't snowed today. Danny says, right, I'm off to walk the pup. Might be back later. I have buttonholes to sew onto my new Lucienne shirt. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Danny. That was the one that left. Noelia says, Anessa, okay, cold might not be the right word when it's about 13 degrees centigrade and windy, but it was 22 degrees centigrade yesterday. I think that's the problem with the UK, isn't it? Is that it isn't consistent. It doesn't get to a temperature and then stay there for a while. You can have torrential rain one day and blazing hot sun the next. Vicky said goodbye. Are you off as well, Vicky? Or you say goodbye to Danny? Michelle says to Danny, have a great walk with the pup. Julie says, oh no, the pattern matching is off down the front. Oh no, Julie, that's annoying. And Emma says, would Discord be a nice addition? We could chat at all times, share pictures and likes. It would allow for easier conversations at all times than Facebook comments do. I've heard of Discord, but I've never kind of logged onto the website or seen it. So possibly, maybe. I'm not kind of keeping up with the times with regards to social technology, am I? No way, you'll have to tell me more about Discord. Anessa says, Noelia, it feels like -2 degrees centigrade here right now, but it was nice and 14 degrees yesterday afternoon. Duvalier says, I'll be here every Sunday, at least till the end of May. Me too, I think. Una says, you can have everybody muted and people put their hand up if you click the button to do that to speak. Okay. Faye says, there's nothing stopping people have side Zoom conversations in smaller groups. That's true. That's also true. Una says, most people don't want to speak anyways. Lurkers. Hashtag lurkers. Vicky says, bye to Danny. Got you, Vicky. Right. Round to the ironing board. Iron bottoms. Oh, you can just, it's just peeking out of the corner. Calm yourself, Sal. Calm yourself. Right. Okay, so I need to press my waistband up into the waistband, and then I need to see, did I drop my zip on the floor? I did drop my zip on the floor. I'm going to rescue my zip. Ooh. Skirt is coming with me. Doing well today. So I need to change the battery on my camera, but I don't know if I can be bothered to do that right at the moment. I've filmed about an hour of time-lapse footage so far, so I think we're good. Right. Iron is hot. What's everybody watching at the moment? Because I think if you saw, I think it was yesterday that I talked about it, but I've binge watched. I'm getting all steamed up again. I've binge watched my way through Grey's Anatomy season 15, and that's all that's available on Amazon. So I don't, no spoilers about 16 or 17, please. And I won't give you any spoilers if you haven't watched Grey's Anatomy. You totally should. It's awesome. And then I finished off the second part of the second season of New Amsterdam, which was really good. And I've just started watching Sirens on Amazon. My friend mentioned that she was watching it, Siobhan, and it made me think. I think I remember watching like one episode and not really getting into it, but there's 2 seasons of it now, so I thought I'd give that a try. So what's everyone watching? Do you have any recommendations? Sci-fi, fantasy, that kind of stuff. Okay, waistband is on. I reckon I'm going to get away with those being upside down, because when that's turned over, yeah, no one's ever going to notice those flamingos are upside down. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, itchy nose. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Right. Hello, I'm back. Where did we get to? There. Julie says everything is off with this shirt. Oh, Julie, I'm sorry. Linnea says she's in on every Sunday. So Lily Bells is here. Hello, my lovely. Nicola says, I enjoy the live Sundays as they are. I am not a porn star. Nicola, stop it. Roy says, we use Discord in our fanfiction community with themed groups depending on what you want to talk about. I'm not a pro, but it's also not terribly complicated and free. Okay, I'm going to have a look into it. Susan says, I usually show off my new makes on my... I usually show my new makes off on my Instagram account. Jojo says, on Tabletop Gamer Company YouTube channel, use Discord, and it's really successful, but that's about the length of my knowledge on the subject. Yeah, I know Philip DeFranco has a private Discord for his Patreon peeps, and, well, I don't think he calls them that. I think they're called Beautiful Bastards. So that's where I heard about Discord. But I am a patron of his, but I have zero idea about what's going on with that. So I shall have a look into it. Got more thread to pick out here. Trying to be really careful about thread and not not cross-contaminate my house anymore, because obviously Chiana isn't fed enough and has to eat thread to make sure that she doesn't die of starvation. So I'm trying to give her as few, I obviously want her to die of starvation, so I'm trying to give her as few opportunities to eat thread as possible. So if I can pick all these loose threads out now, before I take this skirt up later, because I have a feeling I'm going to be hand hemming this skirt this evening. I was going to try and do it with you guys, but I really want to get to the Bewitched dress as well. And it's not going to happen at the rate that I'm currently working, is it? Oh, Nicola, you're making me giggle. Alex says, I've developed a strange addiction to Life on Mars and Ashes to Ashes. I've seen it many times, but now keep rewatching it. Ashes to Ashes is great for 80s fashion. I went to a convention once and I had gold passes. It was the London Film and Comic Convention. And the gold passes allowed you to jump the queue to any talk and gave you access to any talk. And I had some time to kill, so I actually stayed in and watched the Ashes to Ashes talk. And they basically told us how it finished, which is understandable because majority of people in there would have been Ashes to Ashes fans. But they said something along the lines of, this is how, it's kind of the same way that Lost finished. Or one of the questions from the audience was like, do you see the correlation between the way that Lost finished and Ashes to Ashes? And then they started talking about it, and I hadn't finished watching Lost, so they completely ruined Lost for me. It was like, no. And again, that was my own fault, because I found that I couldn't watch Lost episode by episode as it came out. I had to binge watch it together, because otherwise it just didn't make sense. I'd forget over the week what had happened in the previous episode, and I know they do recaps, but yeah. So it was my own fault for being behind with Lost, but it was one of those ones where it's just like, oh, right, that's two series completely ruined for me. Hopefully, I've not ruined anything for anyone, but both of those series are so old that, yeah. Noelia says, not into sci-fi. I have enough of that at the moment in real life. Have I done all of this? I think I have. I need to go the other way. That was why I wanted to start one side and go from one side to the other, so that I didn't miss anything. Oh, here we go. More thread. Julie says the mind of Christian McConnell on Netflix. Has she got a YouTube channel as well? Sorry. This shouldn't take as much concentration as it was. Let's see, where did I get to? Andy says, I'm having a love-hate relationship with Seamworks Emmy Top at the moment. Oh, where's the hate coming from? Is it not behaving itself? And Linnea says, finished Peaky Blinders, and I think I need something new to watch now. Watched Velvet, which is nice too. Velvet sounds familiar. Can you remind me what it's about? Okay. Get all this thread out of the back seam because I need to sew the zip in next. Okay. Great. And have I done this one? Sort of. Okay, I think it is majority thread free, which is good. Let's put that in there. Right, did I knock my zip over again? It's on the floor this side this time. Well, at least it's this side. Right, invisible zipper. Yay! Where do we get to? Let's procrastinate that for a while, shall we? Noelia says, I want to watch Life on Mars. I watched Ashes to Ashes and loved it. Crafton Bev says, since I watched everything that's been on Amazon and Netflix and Disney Plus, I'm now watching my own collection of Smallville and Dead Zone. Oh, I liked Smallville. I didn't ever finish that one. It got a little weird. Caroline says, I have been binge watching how to repair antique American furniture on YouTube. No, I don't own any. That's brilliant. Sal says, if you love superheroes, then watch The Boys on Amazon. Okay. Una says, recently finished Ozark and Better Call Saul. Cecilia says, I've been watching my hubby play the new Final Fantasy VII remake. It's such a cinematic game with hours of beautiful cutscenes and great story. I am trying to talk Wilson into buying that so that I can play it when I go back up to his. Or I can backseat watch him play it because he's never played a Final Fantasy game. So, yeah, I'm very jealous. Duvalier says, I've also started Vikings, but somehow I'm just not into it. I'm up to episode 4. Does it get better and I have to stick with it, or is it just the same as the first 3 episodes? Dad's obsessed with it and has watched all of them. So he would say persevere, but I kind of think after a while, it comes a point where you have to be like, if I'm not enjoying this, why am I putting myself through this? Why am I wasting time on it? So yeah, let us know what you think though. Bethany C says, I'm watching Deep Space Nine. Last time I tried it, had just watched The Next Generation and Voyager, so I'm thinking it was a bit trekked out, so couldn't get into it. I like Deep Space Nine. It's my cousin's favourite. Caroline says, my son and Hubs both love Babylon 5. Yeah, me too. Una says, oh no, I feel for you. I hate spoilers. I think I kind of brought it on myself, Una, but yeah, I was a bit like, oh no. So this zip definitely works, so that's good. Shona says, so what have I missed? Not much, so Shona. I'm we're 3 hours into the stream and I have sewn 2 French seams and a waistband on. That's about half of the course, isn't it, really? Right. Let's get this zip in for the second time. Alison says, hello, Sean. I've just joined in. Happy Mother's Day to all the peeps. I have been watching Better Call Saul on Stan and I loved it. I'm going to rewatch The Sopranos and 6 Feet Under. I liked 6 Feet Under. I mean, I love things like Game of Thrones and Outlander, but it's just the violence in some of these programs. But I know that's not all that they're about. And I know I watched some things that are way more violent, like Altered Carbon, which I still haven't watched season 2 of, by the way. So no spoilers. I think I have to be in the right kind of frame of mind to watch those kind of things. I want to watch Boardwalk Empire as well, because I've heard that's really good. And I really want to watch Peaky Blinders and all those kind of things. I think I just have to be in the right kind of mood for it. Whereas sci-fi, I can pretty much just watch that. Eileen says, Normal People on the Beeb is so beautiful. I have bought the book. I'm watching Bosch on Prime. Oh, yeah, heard of Bosch. Debbie says, the Stargate convention I wanted to go to has been postponed to 2021, but that means I may have time to make my Sam Carter cosplay. Oh, cool. I mean, about the cosplay not being postponed, Debbie, you know what I mean. Alison says, I love Breaking Bad too. Yes, I watched Breaking Bad and I really enjoyed that, and that was incredibly violent. Right. But that wasn't the only thing that it was about. Yeah. Michelle says, question for the knitters. On your project bags, do you like pockets inside of them? What colours do you look for? What fabrics do you really like? 100% cotton, polyester, canvas, denim? Question. Debbie says, Christine McConnell is also on YouTube. Fabulous channel. Yeah, the Weird and Wonderful Mind of Christine McConnell. I don't know, that's probably not what it's called, but yeah. Andy says that the neckline of her Emmy top is fighting her. How dare it? How dare it? Caroline says, do you mean Tipping the Velvet? Victorian set drama with Rachel Sterling? Ooh. Susan said, I have a full DVD set of 26 hours worth of The Water Margin for ages, but it's in Chinese with subtitles, so I have to concentrate on it. Love the clothes in Miss Fisher's Mysteries. Yeah, I really want to rewatch Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries. And I want to watch the new one. I want to watch the movie. Linnea says 1950s, 60s seamstresses and the son of the owners of Velvet love story. Oh, cool. Did you guys watch Mr. Selfridge as well? I really enjoyed that. Eileen says, I mostly watch sewing, cooking, gardening, and art programs, so no recommendations for you. Sorry, a long time ago, I found that watching too many dark dramas increased my depression and anxiety, so avoid it now. I think, I think that's maybe why I like sci-fi and fantasy so much, because there's the fantasy element of it. So it's not kind of something that really could happen. You hope. Shona says Tipping the Velvet was good. There have been a couple of adaptations of authors' novels by the Beeb. Anessa says, I've been telling all the YouTubers I watch about the show me your stash hashtag because I want to see their stories. I want to see their stashes. I haven't had time to watch much else with all the mask making and packing. Esther says, I love The Sopranos. Watched it multiple times. See, that's the thing. I've heard so many people say that about it. That's something I really should watch. I will get there. Vicky says, Boardwalk is excellent, well worth a watch. Sal says, fun fact, Lex Luthor House in Smallville is the same building of Professor X's school in the X-Men movies. Oh, cool. Alison asks, how is Gianna? She's very good. Thank you, Alison. Much better. Back to her normal self, screaming at me this morning because I wouldn't let her out in the rain. Izzy says, I feel exactly the same. Love some storylines, but can't cope with the violence. Vicky says, although quite violent, but storyline sometimes calls for it, unfortunately. Boardwalk Empire, yeah. That I see. I think it's like Eileen said, those kind of things can be very triggering, and I think that's why I enjoy the fantasy side of things, because it's not anywhere based in reality, although it's always human interest stories that's there at the center of anything, and there tends to be violence in those kind of things, but for me it's that degree of separation that I can get my brain around it not being something that actually happened, although I know it does. But having said that, watching Grey's Anatomy, there was an episode recently, and I won't go into any details because it can be very triggering for people, but it was so moving and real. And I mean, I know it's a TV show, I know it is, but that degree of separation, just sometimes I don't quite have it. So I completely get where Eileen is coming from. Where did I get to? Caroline says to Susan, the tales of Leanne Champeau, lol. Izzy says, has anyone read the Outlander series? Loved it. I'm just finishing, I haven't read it, but I'm listening to it. Just finished listening to Echo and the Bone. I've got about an hour left, and I won't spoiler anything. I haven't caught up with the TV series as yet as well. I think I'm about 6 or 7 episodes behind, because I kind of want to binge watch it. And I know if I start, then yeah. But yeah, Outlander is amazing. Alison's, but again, full of violence. But I don't know, because there's a fantasy element to that, kind of makes it slightly better, but not a lot. Yeah. Alison says, I would love to re-watch the series The House of Elliot. Costumes were beautiful. Yes, they do put that out. There is a channel that is available on Sky. I can't remember what it's called though. Caroline says, there's always Aidan Turner as Poldark. Yes, that's true. That is true. But again, yeah, just turn it off and just let Aidan Turner just wander around. Nimoy says, if it's any consolation, the hangout's making me very productive. Just put the neckband in and we'll overlock it next. Never dare to do these things and it's straight on the overlocker. Good luck with that, Nimoy. I'm sure it'll be fine. Jojo says, Eileen, I'm totally with you. I avoid certain programs too. Amy says, I worked on a film with the costume designer from The Sopranos and she was crazy. I can't watch The Sopranos for that reason. Interesting. Oh, Nicola says Black Orphan Black, do you mean? Yes, I need to finish that. I got as far as season 4, I think. I really enjoyed that. Laurie says to Michelle, most of my bags are 100% cotton. I find I buy them for the look of the fabric rather than the features, but pockets inside are nice. Good market research going on here. Alison says, I've just started watching The Crown on Netflix. I'm currently on the 2nd series. Love that. The costumes in that are amazing as well. Nimue says, I've been in the mood where I don't want to watch new stuff for months. Currently watching someone play the 100 Baby Challenge in Sims 4. Nice. Una says, OMG, and Nicola loved Black Orphan. As someone who worked as an actor in the past, wow, what a role, and how well acted too. I think Orphan Black, I think it is called Orphan Black, isn't it? But yes, I know what you two guys are talking about. There's one lead actress, but there's many of them, isn't there? Yeah, amazing. Nicola says, Outlander is set in the area where I live. I couldn't get into it myself. Might have to give it another go. If you like audiobooks, the Outlander audiobooks are amazing because the narrator has just the most beautiful voice. And she had a Gallic coach as well, so that that all the words are pronounced the way that they should be, which is beautiful. Which I highly recommend the books. Really recommend the books. Caroline says, been listening to the Amelia Peabody series, tales of late Victorian Egyptologist mixed with crime, by a bit like Miss Fisher. That sounds amazing. Amelia Peabody. I need to remember that. Can you email me that? Eileen says, I'm not convinced the storyline ever really calls for the violence. I think it's gratuitous and necessary. Got to go off now for a Zoom call. May see you later. Thanks for the nice chat. Nice to see you, Eileen. It's lovely to see you. Shona says, if you want Aidan Turner in sci-fi fantasy, there's always being human. Yes, this is true. I haven't watched that in ages. Noelia says, I've tried to watch a program on Netflix based on a true story and couldn't carry on watching it due to the nature of it. Can't remember the name of the program, but it was about a serial. Oh yeah, no, I couldn't do that either. Nicola, yes, it was some kind of orphan. Knew it was some kind of orphan. Cecilia says, I'm with you on the separation of fantasy and fiction violence being less traumatic than reality-based stories. Can't watch war movies without feeling sad, guilty that humans are not always good. Yeah, I agree. I've still to this day not seen Saving Private Ryan, and I don't think I ever will. And the Shawshank Redemption, I've not seen that either. And that's cowardly, I know, but yeah. Crafton Bev says, I love being human. Debbie says, if you don't mind subtitles, Kingdom is superb. Ancient history and zombies. Glorious costumes too. Ooh. Yeah, the trouble with things that I have to read is, like somebody else said, you have to concentrate on it. And most TV I kind of have on and will watch it, but I like not having to seriously concentrate on it because I concentrate all day when I'm working. So it's kind of nice to switch off. So, and I know that's weird. That's weird, isn't it? I've been really enjoying listening to audiobooks recently and kind of scrolling through Pinterest for ideas and things because I've got an idea for a new video series. And yeah, listening to audiobook whilst doing that, I don't have to concentrate. I can still take in the story and listen to the story, but I'm not having to like super concentrate on anything, which I find good for me. This zip does not want to get into the. Come on. I think we're there. Oh, but I'm a bit off. So let's move that back. Maybe try. There we go. I think that's going to work. Yes. There we go. Right. Go out of its little track again. Ugh. Why are zips always the worst part? Right, want to make sure, because I think I might have gotten a little too close to the teeth at one point. I'm hoping not. Let's see if this works. Because then if it doesn't, I'm going to have to unpick it, which is, oh no, it does. That's good. Right. That's fine. So let's mark in the match point, which was actually pretty much still there from the last time I sewed it in, and it's matched up perfectly, so that's nice. Let's get the other side in. James says, wow, this live stream is still going strong. Yeah, we're going to be here for about 6 hours, so it's my superpower. I like to waffle. Right, let's get the other side of the zip in. Where did we get to? Esther says Shawshank Redemption has a beautiful ending. It's a really good movie. Shawshank Redemption is a great movie. It's not as violent as someone told me it was. Shawshank Redemption has the best ending ever. Sorry, this is Crafting Bed, Noelia, Jojo. I adore Shawshank. It's an awesome movie. Vicky says Shawshank is brilliant. Top 5 movies. The ending is awesome. Okay. I might give it a go. It's one of those ones that everyone should watch, isn't it? Sal says, if you love Hitchhiker's Guide, then you'll love Dirk Gently, Holistic Detective, based off Douglas Adams' work. You have told me about that as well. I need to remember that. Nimue says, there's nothing cowardly in selecting your entertainment based on what suits your mental health. It's healthy. That's why I hate fanfic authors who don't warn appropriately for their content. Yeah. Cecilia says, if you like the classics on audiobook, LibVrox has many for free. Jane Austen and Edgar Rice Burroughs' work are my favourites. Ooh, cool. Duvalier says, you got me thinking that fantasy and real violence might just be to the key why I don't like some movie series. I'm fine with vampire werewolf violence as I know it's not real. On the topic of, James says, on the topic of cool things, watch the Hannibal series. It's amazing. Yeah, Mum and Dad love that. And it is one I love. Mads Mikkelsen's in that, isn't he? And I think he's an awesome actor. Anessa says, I agree, Duvalier. Yeah, I think it's something that it might be one of the reasons I'm so drawn to sci-fi and fantasy. Like Game of Thrones was ridiculously violent, and I adored that program. Yeah, I think that's why I couldn't get into Vikings, is because just some of the stuff that's happening in that I know that happens in real life, and I know everything that happened in, well, apart from being eaten by dragons, but the rest of the stuff that happened in Game of Thrones, you know, it's all possible, but because it was fantasy, it just in my head it works differently. It's weird, isn't it, how our brains protect us from different things. Crafty Bev says, it's funny, I do not like war movies, but I do love the movie Hacksaw Ridge. Is that the one with the conscientious objector? I think I saw the trailers for that and decided not to watch it because, again, war movie. Caroline says to Cecilia, I use LibRox for Alexander Dumas books. Una says, I was the same with Game of Thrones. I had to stop watching it in the end. Kind of wish I had stopped watching Game of Thrones. The last series, they ruined it because I think it was because the guys wanted to go and work on the new Star Wars movie? And then they got sacked from that. So they just ruined everything. I actually saw somebody, there was like how it should have ended. There was a video on YouTube of how it should have ended for the Game of Thrones, and that person had come up with an amazing storyline. So I hope George R.R. Martin had seen that one, and if he was planning, if the TV series was true to what he had planned for the books, I hope he rewrites it to be like this guy's theory of this ending, because it was genius the way that guy finished it. Crafton Bev says, yes, it was, and it was sad as it was with yes, it was, and as sad as it was with all of those that died, it was a fantastic movie that I had to own it. Yeah, I think Dad's watched Hacksaw Ridge and really enjoyed it. Izzy says there are free audiobooks on BBC iPlayer at the moment too. Oh, cool. Noelia said, my son recommended The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. I couldn't watch it as, again, too close to reality. Cecilia said hated the end of Game of Thrones though. Yeah. Duvalier said, but I also like Detective Rizzoli, and I haven't seen even one episode of Game of Thrones. There are a few of you out there, Duvalier. Right, let's see if I can get the second side of this zip in. I hope so. We shall see. Top of this one's bending. Here we go. Well, I'll get started. I've got the itchiest nose. It can't possibly be pollen. It's raining outside. Well, it's stopped raining. Okay. This is where I discover I've twisted the zip and put it in the wrong way around. Did that the other day. There was a lot of cursing. Oops. I was trying to zip. It was an extra long zip, so I think it was on the Vogue 9357 actually. So it was not the other day. It was a while ago. But yeah, I was trying to zip it up, and it wouldn't zip up, and it was just like, how have I done this? And I blamed it on because it was a 30-inch zip, so I blamed it on it being an extra long zip. I was like, that's the reason. It's not because I wasn't concentrating. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Don't look too closely at my upside down flamingo. Ignore that. Right. Okay, let's sew the back of my zipper in, or my back seam. Let's say the back seam. That's the word that I'm trying to say. Words are hard. Right. This one I am going to pin. I only pin the beginning of my zips in. I found that pinning them distorts them quite a lot, so that they kind of were coming out a bit wavy. So I prefer to not pin the zip all the way in place. I can't remember why I decided to line this skirt. Debating whether to put the lining back in or keep it for a different skirt that is actually sheer. Because this fabric is not see-through, I don't think. I mean, that's holding it in front of the light. Maybe it was a bit sheer. That's why I put lining in. I mean, I've made it, so I might as well put it back in, mightn't I? Stop being lazy. Just means I've got to sew it. I've got to sew another seam, which is fine. Okay, let's get this zip in. Not the zip in. Get this back seam sewn up. Oh, why am I struggling with words again today? What is the problem? Oh, out of the way. There we go. That's better. I think I've also cut a half circle as the lining, which will help with, if it gets windy and the skirt gets blown up, if this underskirt is slightly smaller, I find that the underskirt doesn't blow up as much. Less risk of flashing of knickers, which is always a good thing. seam is sewn. Happy with that. Right, so now I need to sew my waistband lining to my lining fabric. And then we can attach it, understitch it, stitch down the lining to the zip. Put that up there for now because that will need pressing. So we need these two now. Getting there. Getting there, peeps, getting there. Right. Find the center of this. Can't get over the fact that I cut them upside down. I think it's hilarious. Thankfully, obviously, it's just the waistband panel. And by the time, as I say, I've sewn the seam allowances, I don't think it's going to be super obvious. Not to the point that I obviously not want to recut it, because I mean I've just sewn a zip in, so I'm not going to recut it obviously. But I don't know what I just didn't even look at the direction that the print was going when I was cutting it out. I just found a bit that it fitted on and went for it. And I could have turned it the wrong way, the other way up, not the wrong way, the right way up. And I could have cut it out that way, so it would have been fine. Yeah, there you go, one of those things. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, this is a beautifully finished lining. It's got bias binding and like a double turned narrow hem. And obviously I've also let the bias drop on these ages ago, so I haven't got to worry about that. It's going to be one of the nicest, quickest circle skirt makes in history. I mean, that's because it's a remake, not an actual make, isn't it? Right. Now let's do this the right way. So this is the wrong side. That's a good point. Let's get this on the right way. So that's the right side. This is the wrong side. Done that before. So just aligning into a dress. And then the way I wanted it to be finished was so that the wrong sides were together, so that the lining was the right side out. Some people prefer to have the lining right side out, wrong side in case any of the fabric flips up and flashes, so that you don't see like the hems and stuff of the lining. But I prefer my lining to be right side to the body and wrong side to the wrong side of the garment. And I'd sewn this lining into this silk dress the wrong way around, so I had to unpick the buggering thing. And yeah, there was a lot of cursing that day as well. That was with ridiculous, it was £50 a metre Liberty silk fabric. Oh. Caroline says, I've pretty much kept away from the latter series of Game of Thrones because of all the violence. I'm lucky Hubs warns me if he thinks I can't deal with the violence, hence never seeing Green Mile. He protects me. See, I have watched the Green Mile and I found that horrific, but also I love the film. So are we weird? It's not our brains weird. Like I can watch that, but I haven't watched other things. Yeah. Clearly I have an odd mind. Norma's here. Hello, Norma. How are you, my lovely? Noelia says, I have the app Borrow Box, which is audiobooks you can borrow from your local library. Oh, that's cool. My best friend does that. That's where she gets all her audiobooks from. But she does it in person and listens to them on CD. Eileen says, when do people generally start to sew for winter? As stores start to introduce winter wear in August. I'm always behind the curve. Yeah, August is probably, I mean, you should be sewing your summer stuff now. I mean, should be. I am starting to sew all my summer stuff now, warmer weather gear now. And yeah, I'm going to start making coats again, probably at the end of August, beginning of September. I want to make some lighter weight coats. Having said that, I've got some jackets to make. I am going to make the Ziggy jacket this year. I'm determined. I am determined to make the Ziggy jacket this year. In fact, I'm determined to make 2 because I have fabric for 2 of them. And that I can start making at any time. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent and not answering your question remotely. Yeah, August seems like a good sort of late August, early September seems like a good idea to start sewing winter stuff. Although it does depend on what part of the world you live in. Because if you live in Australia, then that's a really silly time to start sewing winter stuff. And I know you probably don't, and I am being facetious. So, yeah, I mean, the London fashion month has just been for the winter season, I think. I don't really follow it that closely. So, yeah. Where do we get to? Duvlet says, oh, I should end my snack break and finish cleaning. Just sewing table left. Good luck. Nimue says, pretty. And the flamingo headstands aren't really all that noticeable if you aren't looking for it. Thank you, Nimue. Shoni says, flamingos. Norma says, you are our waffle warrior and we like it. Thank you, Norma. Anessa says, I need to trace the linden in my size. I've been avoiding it for all week, but I want shirts to match my skirts I made last year. Yeah, there comes a point where you just have to grin and bear it and do it, doesn't there? Sal says, I can handle violence like Saw, but can't handle demonic stuff. See, no, I cannot watch Saw, and I don't want to ever. No. James says, fear of the unknown. The more you expose yourself, the more fortified your resolve becomes. Yeah, yes. So for some people that works that way, but for others, not so much. Heather says, just made my first wanted top and success. Panda print jersey from Lady McElroy. Ooh, does Panda retreat come on jersey? Oh, I need it. I have issues. Oh, dear. Vanessa says, good job, Heather. Susan says, I'm really missing being able to go to the shop and buy buttons, zips, and thread. I'm happy buying fabric online, but you can't beat matching colours by eye. Agreed. I need to buy a whole bunch of buttons, and I've got them all saved in Etsy, and I'm just, I really just ought to just go for it. James says, reasoning things out seems to be my coping mechanism. Lols. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's loads of different people find different ways of working things through, don't they? So, yeah. Caroline says, I had to watch parts of 1917 through my fingers. Dad really wants to watch that. James has given my brother is called James, by the way, has just lent Dad his Amazon account because he's got it on, he's bought it. So, yeah. His reasoning was, Nia collects fabric, I collect movies. Noelia says, I'm sewing my summer stuff now. Winter things I'd sew in the autumn. Yeah. Louise says, love your skirt. Thank you. Cecilia says to Sal, my husband is like you as well. Susan says, I started planning my summer makes in January, but not got very far. Alex says, we're all triggered by different films. I love violent films and go to boxing matches and rugby, but can't watch films about a certain type of loss. They are not violent at all. I used to be a ring girl. I used to be front row at boxing matches. Some of the Amir Khan fights, Joe Calzaghe, all those kind of things. And I hate boxing, so I just never put my contact lenses in, so I couldn't see a thing that was going on. I wonder if I've still got a picture. But yeah, I didn't enjoy boxing matches at all, but I was getting paid to be there, so yeah. Una says, got to go, might be back later, have fun. Thank you for joining us, Una. Let's see. Where's the photos? There's the photos. Albums. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. That was at one of the Amir Khan fights. Me with long blonde hair. Fun stuff. But like a couple of my friends that I was there with absolutely loved boxing and, you know, knew what was going on and all that sort of stuff. And I was just like, I had no clue. I was quite happy having no clue without my glasses on. Oh, that was a fun event. That was the oh, hang on. It was a charity golf day, and that was the current Red Arrows. The one, this one here, actually asked me out on a date later, but I was dating somebody else. That was a fun. Don't know if I've got any more boxing ones. Don't think I have. Oh, yeah. Number 9 again. I think that was an Amir Khan fight. No. Yeah. Back in the day. I used to think I was chubby then. I would love that figure back.
Yeah.
When they told us we were having to wear hot pants, it was just like, oh my God, you're kidding me. No. And they were like, you have to. Like, okay. So I put on tights and then fishnets over the top and then the hot pants. I was like, yep. But, yeah, where did we get to? Alex says, I always think films don't get to me, but some do. And Alex used to be a ring girl as well. They paid well, but I loved the matches and it was a great opportunity to find a cool boyfriend. Ruth says, I'm ready to start my peppermint wide-legged pants muslin. I blame Rachel. First time doing a fly. Wish me luck. You'll be fine. And if you're not, you can do it again. It's fine. Don't worry. Anessa says, good luck, Ruth Ann. Caroline says, my son used to participate in mixed martial arts matches. I still not can't watch him fighting and he gave it up years ago. No, I couldn't watch that. Someone you love getting battered like that? No, definitely not. Vicky says, great photo, Sean. Thank you, Vicky. Sal says to Alex, because my divorce, which involved kids, I can't watch Mrs. Doubtfire anymore. So totally understandable. Yeah. Okay, let's get this lining attached. Oh, no. Got to move the needle back and tell it I put a different foot on. And I have put a different foot on, because otherwise it would break the needle. Oh, no. And now that's not in the right place either. There we go, that's better. Same thing, I've got the skirt side up, because if anything's going to misbehave, it's going to be that bit. Again, I'm having to slightly ease the skirt into the waistband, but again, just as long as you take it slowly. I need to go press all the things. Let's see. Where did I get to? Laurie says, my husband is a martial artist. I went to one tournament when we were dating. I said never again. You can imagine. Julie says, I can't watch World War II stuff. Never could. I get night terrors. Asked me if I had hard time in school history during school history class. James, I'm not going to read your one out, but that does sound horrific, you poor thing. Sleep paralysis is no joke, not at all. Caroline says, and yet I have watched Avengers Endgame at least half a dozen times and adored it. I know, because it's fantasy. I think that's why I can cope with those ones. James says, loved Infinity War. Yeah, Infinity War and Endgame were just amazing. Jojo says, I have weird movie trigger. The fireys from Labyrinth. I'm 45 and they still freak me out. Nope. I have no problem with any other puppets though. So Caroline says, fantasy versus reality. Cecilia says, I can't watch zombie movies without having nightmares. I know they aren't real, but my sleeping brain doesn't, and I feel paranoid for days afterwards. See, that doesn't bother me. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird how our different brains cope with different things. Right, anyway, to the ironing board. What have you done with the dog?
Oh, she's in the front room.
Did she enjoy her walk?
I think so.
Was it a bit chilly and damp out there?
It was.
Right.
Just a tad.
Just a tad. So I need to press the back seam of my skirt open, which I'm going to try and find. The joys of circle skirts. I've got to hem this later. Fun times. Didn't let that heat all the way up. They're saying welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, see, that's Mum's usual time for walking the dog, which is why I've asked her to interrupt her entire schedule and go in the mornings with me so that it's not right in the middle of my working day. And she very kindly said yes.
Mind you, you have been going up for lunch recently, so you could go after that.
I could, but then I'd end up spending more time down here in the evenings. And that means that I'd spend more time in the evenings editing.
Yeah.
And my night gets longer and longer then.
Yeah.
Whereas my mornings, I'm not really doing anything, so because I'm having my evening.
One piece short of it.
One piece?
This colour.
Can you not?
Yeah, no, I've got more.
Oh, you just haven't. You've got to cut it out.
One piece short.
That's annoying.
Very annoying.
The glasses are all steamed up again. Always fun. Right. Let's get this pressed. So it's only going to take me like 4.5 hours to finish a skirt. Not even sew a skirt, finish a skirt.
I'm not
What?
short on that piece. Ah. It's just the white edge.
Oh, Vicky says, Sean's mum made me do it. I bought the Kim Hardgreaves knitting book I saw last week. It's the one that Harton came from.
Oh, right.
Yeah, mum made me do it.
Oh, that's good. It's a nice knit.
That's good. Rumby's here. Hello, Peeps. Hi, Rumby. How are you, my lovely? Alex says, okay, Peeps. What cheers you up then? What's your comfort food? Mine's mashed potato. Very fatty homemade stuff. Oh, I love mashed potato. Leslie says, hubby's watching Endgames now. Oh, nice. Bethany says to Jojo, I get freaked out by the Fireys too. Also, I've never liked Disney's Fantasia. It creeps me out big time. Oh, really? I love the fawns and the centaurs. I think it's Beethoven's Pastoral Suite. That's my favourite section of Fantasia. But I didn't like the brooms. They freaked me out. Julie says, I love hand sewing. Rumby says, happy Mother's Day to all the mummies here. Happy Mother's Day to the QQ. I don't think she heard you.
Oh, sorry.
Rumby saying happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you, Rumby. She was a pattern spot.
She was. She sent you the named Anessa top,
Yes.
which I'm still going to make her make. I think it will suit
You
her.
keep telling me it won't suit me.
No, I don't. I keep telling you it will suit you.
Oh, was it the material then? It needs the right material. Plain, is it?
I want you to make it with some of the crepe that you made your dressmaker's ball dress out of, with with the lace as the back panel.
Yeah.
Because there's a panel in the back for a decorative part, like a semicircular piece, and I think that would look really nice made like that. Yeah.
Oh, well, I misunderstood it.
You're gonna want the pattern back. She's giving it to me. No, it's mine. Anissa says, Alex, mashed potatoes, gravy, French fries, or maybe a good soup. Ooh, French onion soup with cheesy Gruyere croutons on it. Oh, we're making me hungry again now. Melanie, I hope you've gone to bed because I'm going to give you the snacky snacks. So Lily Bell said to Cecilia, I'm just ashamed. It's an irrational fear, but I can't stop it. Sal says, by the way, just letting you peeps know that everything is great between me and the ex-wife now. There's no custody agreement. I talk to my kids whenever I like. She hemmed my pants a few years ago. This is good, Sal. That's how it should be for the kids, shouldn't it? They don't need to see their parents arguing. Cecilia says, I've never seen Labyrinth because even the cover art makes me uncomfortable. Oh, it's one of my favorite movies. Isn't that weird? Alex says to Anessa, love potatoes. Vicky, I've read that one. Jojo says to Bethany, horrible, aren't they? I have to fast forward through that scene or I have nightmares for days. Oh, didn't I try and make you watch that? Oh, that is good job that the video, the pajama pizza and pajama video night didn't work then, Jojo, because I was going to make you watch the Labyrinth. I shall not do that. Not do that again. Jojo says to Alex, pizza always cures anything, that does. I ordered a pizza last Sunday because of you guys, and it was the most disappointing thing ever. I remember why I don't order from that pizza place very often, because I ordered the thin base and it was still thick and doughy, and they put too much cheese on it. And I know there's not really a thing as too much cheese, but if you think about too much cheese, they then doubled that. It wasn't good. I mean, I ate it all.
Ham and pineapple.
Yeah, I had ham and pineapple on it, so Mum and Dad weren't enthused either, but it wasn't good pizza, so you really didn't miss out on anything. It was very disappointing. But Domino's don't deliver as far out as we are, and I don't think they're allowing collections at the moment. But if they are... No, I'm not having pizza for dinner again. It's bad. So Lily Bell says potatoes and bread. Alex says potatoes are my banned food, actually. I have Crohn's, so I have a designated day, one day a year, where I basically stuff myself with them and then get very ill. Oh, Alex. My uncle has Crohn's. The uncle that Mum's making this quilt for has Crohn's as well, as does one of my best friends. Anessa, not for you. And not for you, Alex, but things with bacon make me happy too. Yeah, bacon is the food of the gods. And it has come in so many wonderful forms. When I was vegetarian for 2 years, everyone was very impressed with me. They kept cooking bacon around me, expecting me to cave, and I didn't. It was actually chicken that I found the worst, because just, chicken. Leslie says mashed and baked potatoes are my favourite. Vanessa says there's vegan bacon, vile stuff. Yeah, I have some of that in my freezer, and I need to throw that out because that wasn't good. Craft and Bev says my comfort food is tacos. I have tacos every night. It's how I'm losing weight. Cool.
Okay. How's that work?
I suppose it depends what you put in the tacos.
I suppose it does.
Caroline says Marmite crisps, and I still have one bag left. What, from last week, Caroline? I'm coming over and stealing them from you. I have actually given up crisps because they are so expensive on Weight Watchers. They're like 8 points for a packet of the paprika flavoured crisps, which is an entire meal, and they don't fill you up. So, but then Dad made me buy crisps last time I went shopping because he hadn't had them for ages, and he then force-fed me some yesterday. It wasn't a lot of force involved. He had to fight me off, actually. But yeah, crisps. And essence, and that's why I said not for you, Alex. There's just no way to make that vegan and not be vile. Jojo says the pink elephant scene in Dumbo is another one. Nope. Yeah, that's weird. Haven't you noticed that like all of the older Disney films have one of those weird kind of scenes, like in Beauty and the Beast, it's the Be Our Guest song, isn't it? They've all got that weird kind of like trippy vibe to them. Shona says all the carbs and cake, so much cake. Julie says the Huffalumps in Winnie the Pooh, the old ones. Oh yeah. Shona says David Bowie's Crystal Balls. Yes. Yes. See, I for my birthday a couple of years ago, I made everyone come to the Prince of Charles Theatre with me in Ottershaw, Leicester Square to watch Labyrinth, and they had a David Bowie impersonator, and he had a giant sock stuffed down his tights. Don't know what he was trying to say, but yes. And then they also gave you a little bag of goodies when you got there. So there was a peach sweet, a party popper, some bubbles. So obviously you use them at certain points throughout the movie. It was really fun, and loads of people had dressed up. And when it came to the ballroom scene, there was a couple who were actually dressed in the ballroom outfits, and they got up and danced in the aisle. I really like the Prince Charles Cinema. I was trying to talk Wilson into coming to a movie marathon there with me, but it was Disney movies, so I didn't really have a chance in hell. And also his previous ex-girlfriend had taken him to a Marvel movie marathon, an 8-hour one, and he hated it. He absolutely hated it. So yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm sure it wouldn't be like the most enjoyable thing ever, but I kind of want to do it once just for the experience, but I won't be doing it with Wilson because he really doesn't want to go. And I shan't make him because I'm a nice girlfriend. Where did I get to? Cecilia says, spicy curry seems to be my happy food lately. Anything that I can put on rice and spicy, I love. I haven't made a curry in ages, actually. We used to do that. I like a good curry. Anissa says, Sean, yuck, too much cheese on pizza is terrible. Yeah. And I was gonna ask for extra cheese because I like a lot of cheese on my pizza. I'm really glad I didn't, because it was too much. It was too much cheese, and that's never a sentence I thought I'd say. Okay, so lining is pinned to outer. Let's sew this together, and then we can attach the zip and put the bias binding on. And I'm probably only going to get this thing done during this live stream month. Though that was me worrying that I only had 2 things to do, and I wasn't going to have enough sewing to do whilst I was chatting to you lot. Who was I kidding?
Has everyone liked you yet?
We're up to 72 likes.
Oh, that's something.
With 102 people at the moment.
Uh-huh.
So we're doing well. Doesn't tell me how many dislikes I've gotten yet. That's for later. Don't Dad was saying to me the other day, he's like, you put your videos up around midnight, and I happened to be awake, and I was just about to start watching one, and it had literally just gone up, and somebody had already disliked it. They hadn't even watched it, and it's like, I know.
It's just mean.
That is just mean. There's very few times I actually hit the dislike button. I got to stop watching her because I used to watch her for her fashion content, and she's evolved and changed, which is fine. People do that.
Who's that?
I'm not going to say her name because I'm about to say I actually have disliked a few of her videos recently.
Mm-hmm.
They've moved to a new house, and it's an old 14th century vicarage, which if you watch it, then you know exactly who I'm talking about. But it's been completely remodeled, but there was a door to or a gate to their garden, and they were rubbing linseed oil into it, and they're both kind of like upper middle class and think they're posher than they are. They probably don't think they are, but that's just how they come across. But somebody had painted this gate red previously, and the boyfriend or the fiance was rubbing linseed oil into it, and she came over and she was like, "Oh gosh, what cretin painted this red?" And it was just like, dude, it was somebody's house before you. They chose to paint it red. Just because you don't like it does not make them a cretin. Like, she just, every now and again, she'll say stuff that she clearly hasn't thought all the way through. She did a how to look elegant and not look old or something video. And it was one of her first comments was, "Don't wear dark lipstick. It just looks awful." It's like, no, that's not appropriate. Like, you can think that, but don't say that. Like, lots of people love dark lipstick and look amazing in it and wear it because it gives them confidence. And no, that's not appropriate. But yeah, it was just a cretin comment, and I disliked it. I've stopped following her, but every now and again, her thumbnails, because I used to watch her, so her thumbnails come up, and she'll feature dresses and fashion, which is what I started following her for. As I say, she's just moved, so I understand her content is going to change and evolve over time, and she's going to get pregnant after she's got, like, at the moment she's getting married next year, and then she's going to have a baby, and it's going to evolve into content that really doesn't interest me whatsoever. But her fashion sense is quite conservative, but I do like some of the things that she shows, and it's interesting seeing different perspectives on fashion. And so I will click on a thumbnail that's got fashion content and fashion in the thing, but because she's vlogging at the moment daily about her life as well, every now and again something will come in, and it's just so I very, very rarely use the dislike button, but it's actually, I think I've used it 3 times, and it's been on every single time it's been on one of her videos. So I really ought to just stop watching her because she clearly irritates me. But I like seeing what she's bought clothing wise. So yes. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Actually, if you do, that's fine. Give me a thumbs up. Don't write her name, because I'm not trying to be mean for the sake of being mean. Because I was kind of perpetuating what she did, calling people a cretin for painting a door red, and I'm sitting here going, that's just horrible. But that's obviously my opinion. But oh yeah. Where did we get to? James says, if you can find good ramen, it's the best thing ever, especially miso pork. I've never tried ramen noodles. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I really ought to. Jojo says, Sian, I took my phone and headphones in with me to cover that scene on the retreat, so we were good. Oh, Jojo, I'm so sorry. I would have changed the film. We watched Little Shop of Horrors in the autumn one. It was really good. Duvallay says, anything and everything for potatoes. Yeah. Vicky says, fresh baked bread toasted with lashings of butter and Marmite. Yes. Sal says, I've got a photo with the lady that choreographed the ballroom scene in the Labyrinth, Gates McFadden. And I can also do the voice of Ludo. I can do the voice of Ludo as well. I'm not going to. But yes, no, I've seen that photo, Sal. And thank you for that knowledge, because I didn't know Gates McFadden was a choreographer. Cecilia says, the pink elephants in Dumbo made me think someone was an LSD while planning that scene. They were, totally. And I think the same thing with the Beauty and the Beast one. Caroline says, I'm saving the Marmite crisps for after lockdown. don't have that kind of self-restraint. That's my problem. If I buy a packet of 6 packets of crisps, then I eat them all fairly rapidly. So that's why I've had to stop buying crisps and eating crisps, because I don't have any kind of self-restraint.
I think your dad taught you that.
Yes, I did get that from Dad. Nimue says, local cinema did Star Trek marathons overnight when new movies came out. Always wanted to go, but by the time my parents couldn't forbid it anymore, the cinema had closed. Yeah, there were a few in London that did that as well. And I went to see Breaking Dawn. So I went to see Breaking Dawn Part 1, and then it went over to midnight and it was Breaking Dawn Part 2. And I'm not a huge Twilight fan, but it was just down the road from me. It was the Giant Odeon in Waterloo, because I lived on the South Bank. And yeah, I wanted to go. I went by myself because it's just like, yeah. But there's been a few times that I've wanted to do that as well in a way. So James says, I've got 1 dislike so far, apparently. Thank you for that, James. 83 likes though. So
Think positive.
I mean, what's funny is like the dislikes, as long as there's more likes than dislikes, it just shows interaction. So the algorithm likes it. So you're not actually doing the person a disservice by disliking the video, because the algorithm just sees it as interaction. So yeah. Shona says some people are just twisted like that. Yeah. Julie says I almost never like or dislike videos. Liking videos for your favorite creators is actually helpful, Julie. It's one of those things that, again, it shows interaction from the audience to the YouTube algorithm. So it's the same for when we watch your videos. If we like them, it shows that there's interaction between they're engaged. They're not just putting on the background and ignoring you. There's interaction and engagement. Alex says, talking about films made under the influence, a few days ago I had my first experience with Magic Roundabout. What the actual beat. There is a lot of children's programming from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s that is just like, what were they thinking? And what were they on, and can we have some? Duvalier says, know exactly who you mean. I watched a couple of her videos and unsubscribed from her channel. Yeah, glad it's not just me, Duvalier. Julie says, yay, shirt finished. Yay, Julie. Awesome. Rimby says, oh dear, I know who you're talking about. I just never dislike, but it's nice to hear why people do so. Yeah, I usually don't. It was just, it's just the way she's always, I want to be elegant and ladylike and lovely. And it's like, okay, then don't be blanketly rude to a giant section of your audience for some of your videos, and then actually rude for other people, because it's quite a distinctive house. And people who've lived there before may watch what you're doing with it because they know that you filming of it, and you actually saying that word about a choice that they've made. It's not nice. It's not elegant. It's not ladylike. So, yeah. But anyway, like I say, I'm sitting here saying it. So, yeah. Daydream Believer. Hi, Linda. Hi, Peeps. Love that pin cushion. Me too. Rachel ordered one of these all the way from America, but she got hit with a giant customs fees for it.
Oh,
so
no.
It's the most expensive pin cushion she'd ever bought.
I love mine.
Yeah, Mum's got one as well. I don't know how did I end up with this colour one and you ended up with the green one?
I don't know.
I think they were actually addressed to us,
They
weren't
were
they?
different. Yes, this is.
Because they're from Candy, but they actually were wrapped and addressed.
Yes.
It's where
I'm very glad I got that colour.
it's where our sea rippers came from as well. Vanessa says, Sean, maybe watch the videos with the sound off. I do, and I now scrub through just to look at the dresses.
Yeah.
Because I do like her fashion sense. I do think she dresses very conservatively for somebody who's her age. She dresses very conservatively, but some of the things that she buys is beautiful. So yeah. Caroline says to Nimue, I once watched the first 3 Star Wars back to back in a huge cinema. There were 3 other people there. I went to see the pre-screening of Ready Player One, and I was the only girl in the auditorium. Cecilia says, I don't really know why we're so terrified of looking old, and people telling others not to do such and such is nonsense. Agreed. And I think again, the idea behind the video was great. It was just the interpretation of it, and it's not a bad video to make. It's just, I don't think you should say negative things about a group of people or, you know, a particular type of look. Just don't talk about it. So, yeah. Laurie says, I've seen Labyrinth once, but for some reason I have the DVD. It's because it's awesome. And then I think the DVD just manifests. It's like Queen cassettes and Good Omens just manifest after a while. Stephanie says, are crisps like what we call potato chips in the US? Yes, they are. Caroline says, I went to Star Wars Marathon in 1984 at 7 months pregnant, came out of the cinema into torrential downpour. Oh no. Julie says, I'm bad. You're not bad at all, Julie. Just, if you can like the videos, do. Susan Gillingham says, off topic, sorry, I'm shopping. For your gable tops, did you use mostly cotton jersey or viscose jersey? I have used pretty much 50-50 of both. Cotton jersey will give you a more stable t-shirt. The viscose jerseys don't have quite so good recovery, so they are kind of slightly looser. But again, I like that. And as long as you account for it, then I have used both and like both. Cecilia says, I'm the same about not continuing to watch content by creators that start having children. Nothing against mothers, just can't relate and find myself thankful that I don't have children. That is the thing. It becomes all about the kid, which is as it should be. Again, like, you know, especially if they're vloggers, daily vloggers, then of course it's going to become all about the kids because that is their life now. But again, I can't relate anymore. So, you know, but then that's the thing. Lots of people are following on that journey and going through that journey with them at the same time. So they will continue to watch, and then they'll grow a new audience because there are new mothers out there who are, you know, watching and tuning in for the first time because they're now featuring content that relates to them. So yeah, I think it's one of those things that you do grow in and with certain channels in certain ways because of their life experiences. Caroline says, Captain Pugwash, Dad worked for the Beeb and couldn't work out how they got away with that one. Yeah. Captain Pugwash, Seaman Staines, Roger the Cabin Boy.
You don't think about it when you've got.
Well,
I used to sit there and watch it with you. I mean, think about it.
Mum's showing her innocence. There's so many things that happen, and Dad's just like, don't tell your mother what that actually means. I was like, okay. Yeah. How the hell Captain Pugwash got made? I have no idea. Chrissy says, I'll thumbs up someone at the start because I'm happy to see them upload. Sometimes in between because of something I like or agree with. Yeah. I tend to thumbs up a video the minute I click onto it, just because of force of habit now, except for a few that I'm like, I want to see if you annoy me. But no. In fact, like I say, I've stopped watching the people that annoy me, and it's the same for the people that take time to comment on my videos and just say, oh, it's supposed to be a sewing channel. Why are we watching you fix your nail with a part of a tea bag? And it's like, because it's a daily life kind of thing as well. My life revolves around sewing, but not everything is about sewing. And if you don't want to watch daily life, don't watch something titled Daily Waffle. Nobody's forcing you. And that was right at the end of a video as well. It was right at the end of a video. So she clearly like persevered the whole way through and then just got annoyed at the end. Yeah. And then Moy says, I have to rewatch The Centre Stage because it's 20 years this year. Not sure I can reach my DVD though. There's fabric in the way for some reason. How dare that fabric? Crafton Bev says, I'm one of those people that if I like a series or movies, I have to own it because I want to be able to watch it whenever I want to. So I own almost 600 movies and 15 different TV series. Oh, wow. I used to have loads, and I sold a whole bunch. And I now have a bunch of DVDs, and I don't have a DVD. Well, I do have a DVD player, but it's plugged into the TV that's up behind you guys. So I'd have to come down here and watch them. Linda says, nice seeing Ripper too. Sorry, where are they from? Just missed what you said. They were gifts from Santa Cruz from Candy. I can't remember where she said this one was from, but the pin cushion is from Useful Pin Cushions, spelt with a female sheep. So, highly recommend. Caroline says, Stephanie says, yes, potato chips equal UK crisp, but UK chips are French fries. Yep. Julie says, I've been good and like the stream. Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much. Susan Gillingham says, thank you. No worries. Julie says, I try to keep my kids out of the vlogs, but I also want to show you what I do. Also, what I do for them. This is true. Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, that it's not. I think it's the newborns, because life immediately becomes just about the baby, because it is the biggest change ever. And of course, life becomes about the baby, because very few people can afford to have a nanny and would want a nanny to take the child off their hands 24/7 anyway. That's kind of not the point of having a kid. Like, just because people have children doesn't mean that I don't want to watch their stuff. But it's I think it is kind of like the lifestyle vloggers that I follow, when they start having the babies, as I say, it's just all about the newborn, and that's just not content that relates to me. So yeah, but like kids in vlogs is not a problem at all. Noelia says, I've unsubscribed from a few vloggers that now have babies, just can't relate anymore as mine are teenagers, plus I can't bear the must-have videos, pregnancy, breastfeeding. Yeah. Nothing is a must, and they're usually trying to sell things that people are now, things to people that are new to whatever experience that is. Jojo says, I've never seen Captain Pugwash. I think I need to find it. It's about my mental level. I don't think I've ever seen, I've seen Captain Pugwash. I don't remember Captain Pugwash at all, which is probably a good thing. Roger the Cabin Boy. How did the BBC get away with that? Seriously, they wouldn't now.
No, I think people just didn't. You just accept.
Oh, everybody was fully aware,
Really?
apart from Mum. I mean, that's the thing. Like a lot of the mainstream bigger Disney movies, like Toy Story and things like that, will have quite a lot of adult humor in there that will go over a child's head, but it does make the watching experience better for the adults that have to take them to the cinema. Like Disney aren't stupid. They want to make it to the point where the adults are willing to come to watch these movies as well. I've really got something in my eyeball, other than just my eyeball. I think with dust or something. But yeah, Jojo, let me know if you find Captain Pugwash, because I think I want to watch another one. Oh, dear. I stopped mid waistband and just started chatting with you lot. You're a terrible distraction. Okay. Lining is sewn to skirt. Now to understitch. Got lots of skirt to be working with here as well. Where did I get to? Lucas Newman says, that's boring. What's happening here? That's as far as I got, Lucas. You know, like, this is a sewing channel. If you're bored, then perhaps click off, because I'm going to ban you because I can. Oh, bugger, I've done the same thing again. Oh, no, I haven't. I got rid of the right one. Yay. Bye. If it's boring, don't watch. I don't understand why people find that so difficult. No one's forcing you to. I mean, unless somebody was forcing you to watch this, and I'm sorry. Right. Where did we get to? Linda said, thank you. Fashion and World Vlogs, hi. Hello all. Hello. We're all good. Hope you're well too. Duvile says, I like watching the cleaning videos and I always think, thank God my post won't ever get that messy because of small humans. It's just me. So when I have my slog periods, I'm the one that I have to clean it. Yeah. Debbie Brooker says to Jojo, oh, you will like Captain Pugwash. Linda says, totally agree. Not interested in watching other people's babies. Now, if it was puppies, yeah, totally different. I watched a video about somebody's kittens the other day, and it was just cute kittens not doing very much at all. Like this mummy cat had turned up in the garden, and this lady started feeding it, and then 3 days later she brought her babies with her. It was like, oh, it was like 9 minutes of cats, and it's just like, oh, quite happily watch that. Cecilia says to Linda, or kittens. Linda says, sorry, I'm with your mum. I had no idea Roger the cabin boy was rude. Oh, I love that you're both so sweet and innocent. Semen stains? Did that not?
No, it didn't. You have semen there. Maybe.
I know they are. I know they are.
Yes.
They're completely played on that. Norma says, I loved Captain Pugwash and I have never realised the adult connotations until now. There's another sweet innocent.
Brilliant. I'm glad I'm not the only one in this world.
No, Norma was coming to the retreat as well. She can't make it to the October one. You'll have to come in May because you and Mum are going to get on so well.
Is anybody wanting quilting? If so, what do they want?
Oh, I think, Norma, was it you that had booked in to come do the quilting course with Mum? I think it might have been.
She'll have to tell me what she'd like and I'll design it especially.
She can't come to the...
No, she's not coming.
She's not... No, she can't make it to the October one. I'm saying she's going to have to come to the May one. Nimue says, we're a distraction, you're an enabler. It all evens out.
That's true.
Caroline says, there are episodes of Pugwash on YouTube. Cecilia says, when parents that do nothing but complain about their children, it makes me want to scream, why did you have them? That too. Julie says, oh, dinner's almost ready. We're having medallions today. Ooh, nice. Vicky says, I'm off now. Thanks for the escapism again. See you next week. See you next week, Vicky. Thank you for joining us. Linda says, stop. I can't believe that. And Debbie says, I always like your videos because I've never had the nerve to sew dresses from scuba, and now I have massive scuba stash waiting to be turned into my autumn wardrobe. I can highly recommend this pattern. There's a sew along for it and everything. Linda says, is your mum doing a Daydream Believer? I have got that right, haven't I? It is Linda. I'm not just making that up. Linda and Miss Millie, right? Is your mum doing a quilting course? Yes, she's doing at the retreats. We're doing a 3-day retreat instead of the 2-day sewing retreat. And the 3rd day, there will be a quilting lesson available if you would like it. Rimby says, I'm about to Google these rude kids programs. We used to watch Rainbow and I watched a snip of it as an adult and I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Rainbow was just, yes. They're all terrible. Not terrible, but they're all hilarious. If you're an innocent child, it means nothing to you. But as adults, it's funny. Oh dear. I'm ruining so many people's childhoods. Right, let's get this understitching done before I put my foot in anything else. You'll notice that I'm understitching before I've pressed. I like to do that because the understitching helps the pressing process. That's a lot of P's and S's in one sentence. My lisp is coming out extra hard there. So, yeah. Just want to make sure that you've got all the seam allowance going where you need it to, which I have. And then you put a little bit of tension and stitch as close to your waistband seam as possible. We're making a lot of noise here, aren't we? Are you glad you started joining us for the live streams, Mum?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
You must have coffee when you're sewing.
It is. Where did we get to? I am right. It is Linda. That's good. That's good. We've been talking earlier about me getting people's names right. So Gin and Pins, Susan. It's Nightmare Bugs. It's Chrissy. I think I've got that right. Yeah. Norma says, "Oh my God, Rainbow naughty as well. Is Rainbow naughty as well?" Yes, watch it back.
Can't be.
It is.
For goodness sake.
Jeffrey and Bungle were totally in a relationship.
No, tell me Blue Peter was as well.
No, Blue Peter was as it appeared on the tin.
Yeah.
Yeah. For most of the time, I think, anyway. Although some of the Blue Peter presenters got themselves into trouble with naughty salt and things like that. So, yeah. Norma says my childhood is being attacked from all sides. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Mum's sitting there horrified that she exposed her children to this at a young age.
Oh dear.
Caroline says all episodes of Captain Pugwash, more than 2 hours of them, are on YouTube. There's going to be a massive influx of Captain Pugwash, like the videos. They're going to get a sudden influx of people watching them, just going, "What?" Kathy says, "I'm back." Hello, Kathy. Welcome back. Susan says, "I've been watching yoga and ballet workouts on YouTube, but just watching. I remember our Puff and Stuff. Very weird program. Oh, I've heard of our Puff and Stuff, but I haven't seen. Is that American?" Jojo says, "Norma, yes, the Twanger vid that did the rounds on social media a few years ago will tell you everything you need to know." So Lily Bell says, "I cannot believe I didn't realise it was rude." Oh, there's so many little sweet innocents that I've ruined. I'm so sorry. Leggy Leslie says, "Mr. Ben was the best. I have it on video and Bod, oh yes, and Finger Bobs. Both my kids, now 18 and 20, used to watch them." Mr. Ben, was that the one with the costume shop where he used to dress up and go on adventures?
Don't know that one.
Oh, I think that's Mr. Ben. Lynn says, "Hi Sean, which is the pattern sew along please for the top you're wearing today?" It's actually a dress. It's the, oh gosh, it's the Vogue 9, I can't remember, 7, 8, 9, 5. Can someone help me? I've made 20 of them. I should know.
You normally do.
Yeah, that one's gone out of my brain. I will try and remember, but it's a sew along from about 2 years ago. Anessa says, "When I'm sewing, I like to put on old live streams so I don't feel alone." Oh, that's nice. Caroline says, "Blue Peter was definitely X-rated behind the scenes." Rachel's here. "Hi everyone. Sorry I'm late to the party. Been at work. What have I missed?" Rachel, I'm ruining everyone's childhood memories. Rachel, please tell me that you've heard of Captain Pugwash and you know that it's basically just rude. Linda says, "I'm rubbish with names and faces." So I'm glad I'm not the only one, Linda. Cecilia says to Anessa, "I love to have them playing while I fold and organise my fabric stash. It's odd how it helps with the loneliness." I think it's nice that you can like stick stuff on that people are chatting about something that you enjoy and like. It's even if you don't like watch it properly. I have started a live hangout playlist, but I think if anyone put that on, there's something like 59 hours of TV. Alex says, "I've now added Captain Pugwash to my watch later list." Oh, I forgot about Master Bates. Rachel says, "Yes, of course I know Captain Pugwash, Master Bates, Seaman Staines, and Roger the Cavern Boy. I've forgotten about Master Bates though. Come on, Mum." Mum had no idea. There's so many of them, Rachel, in here that are just like, how is that rude? I've ruined so many childhoods. Norma says yes. Norma, was it the question where I was asking if you were the person that had booked the quilting course with Mum? Oh my God, Martin tells me pugwash is an Australian slang for a BJ. Oh, I'm not saying anymore. We'll stop. Well, shall we stop there?
Yeah.
We might demonetize my stream.
Yeah. Halas.
Oh, so... oh, dear.
That's Arabic.
Yes. Leggy Leslie says yes, it is. Caroline's, yep, yeah, that was that one too. Oh, for Mr. Ben, the one with the Mr. Ben was the one where the man in the bowler hat used to put on costumes to go on adventures. Yeah. Alice says hello to Rachel. I'm looking forward to your live stream this Friday. Jennifer says Vogue 8972. That's what this dress is. Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer, you're amazing. Yes, this is the Vogue 8972, and there is a sew along for it. Technically, it's for a woven fabric, but Mum decided she wanted it in a scuba, so we made it work, and I now have 20 of them, so it works.
Did she like mine?
Yes. Jojo says I love Mr. Ben. Rachel says yes, let's stop there. I've wondered what I've walked into. I thought it was a sewing hangout. No, just me ruining people's childhoods. No, they were the name Roomby, they were the names of the characters in the show, but they were the actual names of the characters in the show. We're not doing twists on names and things like that. That was their actual names. Norma says yes, it was a yes to Mr. Ben. Thank you, Norma. Michelle says, what's the name of the show? Captain Pugwash. Oh dear. Apparently one of the characters was changed to Master Mate's. Spoilers. They thought that one's just too close to home. Oh dear. Noelia says, I was laughing so hard that I have now cut the dress I was going to change into a top 2 shot, and I'm now trying to save it with a ruffle. I'm so sorry. I'm still halfway through understitching my waistband and I've just stopped. No, Shona says hate to burst people's bubbles. The whole Captain Pugwash thing is an urban legend, but there's videos of it. I'm going to watch it later. Mum watched it with me.
Oh yeah, no, it's true. It's a true thing.
Yeah, we watched the originals when they came out on TV. I don't remember that. Rumby says, I'm actually doing sewing related stuff today, pressing seams. Nice. Jane says, what about Muffin the Mule? Don't tell me that was
no.
double entendre as well, Jane.
Can't be.
Although, no, actually, if it is, don't explain it to me, because again, I think I'm worried I'm going to demonetize my stream.
Yeah. You don't want that.
No.
No.
The advertising revenue is massively down at the moment, so I am earning quite a lot less because
I think you get more of this.
Well, I'd have thought that because more people are a captive audience, so you'd thought they'd put more into advertising, but then there's lots of people who now have lost a lot of income, so can't go shopping. So it kind of 50-50 balances out. But yeah, the advertising revenue is massively down. So these live streams have been great because obviously when you guys watch them back, there's adverts in them. Although somebody did complain that there was an advert every 10 minutes. I don't put the adverts in. It's all down to the algorithm. So I'm sorry if the adverts are too frequent. But they usually are skippable. And you only have to watch 6 seconds of them.
3 seconds.
3 seconds? It's usually 6.
Is it?
Yeah. There's also YouTube Prime. You can pay a monthly subscription, then you don't watch any ads at all. But your favorite creators, still get supported by you as well. So. Right, understitching is done. That probably only took 20 minutes. Really shouldn't start talking in the middle of sewing a seam. Right.
Wow, that's all my geese.
You done?
My geese, yes. Just sewn together.
Are you at standstill then until the black fabric arrives?
No. I've got enough bits to sew. I can sew them together and make a piece.
Right. So understitching is done. So now I need to go and press my waistband, nice and flat, and then I can secure the lining in place, and then I have to sew on the bias binding, press that up, and then hand hem it. So, you know, 5 hours to make a skirt, not even from scratch. Totally reasonable. Where do we go? Where do we get to? Shona says, I've confirmed it with Wikipedia. The cabin boy is called Tom. Oh. Oh. Rachel says, I used to watch it, and then that and Mr. Ben, Clopper Castle, Bod. I don't remember Bod. I used to watch Bagpuss. I had a Bagpuss for a while. He yawned as well. Anna says, wasn't there a show with Zippy and Bungle? Did not watch much as a child, a little unaware. My friend showed me Z and B a few months ago. Listening to it now is eye-opening. Yeah, Rainbow. I think Rachel's answered that as well. Noelia says, I'm not sure if it'll work. I'll have to see, to Rumby. And Rumby says, good save. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I missed that. Rumby had said to Noelia, good save for adding the ruffle. And Noelia saying, not sure it's going to work. Norma says, unfortunately, I've not signed up for the quilting hangout. Oh, no, that's fine, Norma. Don't worry. I knew somebody had. I was trying to remember who it was. But I do think it's one of the ladies that had cancelled, and I know you had to because you couldn't make it in October. So Caroline said they used to say if you watched Muffy the Mew, you're old. My dad was a cameraman for it in Alexandra Palace. Oh, cool. Caroline says, shown up. Master Bates appeared in every episode of Captain Pugwash. Louise says, can't believe I was brought up watching Captain Pugwash. Cecilia says, Seaman Saints makes me think of the slang term for potch goblins. I feel so rude even typing that. That is terrible. Linda says, did your mum have any more problems with her sewing machine? Not since it's been serviced.
Not since it's been serviced.
But she's had more problems with it than she should have had.
The bobbin sensor is the one that seems to go wrong with this.
Yeah, she's had 2 bobbin sensors put in. In fact, no, not on this one, because the bobbin sensor was the thing that was wrong with the first one, which I made them take back.
Take that, and then it happened.
And then it happened on this one as well.
But it's.
But then when I got mine, the sensor for the upper thread had broken. So I think that's just it's computerization, isn't it? There's always going to be something that's a bit dodge.
So much.
And then also like batches of things get made, and if it's the same error in a lot of them, then yeah. But when it's working, it's wonderful.
Oh, it's brilliant. And mostly it's working.
And mostly it's working. It's not been serviced for over a year, so we probably ought to go back, but we can't.
It was November, September it went up, wasn't it?
Was it September?
We had to take it up.
Oh yeah. September it's been serviced. So she's fine. Mine needs servicing again, but obviously not at the moment. Louise says, loved Zippy and Rainbow. Catherine says, my son's Christmas present was to buy me YouTube Premium. That's nice. So you don't have to watch any adverts at all. Eileen says, back from my Zoom call, I have YouTube Premium, so never see ads and still feel that I contribute to my favourite vloggers. Yes, it was you I was thinking of when I was saying that, actually, Eileen. And that's the thing, that is an option. If the adverts bother people that much, there is and it's not that expensive. And, you know, if the adverts really do bother you that much, it might be worth considering, because it is a major source of income for every YouTuber out there that has AdSense enabled. It is a giant source of income for all of them. For the majority of the huge YouTubers, it's actually become a secondary income source because they tend to open their own companies and do merchandise and sponsorship deals and different things like that. But it's the always there kind of thing. So adverts aren't going to go anywhere, I'm afraid. Nicola says, I'm wishing now I'd never mentioned the porn conversation. It went downhill after that. Yeah, Nicola, it's all your fault. Nick, we were talking about Zoom conversations earlier, and Nicola was saying that you had to, if you need to password protect your Zoom Hangouts, because otherwise people can photo or bomb them, Zoom bomb them. Right. But she said the majority of the ones that do is porn. And she's like, I know because I do it for work. And then she had clarified that by saying Zoom, not porn. So, now Nicola's like, hashtag is I don't do porn. Yeah, so we're blaming the entire downgrading of the conversation on Nicola. It's all your fault. Thank you. It's not me ruining people's childhoods. Nicola started it.
Poor Nicola.
Caroline says, when people got po-face, it was changed in the what? Caroline, what are we talking about? Oh, okay, Muffin the Mule. All right. And Jane just said leave it there. I think we will. Rachel Lynn says, I have to leave for a while to talk to my mum, and interesting things happen. There's nothing to see here, Rachel Lynn. Nothing to see here. Anna says, sorry, did not know it's called Rainbow. Shows my lack of knowledge. Don't worry. It's fine. I'd forgotten what Mr. Ben was about. So, yeah. Stephanie says, last week after the live, I ordered a Judy 9 Mile pattern, the vintage rose, trying to pick fabric from stash while watching you guys. I saw you put it up on the Peeps group, didn't you? She'd ordered. Oh, I'm so jealous.
Looks fabulous.
Yeah, I think I want that to be my Christmas present, the Mariner's Compass pattern and papers. So you can start saving now because it's about 140 quid. Duvile says, my sewing table and corner hasn't been so clean and tidy in a long time. For the bad news, I think I broke my washing machine. Oh no! How? Rachel says, Sean Martin says you have such a dirty laugh. I don't know what you mean. You have to tell Martin he's got to come to the retreat with you in October.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Him and Dad will get on so well.
Yeah, Dad likes.
And Mark as well. Mark's coming.
He's brilliant.
I think somebody else was bringing their husband as well.
Oh, they might actually go on an adventure then.
Yeah.
Poor Mark has to go. I think he's happy though.
He's very happy. He gets to go fishing, or at least go and try and find somewhere to go fishing.
Yes.
Yeah. Kathy says, especially since you use your machine as much as you do, you might need a service more often. Yeah, actually, it tells me when it needs a service when I've done a certain amount of stitches. But I do need to be more regular with the servicing because for the first 5 years I wasn't, and then I had to have lots of things replaced on it. So it did. I mean, it did well. It did do well. Anna says, these innocent things with my sweet mind now be corrupted? Yes, totally. I'm so sorry. Rachel says, yes, he wants to, so save us both a spot. Awesome.
Oh, brilliant.
Awesome. Him and Dad are going to get on so well.
Oh, dear, yeah. So.
Norma says, I'm a bit of a technophobe. I didn't even know there was ads, as my son also got me YouTube Premium. Duh. Oh, bless. Right, I need to iron this waistband. To the ironing boards. Again. I need to get one of those cameras that's motion sensitive and that will follow me around whilst I walk. Not that I'm lazy or anything. No water in there? There is water in there. Right, so I need to press this, then I need to secure the lining to the zip, then I need to secure the lining to the waistband, then I need to sew on the bias binding, press that up and hand hem it. And I think I'm actually going to do that with you guys until you guys get bored or I finish the skirt. And I'm going to work on the Bewitched dress next live stream. I think that's a good plan, isn't it? There's me worrying that I'd only got 2 things prepped and I was going to run out of things to sew. I don't know how I forget about my ability to waffle. I do it every day. Right. Let's get this waistband pressed. So yeah, the understitching, I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted here, but the understitching will help you press your waistband, which is why I do the understitching first and then I do pressing, because the understitching will help it to roll to sit where you want it to sit so that the lining doesn't peek out. And I think when I've sewn this in, I think enough of the flamingo's heads, have kind of been hidden so that it's not massively obvious that it's upside down.
There we are.
It's the Amish that always put a flaw in everything that they make in their quilts and things, because nobody's perfect except God. So nothing that they create can ever be perfect. So there's always a flaw in everything that they make. So this is my flaw. My waistband is upside down.
Yeah, I just put 2 colours the wrong way around, but never mind.
Are you going to unpick it?
No.
Nope. Which 2 colours?
I've moved.
Oh, no one will notice.
They're just the wrong way around.
Nobody will notice. But now it's more godly, your quilt,
That's right.
in the Amish way of doing things.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, it's not like massively obvious that's upside down, is it?
No.
You've got little thingy heads there. Yeah,
They're ducking down.
it'll be fine. It'll only be Julie that comes up to me and goes, "Your flamingos are upside down." And if someone notices that, they're too close. Right, let's get this zip on. There's my zipper foot.
I shall just iron these when it's hot.
Might need to put. It's got water in it, but you might need to put a little bit more in. Just a little bit. It's about half full. I just find you get more steam when it's full. Right. Let's put this on the correct way. Okay. Where did I get to? Danny is back. Hi, I'm back to sew my buttonholes. Wish me luck. Good luck, Danny. You can do it. You can do it. Norma says, I'm a bit of, I've read that one, haven't I? Sorry. Caroline says, yay, finished my PJ alteration, all his hand stitched and drawstring installed. Like it. Rachel then says, it's your ability to waffle on our ability to distract you. Yes, it is. It is. I was absolutely determined to get those 2 Siroccos done in that one stream, though, which is why it took me 8 hours. Yeah. Right. Me. So much fabric. Good eye, friend. Right. Okay. Yeah. Mum's got geese.
Loads of geese.
Many geese. It's 2 lots of geese there.
4 lots.
She got 2 on the ironing board as well. Jojo says, trying to talk long-suffering husband into coming to the retreat, but he's having none of it. Boo. Oh, it'd be so much fun. We have fun. Did you not tell him we have fun? It's not all about sewing. There's food too. Duvelet says, I was washing my winter duvet and blanket. I think it got too heavy for the spin cycle, so everything is now air drying on my balcony while dripping water. I'll try to turn the machine on tomorrow. Good luck. I fingers crossed that works. I took my winter duvet off as well. I really ought to put it through the wash cycle.
Yeah, we did ours.
Mm. Michelle says, has everyone went and liked the live stream yet? 92 of you have, and there's 110 of you here, so thank you.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Good percentage.
Oh, yes. Izzy says, needing to pop off for a while. Thank you, lovely peeps. Thank you for joining us, Izzy. It was lovely to have you. Duvelet says, I hope I'm right and everything will be fine because I don't feel like trying to buy a new one at this particular moment in time. Yes, I agree. Give it a night to like recover. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Duvelet is thinking of coming to the spring retreat next May.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, all the way from Lithuania, and she's promised to bring us another Lithuanian chocolate. Do you remember? She sent us a chocolate Lithuania, which was
Wonderful.
delicious.
Yes.
And then she also said that any parcel or anything involving her it always involve chocolate. My new favourite person. Right. I want to make sure that I don't catch anything. This is slightly more tricky because I've already sewn the back centre seam of this up because it was in a skirt previously and I haven't unpicked that. So I'm going to try and do this without having to unpick that. Which is a little bit lazy, but it'll be fine. Don't want to get anything caught. Try and make sure I'm lying as flat as possible. That iron really does sound very grumbly.
Right, and get them sewn up tomorrow.
Are you calling it a day?
I think so.
I suppose I could ask for a cup of tea, could I?
You could.
I think she loves me. Okay, one side is in, nice and flat, which is good. I'm going to just double check that I'm happy with the top before I start trimming anything off, because if I trim first and then have to unpick, it's not a good time. But now I am happy with that, so I can trim off my excess. Get rid of that bulk. We don't need that. Where did we get to? Rimby says, peace out, peeps. It was lovely. Thank you for hanging out with us, Rimby. It was nice to see you.
Oh.
And right. Let's get the rest of this. Other side of this sewn into place. Do we need to put labels on those?
Yeah.
I need to put labels on mine.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Jane is off. Bye, Jane. It was nice to see you, my lovely. Dule, you're amazing. She says, from today's vlog, as I remember, you wanted to make the hunter tank from the red kitty fabric. If you have, it will be too small. Let me know. I still have some left in my stash. I'm hoping I can get it out of the meter that I have. And I do think I'd rather have it as a hunter tank than I would do as a camisole, because I've still got that the Camilla cami to make up. But if the Camilla cami comes out the way I want it to, I might use the red cats for that, possibly. But thank you, Duvile. That's very kind of you. Cecilia says, happy Mother's Day, you and Jane. Your fur baby is quite the character. Don't know what you're talking about. She's totally normal, right? Everyone's cats are like that. Everyone's cats are characters, aren't they? Okay.
Right. So I should have that out somewhere.
What are you looking for? Oh, more.
The instructions,
You're
yeah.
looking for your goslings.
My goslings.
Alex has christened them goslings, and they shall now forevermore be goslings.
Yes.
Supile says the Camilla cami should look gorgeous in it too, since it has a lovely drape. Yeah, I think so. If I can just get those wings to disappear, which I think I have done. I need to make it up and see though. I think you're right. It would be really nice as the Camilla cami. Although I'm kind of hoping I can make a hand to tank out of it out of what I've got. We'll have to see. We shall have to see.
Model here.
Hmm?
A bit of a model here. First.
Number 2 done. And again, just going to make sure that this turns out nicely and zips up before I cut anything off, just to try and make my life a little bit easier. Just going to try zipping this up. Oh, no, that works. That's good. Right, so I need to get into this bit to trim this bit.
Yeah.
So much skirt. Right. Okay, so now we can attach the just gonna finagle that bit. There we go. Bit of fiddling, it's all fine. So I'm going to put the lining back in, and then I'm going to attach the bottom of the lining, bottom of the waistband to each other, and I'm going to do that by stitching in the ditch. So I want to pin it in place to make sure that it's all lying nice and flatly. Now you could sew this by hand if you wanted to. I kind of like stitching the ditch, and as long as you take it slowly and try and be as accurate as possible, I think it's a really nice finishing method.
Right, I will go and make a cup of tea.
Thank you very much. Where did we get to? Anessa says, I'm sorting through my clothes before I move, and I pulled out one of my favourite skirts and was trying to figure out why I never wear it. Put it on and it fell down, and I went, oh, that's why. That will be why. Can you take it in? Is it one that is alterable? Alison says, good night. I have an appointment to have laser therapy in my right eye, thanks to type 1 diabetes and retinotherapy. Binks is meowing at me. Yeah, you should go to bed. It's late in Australia, or it's very early in Australia. So good night. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. And say hi to Binks for me. I would say Chiana sends her love, but we all know that's a lie. Okay, so that is all pinned into place. Put my regular zipper foot back on. Zipper foot, my regular presser foot. Words are hard. Back on. And there we go. Get that sewn in. I need to make sure I'm not going to catch any of the lining because I don't want to have to unpick, because ask me how I know. Haven't said that in a while, have I? Is that a good thing? Okay. Make sure everything's lying nice and flat. Again, put a little bit of tension on both sides as you sew to help you actually stay in the ditch. I'm so glad I started getting these things out last week. I really have to be in the mood to do this kind of work. And I think a lot of people do. I think it's one of those things that it's not anyone's favourite sewing. Well, that's generalisation. Maybe it's some people's favourite sewing task. But I really don't like doing alterations and repairs. So I really have to be in the mood for it. But I'm so excited about having this skirt back because I actually never wore it because it was just that big for me. And then I didn't really have anything that went with it. But now I've got those hot pink t-shirts, the white t-shirts, that beautiful pink fabric that Suki sent me. I'm hoping I can make a hunter tank out of that. If I can't, I'm going to make the Mimi G strappy top, which I haven't got right next to me. Yes, I have. Here it is. Yeah, that one, that little top. I want to make mine longer so that it's about 2 inches longer than that. But I think I'd have enough fabric for that. Top A and B. Oh no, it says it needs 1 meter and a bit. Oh no, it's like 80 centimeters of 150 wide fabric. I remember that pink fabric was very wide. I'm going to put that in my to be made pile. I'm really excited about the navy and pink floral border print in the 6130 butterick pattern as well. Obviously with the circle skirt on the bottom, not the skirt or the trousers as I've done it. And I'm going to kind of record myself making a few alterations to it and add it to that sew alongs playlist, because whilst the sew along works and you end up with a very nice garment at the end of it, I do think the proportions are slightly off with the midriff being that extra inch long. So I'm going to change it around and add the extra inch to the bodice panels. I think that's going to look really cool. I want to remake that jumpsuit as well with similar fabrics but not polyesters, because I just don't enjoy wearing polyester. She says wearing polyester. But it's a kind of, it's more of a summery spring jumpsuit, and it's not the sort of thing that I would enjoy wearing it when it's hotter.
Do you need any wickedness with it?
No, I've already had
No?
2 rock cakes today. Thank you. Thank you, Mum.
That's a pleasure.
And thank you for hanging out with us.
I've enjoyed it. Thank
Good.
you. Bye bye.
Are you going to come? You're going to be there next Sunday?
I would imagine. Yes, and I'm still doing.
Should be doing more geese. Goslings. Should be doing goslings.
Goslings next. Hopefully, I might even have finished them. I don't know. They might take a long time too.
How many of them have you got to do?
Well, yeah, 16.
What, 16
Um,
full circles?
No, 4 full circles.
Right, okay.
16 pieces.
Okay.
So, we shall see.
We need the fabric to arrive from Sherwood's, but that's not arriving till Wednesday. And I've got some fabric coming from Poland, and I've got some fabric coming from Japan as well. And I wanted some the fabric that I needed for my
If I wanna
skirt
see,
yesterday.
There are those rings.
The rings. Oh, that's what Mum's doing next. These curvy flying geese around the edges. That's what she's planning on doing. So you need to do 16 of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make them into circles to go in between the
Yeah.
dragons. We hope.
It'll be
It'll
fine.
be fine.
Okay. Waistband is secure. Get rid of the thread. So it's not an invisible stitch because it is, I mean, you have to kind of look for it. That might be easier to see there. You can kind of see it, but it's nice and neat, and it's neat on the inside as well. So that's my waistband finished. So that needs a press because I haven't pressed the lining fabric as yet, but that's looking good. So the final thing I need to do is machine sewing wise is add the bias binding to the bottom hem, and then hand sew it with you guys. And we're nearly at 5 hours, so yeah, I should be able to finish that today within sort of 6-ish hours. I'm actually gonna close the window because where did I get to? Vanessa says, yes, Sean, it has an elastic back waist, so I can. I'm just lazy and forgot how big they were. Don't worry. I mean, I'm sitting here with a skirt that's been in my to mend pile for over 2 years, and I love it. So, you know, I totally get you. Don't worry. Right. So this bias binding on. Cecilia says, good night to Alison. Hope it goes well, and sending you good vibes and prayers. Yes. I didn't say I hope it goes well, did I? Gosh. Sorry, Alison. I do hope it goes well. Manners have gone completely out the window today. Okay, right. Duvalier says, just checked weather app, and today is 20 plus, tomorrow is 23, and on Tuesday it's going to snow. This spring just can't make up its mind. Yeah. And Canaholic says, rock buns just out of the oven and are delicious. Now to chill and watch for a little while. Ooh, nice. Mum's just offered me a rock bun, and I said no because I'd had 2 earlier, and I'm now regretting my decision. I really am. What was I thinking? Sal says it's 1:46 a.m. in Oz. Yeah, late early. So Lily Bell says, have a great evening. See you. Thank you for joining us. It's been lovely to see you. Danny says, I hate doing alterations. I rarely do them, but rehemmed the dress I was wearing in the stash video recently and did a proper job of it and was so pleased with myself. Yeah, I think I'm going to be well pleased with myself for getting this finished because I genuinely love this fabric. Like, it was on my wish list for me to buy it. So the fact that I was given it was amazing. So yeah, yeah, I'm going to feel very smug today. It's like, oh, yes. Duvallay says, I'm going to bake some apple cinnamon rolls whilst listening to you, and then I can sit down and chill. Very nice. Debbie says, I also hate alterations, but try to balance that out with the joy of wearing the garment again. I also try to keep it secret to stop folks asking if I could do their mending for them. Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely refuse to do that now. I'd much rather make someone something from scratch. And I don't do that very often anymore either. I still owe Rhea a bag, and then I think, oh no, Rhea a bag and my best friend a dress. But my best friend won't let me measure her. I mean, obviously I can't see her to measure her now, but she was just like, no, I'm going to lose a bit of weight first. And it was like, your birthday's the 2nd of February, and this is your joint Christmas and birthday present, and it's now May. She bought me fabric from Sherwood's for my birthday, which I should be showing you on Wednesday. I'm so excited. Rachel says, you bought anything from Sherwood's this weekend, Sean? I did not. I haven't bought anything because I placed such a large order on the 1st of May. And also, the very lovely Jennifer sent me a gift voucher for Sherwood's on the Saturday. So I placed another order with them on the Monday, which they've combined for me. So I have a giant order coming from Sherwood's. So no, I haven't bought anything this weekend. As I said, I've got fabric coming from Japan, which is the Rifle Paper Company Primavera, the oranges and the lemons on rayon, which I'm very excited about. And they had 5.5 meters left of the orange one, and I only bought 5 meters of it. I was hoping they'd add the extra ½ meter in, but I don't think they will. And I kind of regretting not buying that extra ½ meter. Never mind. Then I have some fabric coming from Poland that was completely influenced by Alex. So 2 French terries, one of which I already have some of, but I'm buying some more so that I can do something different with what I've got left. And then I've got some fabric coming from Flamingo Fabrics. 3 cuts of cotton jersey that I'm going to make into, I think, gable tees. But they've all got prints on them. And actually, there was one print that it was got flamingos on it and made me think of Rachel. But I didn't send it to her because I'm not mean. Although I probably will after, yeah. Have you looked at Flamingo Fabrics, Rachel? Have you seen the flamingo cotton jersey that they've got? Just saying. Leslie says, bye Jay-Z next week. Joe says, what have you bought, Rachel? Yeah, have you placed an order, Rachel? That's a very good question. Jane, Mother of Dragons, I like that. Nightmare Bug says, Chrissy. Rachel says, not listening. Right, I'm going to send you a picture then. Nightmare Bug says, I rarely get a chance to sew garments for myself from scratch, as most of my sewing is mending and alterations of riding jackets. Oh, wow. That must be very involved. Eileen said, the Flying Beast pattern looks great. It will be more than fine. It will be. She's made it before as well. That's the giant quilt that I showed you guys at the retreat. Nimue says, I started doing unpicking and the likes to fix or rescue makes while watching Sewing Bee, so I hope it'll get me going through those projects. Yeah, that's what I started doing with you guys, is unpicking all the bits and pieces that I needed to. And actually, I'll have finished 2 skirts and a top, which is really cool. Although I am going to donate the top because it is polyester, and I tried it on and it fits and it looks nice, but it just doesn't feel right. She says, wearing a polyester dress. Eileen says I read that one. Eileen says, just finished the twist headband. Really great simple pattern from Beyond the Pink Door. Brilliant way to use jersey scraps. Ooh, nice. I've been thinking, actually, I want to make some headbands because I like the look of them. I want to make some little ones with ties because I think when I wear my hair up, that would look really cool. Danny says, my neighbour suggested that I put a note through people's doors asking if they want me to sew anything for them during lockdown. I had to point out that I'm still working full-time and don't sew for others. Wow. Just to keep you busy. Wow. Eileen says, I've also finished another really pretty lark boat neck tee whilst listening earlier. It's lovely to have company while making things. Rachel says, well, I've reduced my shopping bag to £300 from £1,100, but I haven't checked out yet. Do it. Let us live vicariously through you. I put all of my bag into my wish list, and I'm going to work my way through it slowly when they offer discounts. But not this weekend just gone, because I have just placed a giant order. And as I say, I have fabric coming from lots of other sources as well this weekend. So it's not for lack of fabrics to buy from Sherwood Fabrics. It is trying to be well behaved. Oh dear. Danny says, I know. I mean, just why do people find out that people sew and then immediately think they want to sew for other people? It's like, it's hard work. No. And ridiculously expensive if you were to charge like an hourly rate, like a proper hourly rate for it. And I have started doing that. I charge £35 an hour. And some of these things, I mean, especially if I'm chatting, I mean, I'm not as quick as Rachel, but I'm a fairly quick sewer. But yeah, I charge £35 an hour. And that's now put a lot of people off buying things because I've been asked for quotes and stuff like that. And I don't want to make things for other people. I sew for the people I love. And that's it. And even then, it's fairly sporadic. Someone's asked me to do a sew along for the men's kind of zip up cardigan hoodie kind of, it's not a hoodie, but a zip up little jacket that Wilson had shown an interest in. And I am very tempted to do that. I haven't been able to measure Wilson, and I've obviously got his sleeve length because I've still got his old sleeves, so I can work that out. But he has got quite a long torso, so I'm thinking I would probably add 1.5 inches to it. But I kind of like the idea of making something for him and it turning up. But then I did send him a box of wine last week, which he was very happy with as well. I got a I love you for that. So yeah. But yeah, I don't want to sew for other people anymore, which is another reason that I put my prices right up, because I'd still get asked for quotes and stuff like that, but they do tend to shrink away in horror when they find out actually how much it would cost. And somebody at Christmas this year did actually commission me to make a bag, and with my increased prices still said yes afterwards, and I made it, and it was fine. And it's somebody that I like, and I enjoy his company and his girlfriend's company. It was a present for his girlfriend, so that one I didn't mind too much. But then he'd been chatting to a work colleague that he doesn't know very well about me, and he'd asked for a quote as well, and I gave the quote back, and he wanted custom print fabric, custom embroidery, all on an NCW, and it ended up being something nearly £400 for everything that he wanted. And he was just like, oh wow, that's really expensive. And it's like, you want a leather wallet, a designer leather wallet, customized incredibly to your specifications. You're lucky it's 400 quid, to be fair. So he turned it down, although he did come back to me like 5 days before Christmas and just said, is it possible to perhaps go ahead with that? It's like, no, it's not. But yeah, when you start, some people come up to you and just like, oh, could you fix my jeans for me? And it's like, yeah, sure, of course I can. It's £35 an hour, and that's going to take 2 hours. And they're like, I could buy a new pair of jeans for that. It's like, off you go then. So yeah. Eileen said 300 wowzers, and Rachel says, yes, that's exactly what I've done. The rest is in my wish list. And Danny said, ooh, Rachel, can't wait to see your haul. And Julie says, you did. Rachel says, that's only because I'm only not as quick as Rachel because I French seam everything. I know, I can't help it. I'm an addict. Leave me alone. Nicola says, cut out several PDFs, including Zadie and Sirocco jumpsuits and gable top. Also made banoffee cheesecake. Nicola, you're doing wow. Way better than I am. Danny says, I think that's a really fair rate to charge, Sean. I've sewn tees for my other half and one for the dog, and that's as far as my sewing for others go, unless it's a gift I want to make. I think that's the key, isn't it? It's when you want to make it that you don't mind. When people start bugging you for it, it's like my ex. I'd said I'd make these shirts and he bought the fabric, and then the relationship kind of imploded from there, and he just kept bugging me about these shirts, and it's like, nah, I don't really even like you at the moment. No. Yeah. Michelle is back. Welcome back, Michelle. We've got 97 people and 97 likes. Yay. Nightmare by Chrissy is back. Back in the day, married women at home used to make extra money by sewing, mending from home. Husband is the breadwinner. It was called pin money. Yeah. And yeah, but that's the thing. They charged for it. And I would imagine they charged I would imagine they charge fairly for it as well. So, yeah. Right, let's get this. This is not going to get this finished in an hour, is it? If I keep stopping and chatting halfway through. I feel like I'm missing out. I was really annoyed that I had to take all this bias binding and hand sewing off of this skirt, but because I've reduced the width of the front of the skirt, I would have had to have cut into the bias binding and then patched it, because otherwise it would have been too big. So I'm kind of glad I did, because I hate doing that kind of thing as well. I'd much rather it look flawless. I know it's on the inside. I know I'm the only one that's going to see it, but that's just my preferred way of doing things. I really ought to work out how to use my blind hem foot in its correct usage, like Rachel does, and hem my things that way, but I am going to do this by hand. It's going to be nice to sit and chat with you guys whilst doing some hand sewing. Although I will be cursing my love of circle skirts when I get to about the second panel of 5. Just be like, why? Why do I do this to myself every time? Okay, you guys, Wilson and I were playing chess last night, and he wins more often than not. In fact, he wins 95% of the time. And I've got the chess.com app, and I've followed chess.com online, but that's watching grandmasters play, and it's just so beyond me. So has anyone got any recommendations for how to learn chess? Because the chess.com app does have a teaching mode, but it just tells you what move you should make or what moves you can make, and it doesn't tell you why they are good. Like there's an analysis at the end of each game, and the last couple of games that I've played with Wilson, I've had 3 missed wins and I can't see them, so I'm trying to get better at it. I know it's a rather random segue from sewing a hem to chess, but yeah, does anyone play? Does anyone have any recommendations? I'm actually thinking about signing up for the pro version of it, because I think there might be more teaching more teaching opportunities in the pro version, and I don't think it's very expensive. So yeah, let me know. Carol is back. Hello, Carol. How are you, my lovely? Have you had a good afternoon? Nimue says, it's funny how people say they could never do the sewing, but then expect you to do it for them for free. Yeah. And they're like, oh, what the best ones are when they're like, oh, it'll only take you 5 minutes. And it's like, okay, come round. I'll show you how to do it. If it's only going to take me 5 minutes, it should take you 10, right? Like, no. Julie says, knitting and a cup of tea after way too much good food. Nice. Anessa says, aha, 3 skirts elastics shortened. I still have to sew them later, but at least I accomplished something, right? That's awesome, Anessa. We're doing well with our alterations and mending, aren't we? I like this. We're encouraging each other. It's just slightly too hot to gulp. I shall be doing that in a second. Susan says, I'm quite good at saying a blunt no now if I'm asked to make anything. I was asked to knit a pair of socks in a weekend after I had spent a month making the original pair. No pay was mentioned. Wow. My favourite is when they're like, but I could buy that cheaper in the shops. It's like, yes, you can, because they don't pay people enough that make these things. So, yeah. Oh, Candace is here. Greetings from foggy California. After all this time, my first KB hangout. Hello, my lovely. We were asking earlier, where did you get these stitch rippers from? Because I know you said it was a local chap who hand makes them. Mum and I have one each. But yeah, it was the lovely Candace that gave them to me, and as well as my pin cushions and my bag that I use basically every time I leave the house, that Simplicity shopper bag, and everyone is so impressed with it because they see those little bags come out and they're like, and then that one just keeps going, and they're like, that's actually worth carrying around. So yeah, all those lovely presents were from Candy. Where did I get to? Roseanne says, hi Peeps, just saying hello. About to have Mother's Day lunch with the family. Happy Mother's Day to those who are celebrating. Happy Mother's Day to you. Thank you for dropping in. Ruth Ann says, I finished the fly on my muslin. Part of it is a little wonky, but I know what I'm doing what I did wrong for next time. Feeling pretty good about it. Awesome. Awesome. Nimue says, yay. 1 linden all done. Time to still count as one done. Oh, I can speak. 1 linden all done in time to still count for a Mother's Day gift. Oh, awesome. Eileen says, yes, I love making gifts for people, but it's my choice. I'm glad you value your time. 104 likes now. Awesome. Oh, and it says on here 103 people and 103 likes. Yay. Cecilia said, it's a good thing I don't charge DH for alterations for his work coveralls. I've put at least 100 hours of work in over the course of his 8-year career. That's a lot of fabric he owes you. Carol says, morning, it's only just 10 past noon here. Did a food run for Mum. I'm glad that went well. And Cecilia says, I have a big box store sewing machine and wouldn't recommend using it to sew denim. The things we do for love. Teresa says, Sean, there is some available from UK sites on Etsy. What are we talking about? Teresa, let me know, because now I'm intrigued. Shopping. Right. How are we doing? Oh gosh, it's 5:15. And we've been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Which makes sense because I started at midday. I really want to get this done. I'm probably only going to get like half of it hemmed with you guys if I do sort of sign off at 6 hours. Determined to get it finished today though, so I will. Rippers. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. And Candace got them from macreations@concast.net. These very specific ones, but yes, you can get similar on Etsy as well, as Teresa said. Caroline says, oh drat, just got blood on my white lawn nightdress. Oh no! Hope you're okay. And then Shona recommends cold water and a little spit to lift it up. Jojo says, you're also good. Nothing constructive happening here. Just sat chilling doing a diamond painting whilst listening along. Ooh, which diamond painting are you doing? I've always liked the look of diamond paintings, but I don't know if I'd have the patience to actually finish it. I'd probably start and then like get, you know, stuck or kind of lose something or lose interest. So I could get a smaller one, because the only diamond paintings I've seen are on Bailey J's channel, and she's had her artwork turned into diamond paintings, and it's huge. Also, I don't know what I'd do with it afterwards. Where are you going to put yours, Jojo? Tea. It's gulpable now. Alex says, nearly finished my Burda 118/8/8/19 dress. It's the top in the magazine with lots of hacking. There's far too much boobage on display, so we'll have to rescue it. I blame the risque conversations here. If we influenced you, Alex, oh no. Teresa says, soak a piece of coot with your spit, it'll take the blood out. Yeah, I know spit dissolves something in blood, doesn't it? It has to be your own saliva, though, I think. And Anessa says, laugh my ass off, Alex. Probably true. And Julie says, I'm fine with just painting. Right, come on. Let's get this bias binding on. It's a lot of skirt. Surprised it's not actually in view. Just giant skirt sitting next to me. I think it's a good job Spoonflower don't print on a rayon or viscose background, and if they do, don't tell me, because I would spend all of my money there. I'm literally sitting here sewing this, thinking about some of the other designs that Carrie's done, and I'm just like, oh, that would make a nice skirt. Carrie says, I've just changed out the elastic in wristbands, tidying up lace, and stuck myself without realizing. I made this in 1993 and still love it. It's Victorian style. Oh, ouchie. I hope it all comes out for you. Rachel says, I've just fixed up the 9104 I made yesterday, sewed and overlocked the contrast hem on the wrong way. Could have thrown it in the bin, but have rescued it now. I do that sometimes when something goes not. I've made a silly mistake, and I'm just like, oh, for goodness sake, just get rid of it. I did that with the sew over Anderson blouse that I was making in a woven see-through check when I was trimming the seam for the French seams of the sleeves, and I cut into the sleeve itself. I could have rescued it. I could have made another sleeve. I could have done, but I just threw it away. I was like, no, done. Didn't throw it away. I recycled it, but you know what I mean. Vanessa says that Julie, I've been dying to paint, but my painting area is full of boxes for moving. Oh. Alex says, need to feed and walk the dog, so thank you for the lovely company and the laugh. Proper escapism therapy session. Lovely to see you, Alex. Thank you for joining us. Julie says, I like that you're telling yourself off for a circle skirt choice. Oh, I do it every time. Every time I'm like, why don't I like pencil skirts? And then if I ever make a pencil skirt and put it on and I can't walk in it, and that's why I don't like pencil skirts. Plus that at the moment they emphasize everything that I'm trying to hide. Rachel says, I think I would have rather started again from scratch than redo it. At least it's done now. Susan says, up to the ironing now, then everything will be out, ready to start sewing. I'm going to sew 4 Lego tanks I cut out last year. Ah, awesome. Rachel says, just heard the textile centre is open again. Rachel, we've had that discussion. That was one of the first things that came up. I even sent them a message saying, I'm so glad you're back. And they replied. And they were so sweet about it as well. Apparently one of the ladies is pregnant and she couldn't manage it all by herself. And they've worked out a way that they can socially distance and still send out orders. And there's a whole bunch of new stuff that's getting uploaded tomorrow, Rachel. So just so you know. And then Caroline said goodbye to Alex. Okay, tea is drunk. Still got another 2 panels to get round. I always panic when I've got like kind of about from here down on my reels of bias binding, because I have a couple of times played Russian roulette with it and lost by like that much, and then had to unpick the entire thing because I didn't have any more of the same color to patch it. That was very frustrating. So I'll probably order a new one of these tonight because it is getting quite low and I don't have any more white. Just make sure I'm not sewing the lining, catching the lining in anywhere, because that would be bad. Rachel says, I better save some of my Sherwood's money then. The leafy viscoses are all mine. She said, the lady that replied to me said, she's like, don't worry, we have lots of the stuff that we're putting up. It'll be fine, plenty to go around. I was like, you don't know me, I need it all. Nearly there. Okay. Need to press that. Definitely need to order more of this. And then I can hand sew the hem in place. Julie says, I also don't like pencil skirts, but if we're to wear a skirt to work, it has to be a pencil skirt. Oh, yeah, we had when I worked at the travel agency, we had the option of a pencil skirt in the same fabric as our suit jacket, or the summer option was a full pleated skirt in the same fabric as the blouses. And I much preferred those because the pencil skirts didn't fit me. They didn't at the time. They didn't make them small enough. They didn't do size 6 then, and I was tiny. I was like 8.5 stone. And for reference, I currently weigh 12, over 12, because all that weight I lost. I put it all back on. Fun times. But I was really tiny when I was younger. Like 3.5 stone lighter. Wow. Okay, let's press this thing. Where did we get to? Cecilia was asking why Julie has to wear a pencil skirt, and it's just the dress code because she works in a shop. Yeah, like I say, we had our uniform. There were options in it, but it was a suit jacket and a pencil skirt in a red tartan. It was Lumpoly back in the day, and otherwise, this, like I said, the summer one was a pleated skirt in the same blouse material. But there were those two options, and I used to try and wear slightly funkier heels to work and got told off for that. I used to put my hair up a lot and put I had a pink fluffy thing in my hair, and I got told off for that. So yeah, there was a definite learning curve for wearing a uniform. So do you have the option of trousers instead then, Julie? I think even if I'd wanted to get to the bewitched dress today, I wouldn't have done it, would I? Never mind. Next week, next Sunday, same again. Same again. I've got to remember to plug the phone in today. I forgot last week. Or was it the week before? I definitely forgot one of the weeks for 2 days. But then we didn't notice for that long as well, because when you pick the phone up, it says check phone line. We hadn't tried to make an outgoing call in all that time either. And generally, the only phone calls we get on the landline tend to be cold calls, cold sales calls. Mum gets very annoyed with them. She's like, oh, do go away. Why do I like circle skirts so much? Does someone want to come and hand this for me? Apparently the going rate is £35 an hour. At least it presses well. I think that's another thing that I've got against sort of like the poly crepe fabrics that I've been using from the not the fabric room, is they don't press particularly well, and it's just irritating. And it makes sewing fiddly bits harder if things don't press and do what they're told. I mean, as you all know. I have a circle skirt, 5-panel circle skirt up in my wardrobe. It's the Savannah Lena Crepe one, and it was one that I made to take to Lanzarote with me. And it just, I powered ahead and made it in the usual size, and it just wouldn't zip up. It was slightly too small. And I tried it on the other day, and I can actually zip it up again now, but I probably shouldn't because it's so much strain on the zip. And realistically, I could unpick that one, trim off a little bit of the top of the circle skirt to make it bigger and put a new waistband on it. But the thought of doing all that work really just doesn't appeal, especially after having done this one. This might be my lot for kind of altering circle skirts for a while. Right, that's all pressed, so I can start sewing the hem now. So let's come back around here. Turn you back around. Oh. Oh, where did I get to? Where did I get to? Jubilee says, okay, I'm back. My mini strudels are in the oven. Ooh, nice. Nice, your guys are making me hungry again. Julie says, although we don't get bottoms from work, we only get button-down shirts. Caroline says, all done now to put on a cold wash with enzyme eater. Then it'll be fine. Cool. Julie says, if we wear an elf's hat in December, I get told off. Aww. Rachel says, I adore that flamingo fabric. I just know I'll get stung from customs if I order any of it, though. Not if you order from, if you order on Spoonflower, it'll print in the German print, in the German base rather than the US base, so you shouldn't get charged any customs fees for it because it's not coming from. You shouldn't do, mind you, with everything right now that we're not in the EU. Maybe you would. You shouldn't. And the postage obviously is better from Germany as well. There we go. We'll start sewing there. Right. I'm being bad. I'm pulling my thread through my machine the wrong way. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't want to take this up and do this up at my house because Gianna will eat the thread. What started with the last time I was hand hemming something. Julie says, yes, I do. But they have to go past the knee, and sometimes you just want to wear a skirt. Yeah. Sal says, I feel your pain. At 20, I was 45 kg, and now I'm 37, and now I'm 79 kg. Rachel says, I don't think I was 8 stone when I was born. Julie says, I do have a black A-line I sewed a few years ago for work. It was a very hot summer. And then Julie has asked if she can ask Sal a personal question. At work, I think I love dresses with gathers, but dread gathering. It's my most hated sewing task. I'm currently sewing a tiered gathered maxi skirt. So much gathering. Oh, I feel your pain. Duvalet says, yep, uniforms are not fun, but trying to imagine the cruise ship stewardess uniform. It's always polyester and the work is always physical, so you're always perspiring. My last one was almost sheer. Oh, gosh. And then Julie says to Duvalet, poor you. Julie says, I'd love to come home for you if you pay for the trip. I don't know if I can afford you. I don't know if I can afford you, Julie. Anessa says, Sean, I bet you wouldn't love the circle skirts so much if you had to pay someone that might charge to make them. Oh, I don't know. I need to probably use shorter thread, don't I? Shouldn't have this long a thread. What's going on here? I used to wear a lot of, used to buy a lot of circle skirt dresses and things, the trashy diva dresses and stuff. So I've always worn circle skirts. But yeah, I probably would think twice about the amount of them if I had to pay somebody to hand hem them for me. Right. I think, said they trick me into being perfectly even before attaching, and once attached, they're all over the place. Not that I'm trying to teach you to suck eggs or anything. When I do my gathers, I put the gather, as long as the fabric copes with it, I put gathering stitches either side of the actual stitching line, so that it's gathering it above and underneath the stitching line. And then obviously you have to take out the visible stitching line, and again, if your fabric will cope with it. But I find that gives me much more even gathers. I don't know if you've tried that method, and if not, it might be worth having a look at. Julie says to Sal, how tall are you? Duvalet said, well, that was a good life experience. Now my dress code is business casual and jeans are allowed, not only on Fridays. Just had to be days when we don't have meetings with clients, so all is good. That's nice. Yeah, I think we talked about this last time. I've always worked in a job where I've had to wear a uniform. All my proper I'm employed jobs, because I was self-employed for a long time when I didn't have to wear a uniform. It was kind of a uniform. There were dress codes. Yeah, I don't miss that, because I enjoy making my own clothes so much and wearing what I want to wear when I want to wear it. That's always been a pet peeve of mine with boyfriends. If they've ever said, "Oh, dress nicely," to for something, that's always been like, "Well, don't you think I dress nicely all the time?" Has been a real deal breaker for me, which I know is a weird thing, but yeah, it just kind of implied that I didn't always make an effort. So I got annoyed by boyfriends asking for me to dress nicely. It's like, don't you think I always look nice? It's probably a weird thing to get annoyed about. Ali says, I used to think uniforms would be better. So you felt, oh, I lost, where did it go? So you felt dressed up when you wore your own clothes? Yeah, I mean, like I say, I've never had a job where I have been able to wear my own clothes. Oh no, that's not true. When I worked at Legal and General, we could wear our own clothes, but there was a dress code for that. That lasted 6 months though, so that's probably why I blocked that one out. Nancy says, just finished a gathered skirt for my daughter, is going to do a drive-by Mother's Day visit. It's a surprise for her. Oh, Nancy, that's lovely. I'm glad you get to kind of see your daughter, even if it is only from a distance. Sal says to Julie, I'm 5'4", and yes, you can ask me anything. And Nessa said, I made a lemon tarts this week. So good. I think I need one now. Ooh, yummy. Julie says, are you a queen? And Sal says, nope. She says, my husband is about the same height as me. I was wearing flats at our wedding. If you watch the next vlog, you'll get a peek of him. Yeah, cool. Husband sightings. I dated a couple of people that were the same height as me, and they had such issues. They were just, oh. I mean, obviously I dated them, so I was attracted to them, but they had such issues with me wearing high heels and stuff. Mind you, I also dated someone who was 6'2", and if I wore some of my bigger heels, I was on eye level with him, and that really freaked him out as well. He didn't like it. Wilson is taller than me, and we're about the same height when I wear my 4-inch heels. Teresa says, Sean, have you done the Anna with the V-neck? Yes, many times. I like it. I've also done it with a V-back, which is also nice. You have to pick one though, V-back or V-front. You can't have both. Susan says, I hate gathering as well, which is why the Simplicity 8013 keeps dropping to the bottom of my to make list. Is that the one, the giant one with all the fabric? I want to make that as well. Linda says, I have managed to learn how to make bias binding courtesy of Google and how to bind an armhole. Thank you, Sean. YouTube videos. How has that taken 5.5 hours? If you're learning something new, it's always going to take longer, and you'll just get quicker as you go along and use them. So, yay. Did you use the continuous method for the bias binding? Or which video did you use? Julie says to Susan, I once made up the skirt pieces for a dress for my girl with 5 gathered panels. It took forever. Rachel says, obviously being a nurse, I've worn a uniform. I don't anymore, but I always found people treat you as your role rather than as an individual. Yeah. Danny says, I'd hate to wear a uniform. Thankfully, I can wear what I want. I lecture at NAR school. Nimoy says, I barely escaped a clownish uniform with a yellow and orange checkered skirt and a red waistcoat. Everyone was being fitted and dreading it. I had already resigned and would be gone before they'd arrive. Oh, awesome. Yeah, my Lum Poly uniform was a little clownish. Red tartan, and then the skirt was a white background and it had little palm trees on it in red. 2 palm trees against a setting sun, and it's all red, or it had blue palm trees against a red setting sun as well. Oh, they were some horrendous uniforms. Hated those things. Harriet says, I think the dress nicely thing is valid, though. In my relationship, it's usually me telling him to dress nicely. Sometimes it's nice to go out with a partner not wearing sweatpants. Oh, agreed. But whenever it was more about, I'd always dress up. I like dressing up. Obviously I wear casual clothes at home, but whenever I go out, I intend to be overdressed. And it was when, after having been out with me a couple of times, they'd say that, and it was just like, when don't I dress nicely? I was having a really bad allergic reaction to some makeup actually recently, when it was beginning of the year when I was up in London seeing Wilson, and he wanted to take me out for dinner, and I was really reluctant to go because I couldn't put makeup on. And I sort of said to him, I was like, oh, would you mind if I went out looking like this? And he was like, no, of course not, you look lovely. And like I'd made an effort and dressed up and put a nice dress on, but I couldn't put my face on because my eyes were playing up. And if I did, then I would end up with my makeup streaming down my face and my eyes swelling shut. So I felt quite self-conscious to begin with, but he was so lovely about it. And not that you need external validation, but it was something that I would have always usually made an effort to look nice and to look my best. And whilst I was dressed up, I couldn't put makeup on. So yeah, but we went out, we had a lovely meal. So yeah. Rachel Lynn says, I'm never as tall as my husband, no matter what size heels. He's 6'5" and I'm 5'2". Oh, wow. I dated someone who was 6'10" once. That was fun. He was a cricket player. He's married with a kid now. Although every now and again, he still sends me messages saying, could you make me some jeans that fit? Because he's 6'10". And the answer is always, no. Duvalier says, I usually wear dresses to work as they're the easiest thing. When I was sent to inspect construction sites, I always wore jeans. That makes sense. I remember the faces of the workers when, for the first audit, I showed up in a dress. I think I would enjoy working somewhere that I got to wear what I wanted to, in an office kind of environment, or probably not an office because that would bore me to pieces. But well, I mean, it depends what I was doing in the office, I suppose. But yeah, it would be quite fun to work in a creative environment and get to kind of show that creative side by wearing this kind of thing. But I wouldn't want to work somewhere where it had to be kind of a shirt and tie, or a suit every day. Julie says, my husbands don't mind me wearing heels, but I didn't want to at our wedding. I still have both dress and shoes from the wedding. I think I can still fit into the dress, even though we just celebrated 12.5 years. Oh, lovely. Sal says, men like me come in short supply. I see what you did there. Caroline says, my sisters are 5'9" and 5'10". My brothers are 6'5". How am I only 5'4"? That's the same story as mum. Mum's 5'4" and 3.5. I think she says 4.5. And but her brother's 6'5". Her mum was 5'9", I think. But granddad actually was I think 5'11", so he wasn't overly tall. But she's married. My dad's 6'1", my brother's 6'5", 6'4". Sorry, I'm 5'8", and mum's 5'3.5". She says exactly the same thing. She's like, "How did that happen?" Judy says to Sal, as long as you don't expect me to call you, sure, I can't even write it. Had a bad experience. Okay. Susan just says, just looking at that pattern, it might be nice coming out of lockdown extravagant dress. I've got the fabric, just need the zip. Ooh, which one are we talking about, Susan? Let me know. Sorry, as you see, I've got a memory like a sieve. I can't keep up. Jay Willett, hello. Just wanted to drop in and say hello. Your video really helped me with my NCW. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you very much for dropping in and saying hi. Nancy says, it was lovely and productive. Thank you all. Thanks all. It was nice to see you, lovely. Have a good afternoon with your drive-by seeing of your daughter. Danny says, I'm only 5'2". Julie says, I am 175 centimeters. I'm afraid that means nothing to me. I think I'm 178. I think. And Caroline says, Hubs says, good things come in small packages, including arsenic. I like that. Dubélé says, I need to translate all this imperial business to metric. I'm 160 and I'm happy to be this short. Rachel says, my mum was 5'5", my dad is 6'2", my brother is 6'4", sister 5'8", and Rachel is 5'10". My poor mum was always the smallest, bless her. Oh, yeah, mum's the same. She's always just like, why? Why? I mean, I would say I do prefer dating guys that are taller than me, but that's only because I've dated some people that are my height, and they've just had such chips on their shoulders about it. And I know not everybody does, and I know not everybody has issues with it, and it's just my experience with those couple of guys. But yeah, kind of it became a rule for a while. It was like only people taller than me. But then before Wilson, the last two were basically my height. They were both nightmares. One more so than others. The other. Fun times. Sal says to Julie, I would never expect you to call me anything. Just don't call me Shirley. Joke from Airplane. Julie is 5'7". Nimoy is 178, which according to my calculations calculator is 5'10". Oh, okay. Maybe I'm not. I'm in between then. Maybe I'm 177. That's not right. Susan says 8013 T length with bishop sleeves and a pink floral chiffon from the textile centre. 157 and 5'1". Yeah. I think you should make it for your coming out of lockdown extravagant dress. I think that would look beautiful. Rachel's made it. It was stunning on her. Although she did say to line some more of the bodice, and the way that they've lined the bodice is not brilliant. Your gala dinner dress from the October retreat, Rachel. It's so pretty. Rachel says, it's always been a rule for me. I could never date anyone same height or shorter than me. Yeah, I like feeling dinky. Because I am quite tall, I suppose really I'm kind of average height, aren't I? Slightly tall for a girl, 5'8". But I do like feeling dinky. I remember going to, I think I've told you guys this before, so I'm kind of just repeating stories. I've run out of stories to tell you guys. But I remember going to the Rugby Players Awards dinners one year, and just there were so many men that were over 6'5" tall, and they were all in dinner suits and tuxedos. And oh, that was a good evening. Although the rugby player that I ended up dating was only 6 foot tall. So Lily Bells is back. She says, yeah, you're still here. We are. Hello. Julie says, I've never had a rule about height of guys I dated, just as long as they were sweet. Spoiler, none of them, not all of them were. Yeah. Been there, done that. I always said not younger than me either. And the last the last 3 guys I've dated were younger than me. And then the one that dated before that was a couple of years older than me. And he was just as much of a nightmare. Wilson is 6 years younger than me at the moment. It'll be 5 years when he has his birthday in October. That was part of the issue last time that I dated him, because he was only 28 and he'd never had a long-term relationship. Mind you, neither had I, so, you know, not that I'm any better of a candidate. But I did kind of let it sway with me that he was so much younger than me. Having said that, I did date someone who was 12 years younger than me, and that was a massive disaster. And then I also almost ended up dating, well, I did date somebody that was 20 years older than me for a while, which was fine when I was sort of 25. But yeah, he would have been 61 now, which is a big age gap. I mean, he is 61 now. Sal says to Rachel, a lot of women have that rule, which sucks for us shorter men. And then Rachel says, I'm sorry, to Sal. And then Leslie says, I'm only 5'1.5". So Lily Bell says, I'm 5'4" and my husband is 6'4". See, that's the issue. And I am joking. This is a joke. I am not being serious. But if you're 5'4", you shouldn't be allowed to date anyone who's over 5'10". You need to save the 6'4" people for the ones that, for the lot of us that are over 6, you know, who are like the 5'10" and over. And I am kidding. I am joking. I don't actually mean that. But yeah, that's the problem. All these 6'4" type guys end up going out with really tiny dinky girls, and then the tall girls are just like, now what do we do? But that is a joke. I don't mean that seriously. Damn It Apparel is here. Hello, lovely. Nimue says, I'm already above average for women, so finding one taller than me wouldn't be good dating requirement. Not that I'm actively looking. Yeah, no, it used to be a real requirement for me. It used to be like, no one shorter. And like on dating websites, if they were 5'10" or under, it would just be like, nope. And Big Bird's first husband, is my height, and she's 5'11". All of their children are very, very tall. But my brother is 6'4", and Big Bird is 5'11", so that works out. Sal says, nothing to be sorry for, Rachel. Julie says, my husband is 7 years older than me. So Lily Bells just laughed. Caroline says, my brother-in-law is shorter than my sister. Stephanie says, it's hard to date people who grew up in different generation. You don't have the same pop culture references from your childhood. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dating someone younger than me as well. When it was good, it was great, but there was some really, like the 12-year age gap, there was some glaringly obvious disparities in our kind of like outlook on life and things that we wanted and that sort of stuff. And it was him that was he'd actually said to me, he was like, oh, I'm glad you've had such an interesting life, because you won't want to go and do all of that now. Because he had severe social anxiety, so he didn't like leaving the village and wouldn't eat with me in public and things like that. So he was actually, you know, he was a lovely guy, but he had a lot of issues. But yeah, he actually said to me that he was glad that I'd done all the interesting things that I had, because now I was ready to settle down on the island and just that would be my life forever and ever. And it was just like, oh my God, no. Like, I love it here, but I don't see myself here forever. I'd like to live in a foreign country. You know, I just want to go traveling. I want to do all sorts of things. And I'd like to do it with my significant other. And like getting him even past halfway on the island was an issue and a mission. Getting him off the island, practically impossible. He never did it with me. And getting him to get on an airplane, nope. And, you know, I do understand that, you know, anxiety is a real fear and a real debilitating, and it's not something that he wanted to live with, but he was also very complacent about it. It was just like, no, this is just how things are, and this is how things are going to stay. And yeah, it didn't work out, and it was more to do with the disparity in age and his outlook on life than it was anything else. We're just very different people, and he had a very different way of dealing with everything, and it wasn't something that I could cope with, because he'd come at things from like angles. It wouldn't be straight on. It wouldn't ever be a I need to ask you a favor, can we do this? It would be like, oh, so, you know, are you doing this? Do you want to do this? Can we? And it'd be like this roundabout way of trying to get somebody to do something for him, which he probably didn't mean to be manipulative, but it felt very manipulative. And he was always late and never ready and just drove me up the wall. So glad that I'm out of that one. Susan says, I've never dated anyone under 6 foot tall. The tallest was 6'6". Nice. Julie says to Stephanie, I get that. I dated a man that was 14 years older than me. Rachel says, I think it's because being tall and a lot taller than all of my friends, I always felt a bit butch, and so a shorter partner would have just not made me feel feminine. And I know it's all in my head though. The same, Rachel. I like feeling dinky. That's one thing about Wilson, is I actually weigh more than him at the moment, and I don't like it. I want to be back to my slim, svelte self. But I'm not used to not being able to just drop the weight anytime I want to. I'm actually having to work at it at the moment, and I'm not used to that. So that's also becoming a bit of a, like, not fair. One panel done, by the way. 4 5/8 to go. Leslie says, my hubby is 5'11" and 6 years older than me. Once I had a boyfriend 8 months younger, but not been anyone any younger. Yeah, I've got quite I think one thing that I don't have a particular type. If you lined all my exes up in a row, you wouldn't say that they've all dated the same person. You would say that's a long line, but you wouldn't say they've all dated the same person. There's not really a type, other than majority of them were fairly tall, although there are a few that were not tall as well. Sal says, my oldest son is now taller than me at 5'6". Rachel says, Martin is 7 years older than me, and we met when I was 22, and it really bothered him initially, but it's never been an issue. That's nice. It would have been an issue if I'd met him when I was 14. Haha, yes. My niece's first boyfriend was 5 years older than her, and he met her when she was 15 and didn't ask her out until she was 16. But that was a little bit of a scandal in the family. Paula says, I dated a guy who's 9 years younger than me and 9 years older than my son. Well, he had big issues how to manage my son's teenage attitude. Not a good combo. Yeah, my brother's 13 years younger than Big Bird. And what's funny is he actually looks like he could be the eldest son's biological father. And because they do look really, really similar. And the biological father, as I say, is my height. And Dan is 6'5". And people are like, oh, so yeah. And then they work out that James would have been 11. And that just would have been very wrong on many, many levels. So, yeah. Yeah, James is turning 40 this year. My baby brother. Russell says, Caroline says, I'm 13 years younger than my husband, but only 11 years older than my stepson. I think the older you get, the less that an age gap matters. But I do think that there is a commonality, as somebody has said previously, when you it was Stephanie, when you grow up sort of the same generation, you have lots of commonality in that. Duvalier says, all my boyfriends were under 6 foot. With me being 5'2", it was never the issue. One short relationship was with a 6'3" guy, and I totally get the fun feeling of a short girl, tall guy. Yeah, dating the 6'10" guy. Oh, that was so much fun. I could wear my giant heels and I still look dinky next to him. I actually met him wearing giant heels as well. So when I took them off, it was like literally came down 6 inches, and he's like, oh, Jesus. Shona is off to feed the child. See everyone later. Thank you for joining us, Shona. Julie says, thinking back, I've always dated guys that were the same age or older than me because I just found them more interesting. My siblings are 8 and 11 years older than me. Snoring kitty on my lap. Oh, bless. I'd actually been single for about 2 years when I met the guy who was 12 years younger than me. And it was down when I first moved down here. So like I hadn't been dating anyone. And it was kind of one of those things that was just like, this could be fun. And it was for a while, but just the age difference really showed. Anna says, I've had a lot of cool things said to me through my life about my height and general size, especially chest area and other stuff. Probably why I'm almost a recluse. I'm sorry you've experienced so many nasty people, Anna. Sal says, for me, maybe I'm small in height, but my imagination is bigger than most men I know. That I can see, Sal, definitely. Julie says to Sal, in Denmark, we have a saying, it's not the size, but the way you use what you have. Jojo says, long-suffering husband has just brought me a cheeky gin and tonic. Ooh, nice. Does he want to bring me one as well? Not that I drink gin and tonic. I mean, I want to try one. Everyone keeps going on about how lovely they are. And I drink Pimm's, which apparently is a gin-based cocktail, so... Teresa says, my husband was 19 years older than me, but about the same height. I mean, to be fair, it's not really... Obviously, physical appearance is important because you have to be attracted to somebody initially, but pretty gets boring, very dull. And ask me how I know. I dated a dream boy once. Oh, bless. But I think it's more about sort of like meshing of personalities and life goals and all those kind of things than it is about appearance. But appearance does have its place because you have to have the floor factor, because if you don't, then I tried that before as well. It didn't work. Really good friends, really enjoyed each other's company, loved hanging out with him, but just it wasn't that spark, and you need that as well. Caroline says to Jojo, you've gotten well trained. And so Lily Bell says, my husband is the cook in our house, so we have the kitchen counters raised to his height. I have a step I move around the kitchen with to reach counters and cupboards. Oh, awesome. Oh, we've been going for 6 hours and 10 minutes. And yes, I have like 1 and a bit panels hemmed. I'm at the end of my piece of thread though. So I'm going to tie, secure this bit. And I think, because my tummy is rumbling, think I'm going to call it a night and take this up and just carefully sew this and make sure that I don't let Shiana knit any of the threads. But I now have my skirt back. Yay! If it's warm enough, I shall wear it tomorrow. So I'm just gonna, there's a little bit of chat to catch up on, not much. Louise says, which textile centre is it you use, please? Because I've been trying to find the one I use and can't find the right one I normally use. If you just Google textile centre, it's a UK one. It's listed in loads of my videos. Words. I haven't drunk any of my water today. I've had 2 cups of tea though, so I have had some liquid. But Louise, ask on the Peeps group and we'll put the link to it, the one that we use there. I'm sure Rachel will do that if I don't get to it first. Jojo says he'd love to, but he hasn't built his teleporter yet. Well, tell him to hurry up, Jojo. That would be a very useful invention right about now. Duvallay said, I need brains and not only beauty from the guy. Ask me how I came about this non-negotiable rule. On another note, my mini strudels came out gorgeous. Nice. And yeah, totally with you there. Anna says, my son and I were talking about this the other day. Initially, it's the look of someone's face, and that is the first we see. It's personality and common ground that is always important. Absolutely. Julie says, put on a great movie up at the shed and finish sewing. Yes. Paula says, night, night, and thank you, Sean. Louise says, been married and got divorced, now happy. I've been married and got separated. I need to get divorced. But yeah, definitely happy once the separated happened. So anyway, let's leave it there, shall we? So I'm going to put my jumper back on. I have very much enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Thank you very much. It's been lovely, and we shall do the same next Sunday, where I shall be sewing my naughty witchy dress. Of course, the girl with the cat had to go front and centre. So yes, I'll be sewing that next Sunday. And then I've got a whole bunch of other stuff that I need to get done and prepped for next week, which I'm looking forward to. Very much looking forward to it. Right, where do we get to? Susan says, lovely to have had your company this afternoon. About to finish ironing my beach pajamas. So much fabric. Leslie says, I'm just off to cook dinner. Thanks for another lovely Sunday. See you all next week. Cattlemutt says, night, night. Norma says, thank you, Sean and the Peeps, for their company. Julia says, bye-bye. Duvallay says, thank you. See you next week. Karen says, I'm 5'11". Boyfriend number 1 is 5'9" and 3/4. He insists on the 3/4. Yes. Michelle says, well, I'm off to get pizza in town for lunch. Enjoy, Michelle. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to everybody that's celebrating it today. I hope you've been spoilt rotten or are getting spoilt rotten. Nimue says, thank you all for the sewing company. Anessa says, go me for self-sewing. Just finished a skirt I started a year ago and fixed 3. Woot woot. Nice. Eileen says, bye, Sean. Love that dress. And Cardi, see you next week. Thank you, Eileen. See you next week. Caroline says, wonderful afternoon. All such a giggle. Thanks for the company. Have a good week. Julie says, as I look around our friends and partners, I find that intelligence is just about the same between husband and wife. Karen says, have a nice evening, peeps. Bye all. Noelia says, thanks, Sean. See you next week. My top didn't work, so I've just binned it. Now consoling myself with toasted cheese and ham sandwich. Oh, that sounds delicious. Right. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, guys. It's been lovely. I am going to go and cook because my stomach is actually growling at me. I don't know if you can hear it, but if you can, that's embarrassing. So I will see you all tomorrow in the vlog, but I will see you all live next Sunday, same time, same place. And yeah, I'll see you later. Now I've got to try and end the stream gracefully again. Bye.